Welcome back, guys. This is Potter Fanfic Hub. Here we explore powerful Harry Potter what-if stories and hidden magic. What if Harry's parents came back and destroyed his entire destiny? If you enjoy epic magical videos, subscribe to Potter Fanfic Hub. Now, let the story begin. Chapter 1, The Impossible Return. The night air over Godric's Hollow carried the weight of 16 years of silence. The village slept beneath a blanket of stars, its cobblestone streets glistening with the remnants of an evening rain that had passed through just after sunset. In the churchyard, the headstones stood like silent sentinels, their inscriptions worn smooth by time and weather. Among them, one particular grave had become something of a pilgrimage site over the years, a simple marble stone bearing two names and a date that had shattered the wizarding world. James and Lily Potter. 31 October 1981. Visitors had left flowers there for nearly 2 decades. The tributes had long since stopped appearing with any regularity, the world having moved on from the initial shock, but the ground around the grave remained perpetually soft and well-tended. Some still came. Some always would. On this particular night, however, something was different. The air itself seemed to thicken around the grave, as though the very atmosphere were holding its breath. The stars above flickered, not the gentle twinkling of distant suns, but a sudden, collective dimming that lasted no more than 3 seconds. In the surrounding houses, no one noticed. The Muggles slept on, oblivious to the invisible disturbance that rippled through the fabric of reality itself. Then the ground trembled. It was subtle at first, a vibration so faint that even the most sensitive magical instruments would have struggled to detect it. But it grew, building in intensity until the earth beneath the Potter grave began to crack and splinter. The marble headstone shuddered, a hairline fracture appearing along its polished surface. And then, light. It erupted from the grave like a geyser, blinding white and impossibly bright, shooting upward into the night sky before spreading outward in concentric rings of energy that passed through walls, trees, and sleeping bodies without disturbing them. The light pulsed once, twice, 3 times, each pulse accompanied by a sound like a distant bell tolling somewhere beyond the veil of existence. In the wake of the third pulse, the light contracted, folding inward upon itself until it formed 2 distinct shapes, human shapes, that rose from the disturbed earth like ghosts taking form. The shapes solidified. Color bled into them. Sound followed sight. A woman gasped, her eyes flying open as though she had been underwater and had just broken the surface. She was beautiful, red hair cascading around her shoulders, green eyes wide with confusion and something approaching terror. She stumbled forward, catching herself against the broken headstone, and looked down at her own hands as though seeing them for the first time. Lily. The voice came from behind her, male, disoriented, thick with the remnants of a dream that had not been a dream. She turned to find a man with tousled dark hair and glasses askew on his face, his hazel eyes struggling to focus on her. He looked exactly as she remembered him. Exactly as she had seen him in her final moments. James, she breathed. They stared at each other for a long moment, the weight of the impossible pressing down upon them. The village was quiet. The night was still. And yet, everything had changed. Where, James began, but the question died in his throat as he looked around and saw the familiar shape of the church, the graveyard, the cottage on the hill visible in the distance. No. No, that's not possible. We were. I know. Lily's voice cracked. I remember. I remember everything. She touched her chest, where a jagged scar now lay hidden beneath the fabric of her clothes, a scar that had not been there when she died. It burned with a dull, persistent ache, like a wound that had healed but refused to fully close. She had the sudden, inexplicable sensation that she had been gone for a long time. Years. Decades. An eternity compressed into the span of a single breath. We were dead, James said flatly. We died. I saw the green light. I felt it. Yet here we are, Lily whispered. They were both shaking now, though neither seemed to notice. James took a step toward her, then another, and she met him halfway, their hands finding each other with the desperate certainty of lovers who had been separated by more than just time. "This feels real," James murmured, squeezing her fingers. "You feel real. I am real. We're real." She looked up at him, and her eyes, so like their son's, held a glimmer of something fragile and terrified. "James, if we're here, then what happened to Harry? Where is he?" The question struck him like a physical blow. Harry. Their son. He had been just a baby when they died, barely 15 months old, his entire life ahead of him. They had left him in the care of Sirius, of Hagrid, of Dumbledore, anyone who could protect him from the darkness that had taken their lives. "We have to find him," James said, his voice firming with purpose. "We have to." "Wait." Lily held up a hand, her expression shifting from shock to something more calculating. "We don't even know what year it is. How long has it been? Is Harry still?" She couldn't finish the sentence. The thought of her son growing up without them, of all the years they had missed, of everything they would never be able to give back, it was too much to bear. "We need information," James said, ever practical beneath the chaos of his emotions. "We need to find someone who can tell us what happened." Lily nodded slowly, but her gaze was fixed on the cottage at the top of the hill. Their cottage. The home they had built together, the place where Harry had taken his first steps and spoken his first words. The place where they had died. "Not yet," she said softly, reading his intent before he could voice it. "I can't go back there. Not right now. I need," she stopped, swallowing hard. "I need to understand what's happened to us first." James followed her gaze to the cottage, and something in his expression flickered, a shadow of the terror he had felt in that final moment, watching Voldemort's wand rise, knowing there was nothing he could do to stop it. "Okay," he said. "Okay. We'll find answers elsewhere." They turned away from the grave, from the shattered headstone, from the impossible truth of their resurrection. The village of Godric's Hollow spread out before them, unchanged in so many ways, and yet transformed entirely by the two figures walking through its streets. No one saw them. No one heard them. The magic that had brought them back had woven a veil of silence around them, a protective cloak that would last until they chose to reveal themselves to the world. The world that had mourned them. The world that had moved on without them. The world that would never be the same again. Meanwhile, hundreds of miles away in the Scottish Highlands, a young man slept fitfully in a four-poster bed, his scar burning with an intensity he had never felt before. Harry Potter dreamed of green light and his mother's scream. He dreamed of a graveyard and a broken headstone. He dreamed of two figures rising from the earth, their faces turned toward the stars, their hands reaching for something they could not quite grasp. And then he dreamed of his own name being whispered by voices he could not identify, voices that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once, echoing through the corridors of his consciousness like the tolling of a distant bell. He woke with a gasp, his hand flying to his forehead, where the lightning bolt scar throbbed with a steady, rhythmic pulse that felt almost like a heartbeat. "Harry?" The voice came from the other side of the room, groggy with sleep. Ron Weasley sat up in his bed, his red hair sticking up in all directions. "You all right, mate? You were making noises." Harry blinked, trying to focus. The scar was still burning, but it was fading now, the intensity receding like a wave pulling back from the shore. He took a deep breath, then another, forcing his racing heart to slow. "Bad dream," he managed. "Just a bad dream." Ron yawned hugely, apparently satisfied with this explanation. "Happens to all of us. Neville's always screaming about something. Just try to get some sleep, yeah. We've got that history of magic exam tomorrow, and if I have to sit through another one of Binza's lectures without having at least some idea of what he's talking about, I'm going to." "Go back to sleep, Ron," Harry said, but there was no heat in his voice. He was already swinging his legs out of bed, the instinct to move overriding his exhaustion. Ron muttered something unintelligible and flopped back onto his pillow, his snores resuming within seconds. Harry stood in the darkness of the Gryffindor dormitory, his hand still pressed to his forehead, and tried to make sense of what he had seen. It was just a dream. It had to be just a dream. He'd had nightmares about Voldemort before, about the night his parents died, about the graveyard in Little Hangleton where Cedric had fallen. This was no different. Except it was. The dream had been different, somehow. He had seen the graveyard clearly, the same graveyard where his parents' bodies lay buried, but the headstone had been broken. Not broken by age or weather, but shattered, as though something had exploded from inside it. And the figures that had risen from the ground. He shook his head, trying to dislodge the image. It was nonsense. It had to be nonsense. His parents were dead. They had been dead for 16 years. There was no bringing them back. Voldemort had tried, in his own twisted way, but even the Dark Lord had never managed true resurrection, only the grotesque parody he had achieved with the help of Harry's blood. The scar throbbed again, a brief pulse of pain that made him wince. He had to talk to Dumbledore. The headmaster would know what to make of this. He always did. But it was 2 a.m, and even if he could find a way to reach the headmaster's office at this hour, what would he say? I had a strange dream about my parents' grave. Dumbledore had more important things to worry about. The war was heating up again, and the Order was stretched thin trying to protect people from Voldemort's attacks. They didn't need Harry's nightmares cluttering up their operations. He would wait. He would talk to Hermione in the morning, see if she had any insight. And if the dreams persisted. A soft knock on the door interrupted his thoughts. Harry turned, frowning. The other boys in the dormitory were all asleep. Who would be knocking at this hour? The door creaked open a crack, and a familiar head of bushy brown hair appeared in the gap. Harry? Hermione whispered. Are you awake? Bloody hell, Hermione, it's the middle of the night, Harry said, but he crossed the room to meet her at the door. What's wrong? She looked worried, more than usual, which was saying something. Her face was pale, and her eyes held a flicker of fear that made Harry's stomach clench. I couldn't sleep, she said. I had this feeling, this terrible feeling that something had happened. Something big. She hesitated. And then I noticed the constellations had changed. Harry blinked. The what? The constellations. In the sky. Hermione gestured vaguely toward the window, where a patch of stars was visible through the gap in the curtains. There are certain magical signatures that I've been researching, patterns of energy that are tied to specific events. And tonight, she broke off, biting her lip. Tonight, the signatures changed. All of them. Like something had fundamentally altered the balance of magic itself. You can see magical signatures in the stars? Harry asked, his skepticism warring with his unease. Not see, exactly. Sense. Feel. I'm not sure how to explain it, but Harry, she grabbed his arm, her grip surprisingly strong. I think something happened. Something big. And I think it's connected to you. Harry stared at her, the dream rushing back in full force. His scar. The graveyard. The figures rising from the earth. I had a dream, he said slowly. About my parents. Hermione's expression shifted instantly to one of concern. Your parents? What about them? I don't know. It was strange. I saw their grave. The one in Godric's Hollow. And then, he stopped, suddenly uncertain. The dream had felt so vivid, so real, but recounting it aloud made it sound like the fevered imaginings of a sleep-deprived mind. Never mind. It was probably nothing. Harry. It was nothing, he repeated firmly. Go back to bed, Hermione. We've got that exam tomorrow, remember? She opened her mouth to argue, then seemed to think better of it. Her eyes lingered on him for a moment longer, searching his face for something she wasn't finding. "Okay," she said at last. "But Harry, be careful. I have a bad feeling about this." She slipped out of the room, leaving Harry alone in the darkness. He stood there for a long moment, staring at the closed door, the echo of her warning hanging in the air. Then he turned back to his bed, lay down, and stared at the canopy above him, his hand pressed to the scar on his forehead. Sleep, when it finally came, was fitful and filled with fragments of dreams he could not quite remember. At the stroke of midnight, a barn owl appeared at the window of Hogwarts's headmaster's office, carrying a letter sealed with wax that had not been used in 16 years. The owl was exhausted, its feathers ruffled and its eyes wild with the effort of its flight. It had covered an impossible distance in an impossible time, driven by a compulsion it did not understand. When it landed on the windowsill, it collapsed immediately, its message falling from its beak and clattering to the stone floor. Albus Dumbledore, who had been sitting at his desk with the resigned patience of a man who had been expecting something unexpected, rose from his chair and crossed the room with an unhurried stride. He was old, older than most wizards could hope to be, his silver beard reaching almost to his waist, his half-moon spectacles glinting in the dim light. But there was still a sharpness in his blue eyes, a flicker of alertness that belied his advanced years. He bent to retrieve the fallen letter, his fingers brushing against the wax seal. When he saw the design pressed into the wax, an intricate symbol of two entwined phoenixes, his face went pale. "Dumbledore?" The voice came from the portrait of Phineas Nigellus, who had apparently been watching from his frame. "What is it? You look as though you've seen a ghost." "Not a ghost," Dumbledore murmured, his voice barely audible. "Something far more complicated." He broke the seal with a trembling hand and unfolded the parchment. The handwriting was familiar, intimately so, though he had not seen it in 16 years. Albus. We are alive. We do not understand how, or why, but we are here. We are in Godric's Hollow, and we need your help. Something terrible has happened, and we suspect it is only the beginning. Please come quickly. We cannot explain more by owl, but we know you will understand. Lily and James. Dumbledore read the letter 3 times, his expression shifting from shock to bewilderment to something that looked almost like fear. When he finally lowered the parchment, his hand was shaking. "Impossible," he whispered. "This is impossible." "And yet the owl is very real," Phineas Nigellus observed dryly. "As is the letter. Are you going to stand there gaping, or are you going to investigate?" Dumbledore didn't answer. He was already moving toward the fireplace. A handful of Floo powder clutched in his fist. The letter, his hand trembling, fell to the floor, and he stepped into the green flames without another word. "Godric's Hollow," he called out, and the fire consumed him. When Dumbledore emerged from the fireplace in the 3 broomsticks, he was greeted by the sight of a sleepy-eyed Rosmerta, who had clearly been interrupted in the middle of closing up. "Headmaster," she exclaimed, stepping back in surprise. "What brings you here at this hour? Is something—" "I need to reach Godric's Hollow," Dumbledore said, his voice clipped and urgent. "Is there a way to get there quickly? The Floo network doesn't extend that far, and I cannot afford to wait for a portkey." Rosmerta blinked at him, clearly confused by his intensity. "Godric's Hollow? I suppose but what's happened? Has there been an attack?" "I honestly do not know," Dumbledore admitted. "But I need to find out." Rosmerta studied him for a long moment, then nodded slowly. "There's a old smuggling route out of the back of the pub," she said. "It's not legal, but it'll get you there in a few minutes if you know how to work it. I used to use it during the war to move people who needed to stay hidden." "Show me." Rosmerta led him through the back of the pub, past the kitchens and down a narrow staircase to a door that appeared to be made of solid stone. She pressed her palm against the surface, whispered a word that Dumbledore could not quite catch, and the door swung open to reveal a tunnel that seemed to stretch on into infinity. This will take you to the churchyard, Rosmerta said. What's left of it, anyway? The tunnel's been there since before the village was founded. It's how we got people in and out during the dark times. Dumbledore nodded his thanks and stepped into the tunnel, his wand already drawn. The passage closed behind him, leaving him in total darkness. He had no idea what he would find in Godric's Hollow. The letter had been clear, but it had also been impossible. James and Lily Potter had been dead for 16 years. He had been there when they died, had held Harry as a baby, had seen the bodies, had arranged the funerals. There was no question about it. They were gone. And yet, there was something about the handwriting that felt familiar in a way that defied explanation. The loops of Lily's Y's, the sharp strokes of James's T's, he had seen them before, in 100 letters and 1,000 notes. They were not the work of an impostor. But how? How could the dead return? The tunnel opened up into the churchyard, and Dumbledore stepped out into the night air. He was immediately struck by the wrongness of it all. The air felt charged, electric, as though a storm were waiting to break. The stars overhead seemed to pulse with a strange, rhythmic light, and the ground beneath his feet vibrated faintly, like the surface of a drum that had been struck and was still humming. He walked through the graveyard, his heart heavy with the weight of memories. He had buried so many people in this place, friends, allies, students who had been taken before their time. But none had weighed on him so heavily as the two whose graves marked the end of an era. When he reached the Potter grave, he stopped. The headstone was shattered, not by age, not by vandalism, but by something far more violent. The marble had been blown outward from the center, as though something had erupted from the grave itself. The earth was disturbed, a crater-like depression where the bodies should have been. But the bodies were not there. Dumbledore knelt beside the grave, his fingers brushing against the broken stone. He could feel the residue of powerful magic, the kind of magic that shouldn't exist, the kind of magic that could bring the dead back to life. Albus. The voice came from behind him, and he turned slowly, a million thoughts racing through his mind. James and Lily Potter stood in the shadows of the churchyard. Their faces pale but alive, their eyes filled with a mixture of hope and fear that he had never seen in the living before. For a long moment, no one spoke. Then Lily stepped forward, her hand reaching out to touch Dumbledore's arm. "Albus," she said again. "We need your help." The stars above Godric's Hollow continued to pulse, their light dim and strange, as though something had disturbed the natural order of the cosmos. Far away, in the dark recesses of a forest in Albania, a being of pure malevolence felt the disturbance and smiled. Voldemort had been dead for 16 years, his body destroyed, his soul fractured and scattered. But his spirit had endured, clinging to existence by the thinnest of threads, waiting for the moment when he could rise again. Now, that moment was coming. The balance had shifted. Something had been changed, something fundamental, something that altered the very fabric of the universe. The magic that had brought the Potters back had rippled through the world, touching every corner of creation, and in its wake, it had left opportunity. Voldemort could feel it. His soul shards, hidden and guarded, pulsed with renewed strength. The connection he had once shared with Harry Potter, the connection forged by his own foolish attempt to kill the boy, thrummed like a living thing. He could feel Harry's confusion, Harry's fear, Harry's growing doubt. And he could feel something else, a wild, reckless hope that he had not allowed himself to feel in years. The Potters were alive. And if they could return, then so could he. The forest whispered around him, the trees leaning in as though listening to his thoughts. He gathered his power, what little remained, and began to weave a new plan. This time, he would not fail. This time, he would rise. This time, he would destroy everything the Potters loved and take his rightful place as ruler of the wizarding world. The stars pulsed once more, and in the darkness of the forest, Voldemort laughed. It was a sound that had not been heard in 16 years, a sound that carried on the wind and whispered through the dreams of sleeping wizards. It was the sound of death rediscovering hope, and it spread like a disease, touching everything it encountered. In Godric's Hollow, James and Lily Potter felt a chill run down their spines. In Hogwarts, Harry Potter woke from his dreamless sleep with a scream caught in his throat. In the Ministry of Magic, alarms began to blare. And in the depths of an ancient forest, the Dark Lord began to stir. The impossible return had occurred, and nothing would ever be the same. The night was far from over, and the dawn that followed would bring revelations that would shake the wizarding world to its core. The dead had returned, and with them, the seeds of destruction had been sown. Harry Potter's destiny, the prophecy that had defined his life, had been irrevocably changed. The chosen one was no longer chosen. And the world would never forgive him for it. End of Chapter 1. Chapter 2, Harry's Shock. The Great Hall was alive with the usual morning chaos of Hogwarts. Students chattered over bowls of porridge and plates of eggs, owls swooped through the enchanted ceiling delivering post, and the house elves had outdone themselves with a spread that would have made any Muggle banquet hall weep with envy. But Harry Potter sat at the Gryffindor table, his breakfast untouched, his mind still tangled in the fragments of his dreams. "You're not eating again," Hermione observed, sliding onto the bench beside him with a heavy textbook tucked under her arm. "Harry, you barely touched your dinner last night either. If you keep this up, you'll waste away to nothing." "I'm fine," Harry said automatically, pushing a piece of toast around his plate. "Just tired." "Tired," Ron repeated, appearing on Harry's other side and loading his plate with enough food to feed a small army. "You've been tired for 3 days now, mate. What's going on? Is it the nightmares again?" Harry opened his mouth to lie, to deflect, to do what he always did when people asked questions he didn't want to answer. But the words died in his throat. "It's my scar," he admitted quietly. "It's been hurting. A lot." Ron and Hermione exchanged a glance that Harry couldn't quite read. He'd seen that look before, many times, usually when they were debating whether to tell him something or keep it to themselves. "How long?" Hermione asked, her voice carefully neutral. "Since Monday night. The night of the—" he stopped, hesitating. "The night of the dream." "What dream?" Ron asked through a mouthful of bacon. Harry took a deep breath. He hadn't told them the full details yet, had kept the visions to himself even as the pressure in his skull had grown almost unbearable. But they were his friends. If he couldn't trust them, who could he trust? "I dreamed about my parents' grave," he said. "In Godric's Hollow. The headstone was broken, like something had exploded from inside it. And then," he swallowed. "Then I saw them. My parents. Rising up from the ground like they were coming back to life." The silence that followed was thick enough to cut with a knife. Ron had stopped mid-chew, his fork hovering in the air. Hermione had gone pale, her lips pressed into a thin line. "That's impossible," Hermione said at last. "People don't just come back from the dead. Not even with magic." "I know it's impossible," Harry said, frustration creeping into his voice. "That's why I didn't say anything. It was just a dream, right? Just my stupid brain playing tricks on me." Except it hadn't felt like a trick. It had felt real, more real than any nightmare he'd ever had. The cold of the graveyard, the smell of rain-soaked earth, the sound of his mother's voice calling his name. "Harry." Hermione's voice had shifted, taking on the careful tone she used when she was about to say something she knew he wouldn't want to hear. "There's something I need to tell you. I wasn't going to, I didn't want to worry you until I was sure." "What is it?" Harry asked sharply. Hermione reached into her bag and pulled out a folded copy of the Daily Prophet. The headline on the front page was massive, the letters so large they nearly blotted out the photo beneath them. "Ministry in crisis, mysterious magical disturbance detected over Godric's Hollow." Harry grabbed the paper, his eyes skimming the article with growing dread. The Ministry's magical sensors had detected an unprecedented surge of energy in the area 3 nights ago. The disturbance had been so powerful that it had caused magical equipment across Britain to malfunction for nearly an hour. Aurors had been dispatched to investigate, but they had found nothing, no trace of dark magic, no signs of an attack, nothing except. Nothing except what? Harry demanded, looking up from the paper. It doesn't say what they found. That's because the Ministry hasn't released that information yet, Hermione said. But my parents have a friend at the Ministry, and he told them that the Aurors who went to Godric's Hollow reported something strange. Something they couldn't explain. What? Ron asked, abandoning his breakfast entirely. Hermione hesitated, clearly weighing her words carefully. They found the Potter grave. It was destroyed, shattered from the inside out. And the bodies were gone. Harry felt the world tilt beneath him. The great hall swam around him, the noise of the students fading to a distant hum. His hand, still gripping the paper, began to tremble. Gone, he repeated. What do you mean, gone? I mean they weren't there, Harry. Hermione's voice was soft, but her eyes were sharp with concern. The coffins were empty. Like something, or someone, had taken them. But that's impossible. Harry burst out, drawing a few curious looks from nearby students. Who would steal my parents' bodies? And for what? Voldemort's dead. He's been dead. For years. A piece of him is still out there though, isn't it? Ron said quietly. We both know that. You've seen him in your dreams, Harry. You've felt him. Harry opened his mouth to argue, but no words came. Because Ron was right. Voldemort might have been defeated, might have been reduced to a wraith-like existence, but he wasn't truly gone. Harry had felt his presence in the graveyard at Little Hangleton, in the corridors of the Ministry, in the darkness of his own mind. Voldemort was still out there, waiting for the chance to rise again. Harry, I know you don't want to hear this, Hermione said, but I think you need to talk to Dumbledore. Whatever happened in Godric's Hollow, it's connected to you. I can feel it. What do you mean, you can feel it? Ron asked, frowning. I mean there's something wrong with the magical balance. Hermione's voice was earnest, desperate almost. The stars have been shifting, the magical signatures are all out of alignment. Something fundamental has changed. And it started the same night you had that dream. Harry stared at her, his mind racing. He wanted to dismiss it, to tell himself that she was overthinking things as usual. But the scar on his forehead was pulsing with a dull, persistent ache, and deep down, he knew she was right. I'll talk to him, he said finally. After class. I'll go to his office. Hermione nodded, relief flooding her features. Good. And Harry, be careful. Whatever's happening, I don't think it's over yet. The rest of the day passed in a blur. Harry attended his classes on autopilot, his mind elsewhere, his scar still throbbing. He answered questions when asked, took notes when prompted, but the words barely registered. All he could think about was the empty grave and the dream that had felt so real. By the time the final bell rang, he was practically vibrating with nervous energy. He made his way through the winding corridors of Hogwarts, ignoring the curious looks from his classmates. Until he reached the gargoyle that guarded the entrance to Dumbledore's office. Acid pops, he said, and the gargoyle sprang aside. The spiral staircase carried him upward, and when he reached the top, he found the door slightly ajar. Through the gap, he could hear voices, Dumbledore's calm, measured tones, and another voice that sent ice through his veins. Albus, you must understand. We didn't ask for this. We don't even know how it happened. The voice was male, young, and achingly familiar. Harry had heard it before, in old photographs, in the mirror of Eriste, in the fragmented memories of his mother's final moments. His father's voice. Harry pushed the door open without thinking, his heart hammering in his chest. Dumbledore was seated behind his desk, his expression grave. And standing before him, their backs to the door, were two figures he had only ever seen in photographs and dreams. "Harry," Dumbledore said, his voice carrying a warning Harry didn't understand. "I wasn't expecting you." But Harry wasn't listening. His eyes were fixed on the figures, who had turned at the sound of the door opening. The man had messy black hair and hazel eyes behind round glasses. The woman had long red hair and green eyes that were the mirror of Harry's own. "Harry," she breathed, her voice barely a whisper. "Oh, Harry." And then she was crossing the room, her arms outstretched, and Harry found himself frozen in place as she wrapped him in a hug that was impossibly warm and impossibly real. "Mom," he heard himself say, his voice cracking. "Dad? Is it really you?" "We're here, Harry," James said, coming to stand beside his wife. "We're really here. We don't know how, but we're here." Harry pulled back from his mother's embrace, his eyes frantically searching their faces. They looked exactly as they had in the photographs, young, vibrant, alive. But there was something else in their eyes, something that Harry couldn't quite identify. A weariness, maybe. A shadow that had nothing to do with age. "How?" he demanded, turning to Dumbledore. "How is this possible? They died. I saw the grave. I saw the—" "We don't know, Harry," Dumbledore said, rising from his desk. He looked older than Harry had ever seen him, the usual twinkle in his eyes replaced by a deep, troubled concern. "Your parents appeared in Godric's Hollow 3 nights ago. They came to me for help, and I have been trying to understand what happened ever since." "But you have theories," James said, his voice flat. "You always have theories, Albus. What are they?" Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. When he spoke, his voice was heavy with reluctance. "The magic that brought you back," he said, "is unlike anything I have ever encountered. It is old magic, ancient magic, the kind that was thought to be lost to the ages. It has no signature, no identifiable source. It simply is." "That's not an answer," Harry said, his voice rising. "That's not an answer at all. Harry." Lily's hand touched his cheek, and he felt the tension in his body ease slightly. "I know this is hard to understand. It's hard for us too. But we're here now. That's what matters." "Right," Harry said, though something in his chest felt cold and wrong. "Right. You're here. That's what matters." But even as he spoke the words, he knew they weren't true. Because there was something else in the room, something that none of them had acknowledged. A presence that had been there since Harry stepped through the door, a presence that was growing stronger with every passing moment. The scar on Harry's forehead burned. "Harry?" Lily's face was concerned. "What's wrong? You've gone pale." "Nothing," Harry lied. "I'm fine." But he wasn't fine. He was 1,000 miles from fine. Because somewhere in the back of his mind, he could hear a voice, a cold, hissing voice that had haunted his nightmares since his first year at Hogwarts. "The Potters are alive," the voice whispered. Asterisk, "and if they can come back, then so can I, asterisk." Harry stumbled backward, his hand flying to his forehead. "Get out," he gasped. "Get out of my head. Harry." James reached for him, but Harry flinched away. "Don't touch me. Don't." But the voice was already fading, retreating back into the shadows of Harry's mind like a predator retreating into the darkness. The scar was still burning, but the pain was manageable now, a dull ache instead of the searing lance of before. "I'm sorry," Harry said, his voice shaking. "I'm sorry. The scar. It was." "We know," Lily said softly. "We know about the scar, Harry. We know everything." And suddenly, Harry felt a surge of anger that surprised him with its intensity. "You know everything?" he repeated. "What do you know? Do you know what it was like for me? Do you know what my life has been like since you died?" Lily flinched as though he had struck her. "Harry. 16 years, Harry continued, his voice rising. 16 years I've been alone. 16 years I've had to deal with everything on my own. The Dursleys, the bullying, the starvation, the constant terror that I was going to be killed by a monster I couldn't even remember. He was shaking now, his hands clenched into fists at his sides. And now you're here. Now you just show up and expect everything to be okay. Harry, we never meant to leave you, James said, his voice thick with emotion. We didn't have a choice. We died to protect you. I know that. Harry shouted. I know. But that doesn't change anything. It doesn't change what I've been through. It doesn't change the fact that I had to fight a basilisk in my second year, or compete in the Triwizard Tournament in my fourth, or watch my godfather fall through the veil in my fifth. It doesn't change any of it. The room fell silent. Harry stood there, breathing heavily, his chest heaving with the force of his outburst. His parents were staring at him, their faces a mixture of shock and grief. Dumbledore looked as though he might be ill. Harry, Lily said finally, her voice barely a whisper. We didn't know. We didn't know any of that. Of course you didn't, Harry said, his anger fading into exhaustion. You were dead. You couldn't know. And now you're back, and I don't know what to do with any of it. He turned away from them, unable to look at their faces any longer. His parents were alive. That was supposed to be a good thing. That was supposed to be everything he had ever wanted. So why did it feel like the beginning of the end? The days that followed were strange and surreal. Harry's parents had been given a private suite of rooms at Hogwarts, courtesy of Dumbledore, who seemed determined to keep them close while he investigated the mystery of their return. The news of their reappearance had been kept from the general student body, though Harry suspected it was only a matter of time before the story leaked. Dumbledore had informed the staff, of course, and Professor McGonagall had taken the news with a stoicism that Harry admired. But the secret couldn't hold forever. Already, Harry had noticed the way Professor Snape watched Lily whenever she passed through the corridors, his dark eyes filled with a complex mixture of longing and guilt that made Harry uncomfortable. James, too, had noticed, and his relationship with the potions master had become even more strained than usual. You need to forgive him, Lily had told James one evening, after Snape had left the room with a curt nod. He made mistakes, just like we all did. He spent years trying to make up for them. He doesn't deserve your forgiveness, James had replied, his jaw tight. He was a Death Eater, Lily. He told Voldemort about the prophecy. He's the reason we're dead. He's also the reason Harry is alive, Lily had countered. He risked everything to protect our son. That has to count for something. James had fallen silent at that, but Harry could tell he was unconvinced. The wounds of the past ran deep. And no amount of good deeds could erase the betrayal that had cost them their lives. Harry, meanwhile, was struggling to adjust to the reality of having parents again. They wanted to spend time with him, to get to know the son they had never been able to raise. And Harry wanted to give them that chance, he truly did. But every moment he spent with them was haunted by the knowledge that they shouldn't be there. The magical imbalance is getting worse, Hermione told him one afternoon, her voice low and urgent. I've been doing some research, and the signs are unmistakable. Something fundamental has been broken, Harry. The natural order of magic has been disrupted. Disrupted how? Harry asked, though he already knew the answer was going to be bad. Imagine a river, Hermione said, leaning forward. A river that's been flowing for thousands of years. The water is always moving, always following the same path. But now imagine someone comes along and builds a dam in the middle of that river. The water has to go somewhere, so it goes around the dam, finding new paths, flooding areas that should never have been flooded. Are you saying my parents are a dam? I'm saying their return has changed the way magic works, Hermione said. The balance has been thrown off. And if it's not fixed, things are going to get a lot worse. Harry absorbed this in silence. He knew Hermione was right, he could feel it in the way his scar throbbed, in the way his dreams had become darker and more frequent. Something had changed, and it wasn't good. But what was he supposed to do about it? His parents were alive. The one thing he had wanted his entire life had finally come true. He couldn't just wish them away, couldn't undo what had been done. Could he? "I need to talk to Dumbledore," he said finally. "If anyone knows what to do, it's him." Hermione nodded, but there was something in her eyes that made Harry uneasy, a flicker of doubt that she was trying to hide. "I'm sure he'll figure it out," she said. "He always does." But her voice was flat, and Harry knew she was lying. Dumbledore's office was dark when Harry entered, the only light coming from the enchanted instruments that lined the shelves. The headmaster was seated at his desk, his face illuminated by the pale glow of a strange, hourglass-shaped device that appeared to be filled with silver sand. "Ah, Harry," Dumbledore said, gesturing for him to sit. "I was expecting you." "You were?" Harry asked, taking the chair opposite. "I was." Dumbledore leaned back, his blue eyes peering at Harry over the rims of his spectacles. "You are troubled, my boy. About your parents' return." "Shouldn't I be?" Harry asked, unable to keep the bitterness from his voice. "My parents are alive. That's supposed to be a good thing. But everything feels wrong. My scar won't stop hurting, the stars are shifting, and Hermione says the magical balance has been broken. How is any of that good?" Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. When he spoke, his voice was heavy with regret. "Your parents' return is a miracle, Harry," he said. "There is no doubt about that. But miracles always come with a price." "What price?" Harry demanded. "What's going to happen?" Dumbledore hesitated, and for a moment, Harry saw something in his eyes that he had never seen before, genuine fear. "I do not know," Dumbledore admitted. "The magic that brought your parents back is ancient and powerful, beyond my understanding. I have been searching for answers, but so far, I have found none." "But there must be something," Harry insisted. "There must be a way to fix this." Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. When he spoke, his voice was barely a whisper. "The only way to fix this," he said, "may be to send your parents back." Harry felt the air leave his lungs. "What?" "You heard me, Harry." Dumbledore's eyes were filled with pain. "The balance has been disrupted. If we cannot find a way to restore it, the consequences could be catastrophic. Voldemort is already stirring, his power growing in response to your parents' return. If he rises again, he'll rise anyway." Harry shouted, jumping to his feet. "He's been rising for years. That's not my parents' fault." "No," Dumbledore agreed. "But their return has accelerated his resurrection. The prophecy that marked you as the chosen one was based on certain conditions, Harry, conditions that no longer exist." Harry froze. "What are you talking about?" "I am talking about the prophecy that set everything in motion," Dumbledore said heavily. "The prophecy that foretold the coming of the Dark Lord's downfall. That prophecy was tied to your parents' deaths, Harry. It was their sacrifice that allowed you to survive, that allowed you to become the chosen one. And now? Now they are alive," Dumbledore said. "The conditions of the prophecy have changed. And I do not know if you can still fulfill it." Harry stared at him, his mind reeling. The prophecy. The chosen one. Everything he had been told, everything he had believed, all of it had been based on his parents' death. "So what you're saying," he said slowly, "is that I'm not the chosen one anymore." "I am saying that I do not know," Dumbledore replied. "But I fear the answer may be yes." Harry sank back into his chair, his legs suddenly unable to hold him. His parents had come back, and in doing so, they had taken everything from him. His destiny. His purpose. His very reason for being. "I need to be alone," he said, his voice hollow. "Harry. I said I need to be alone. He fled the office without looking back, his footsteps echoing through the empty corridors of Hogwarts. His scar was burning, the pain almost unbearable, and in the back of his mind, he could hear a familiar voice laughing. The chosen one is no longer chosen, the voice hissed. How delicious. Harry kept running, trying to outrun the voice, trying to outrun his own thoughts. But they followed him, relentless. And cruel. His parents had come back. His parents were alive. And somehow, that was the worst thing that could have happened. The fire in the Gryffindor common room was dying, its flames reduced to glowing embers that cast long shadows across the walls. Harry sat in the armchair nearest the hearth, his eyes fixed on the dying fire, his mind still churning with everything Dumbledore had told him. I thought I'd find you here. He looked up to find Ron approaching, his expression unusually serious. The red-haired boy sat down in the chair across from him, his eyes searching Harry's face. I heard about the prophecy, Ron said quietly. Hermione told me. She thought you'd need someone to talk to. There's nothing to talk about, Harry said flatly. I'm not the chosen one anymore. That's it. That's the whole story. That's not true and you know it, Ron said. Prophecies are just words, Harry. They don't mean anything unless you make them mean something. Tell that to Voldemort, Harry said bitterly. Tell that to everyone who died because of this stupid prophecy. Tell that to my parents. I can't tell your parents anything, Ron said. They're dead. They're not, Harry snapped. They're alive. That's the whole problem. Ron was silent for a moment. When he spoke, his voice was softer, more careful. Is that really how you feel? That your parents being alive is a problem? Harry opened his mouth to say yes, to say that he wished they had stayed dead, that he wished none of this had ever happened. But the words wouldn't come. Because no matter how complicated everything had become, no matter how much his life had been turned upside down, his parents were alive. They were alive. And somewhere beneath the anger and the confusion and the fear, Harry was glad. I don't know how I feel, he admitted. I'm happy they're alive. I am. But I can't shake the feeling that something's wrong. That this wasn't supposed to happen. Then we'll figure it out. Ron said simply. That's what we do, isn't it? We figure things out. Harry looked at his friend, his best friend, the one who had stood by him through everything, and felt something loosen in his chest. Thanks, Ron, he said. I needed to hear that. Ron shrugged, but his ears had turned pink. That's what friends are for, isn't it? They sat in companionable silence for a while, watching the embers glow and fade. Harry's scar was still throbbing, but it was manageable now, a dull ache rather than a burning pain. Ron, he said finally. Yeah. Everything's going to change now, isn't it? Ron was quiet for a long moment. When he answered, his voice was steady. Yeah, he said. I think it is. Harry nodded, accepting the truth of the words. Everything was going to change. His parents were alive, his destiny was in question, and Voldemort was growing stronger. But for the first time since his parents had returned, Harry felt something other than fear. He felt hope. And that, he decided, was enough. On the other side of the castle, in a dimly lit room that had been specially prepared for them, James and Lily Potter sat together in silence. The reality of their situation was finally beginning to sink in, and neither of them knew how to process it. We should never have come back, James said quietly. We're ruining his life. Don't say that, Lily replied, but her voice lacked conviction. He's our son. He needs us. He needed us 16 years ago, James said. Now he's grown. He's been through so much, Lily. So much we can't even imagine. And we just waltz back into his life and expect him to be grateful? We don't expect anything, Lily said. We just want to be there for him. James shook his head. It's not that simple. Dumbledore told us about the prophecy. About what it means now that we're alive. It doesn't change anything, Lily insisted. Harry is still the chosen one. He's still destined to defeat Voldemort. Is he? James asked. Or is that just what we want to believe? Lily fell silent. She knew he was right. The prophecy had been broken the moment they came back, and there was no telling what would happen now. We need to tell him the truth, James said finally. About what we felt when we came back. About the darkness that's been following us. And say what? Lily demanded. That we feel wrong. That we don't belong here. That we think we might have been brought back for a reason that has nothing to do with him. Maybe, James said. Maybe that's exactly what we need to say. Lily shook her head. Not yet. He's not ready. And neither are we. James opened his mouth to argue, then closed it again. He knew she was right. They weren't ready. They might never be ready. But the truth was waiting, patient and inevitable, and sooner or later, they would have to face it. Whatever happens, James said, reaching for her hand, we face it together. Like we always have. Lily squeezed his fingers, drawing strength from the familiar warmth of his palm. Together, she agreed. Always. The fire in the hearth flickered, and for just a moment, the shadows on the wall seemed to take the shape of a serpent. But neither of them noticed. And the darkness continued to grow. End of Chapter 2. Chapter 3, The Reunion. The morning after Harry's conversation with Dumbledore, the castle seemed different. Not in any obvious way, the stone walls were still the same gray, the portraits still chattered in their frames, and the enchanted ceiling still reflected the overcast sky outside. But there was a tension in the air, a subtle wrongness that Harry couldn't quite identify. It was like walking into a room where an argument had just taken place, the echoes of raised voices still lingering in the corners. Harry made his way to the great hall for breakfast, his scar still throbbing with that familiar, dull ache. He'd barely slept the night before, his mind churning with everything Dumbledore had told him. The prophecy. The changing conditions. The possibility that he was no longer the chosen one. Harry. Over here. Ron was waving from the Gryffindor table, his face bright with excitement. Hermione sat beside him, her nose buried in a book as usual, but she looked up as Harry approached, her expression one of barely contained curiosity. You're not going to believe what happened, Ron said, practically bouncing in his seat. Snape was actually civil to someone this morning. Civil. I thought I was hallucinating. Ron, that's not why we need to talk to Harry, Hermione said, closing her book with a snap. She turned to Harry, her eyes sharp and assessing. We heard something else. Something important. What is it? Harry asked, sliding onto the bench. His appetite was still absent, but he grabbed a piece of toast anyway, more to have something to do with his hands than from any desire to eat. Your parents, Hermione said, lowering her voice. They've been asking about you. They want to see you again. Dumbledore told them you needed space, but they're your parents. They want to be part of your life. Harry felt his stomach clench. He'd known this was coming, had known he couldn't avoid his parents forever. But the thought of facing them again, of trying to pretend that everything was normal when nothing was, made him want to crawl back into bed and never come out. They want to have dinner with you, Hermione continued. Tonight. In the private suite Dumbledore gave them. They asked me to tell you. How did they ask you? Harry asked, frowning. You've never even met them. They came to find me, Hermione admitted. They heard about the study group I've been running and wanted to ask me some questions about your life at Hogwarts. They want to know everything, Harry. They've missed so much. Harry stared at his toast, his appetite completely gone. His parents wanted to know about his life. They wanted to make up for lost time. It was what any normal person would want in their situation. But Harry wasn't normal. He never had been. "I'll go," he said finally. "Tonight. After classes." Ron and Hermione exchanged a look that Harry couldn't quite read, but they said nothing. They didn't need to. Harry knew what they were thinking, that this was a good thing, that having his parents back was a miracle he should be grateful for. And he was grateful. He was. But that didn't make it easy. The rest of the day crawled by with agonizing slowness. Harry attended his classes, answered questions when called upon, and tried to pretend that everything was normal. But his mind was elsewhere, caught in a whirlwind of emotions he couldn't quite sort through. By the time the final bell rang, he was almost relieved. The waiting was over. Now he just had to face his parents and figure out what to say. The private suite Dumbledore had given the Potters was located in one of the lesser-used towers of the castle, a cozy set of rooms that had been magically expanded to provide all the comforts of home. Harry had only visited once before, on the night of their return, and the memory of that visit was still sharp and painful. He knocked on the door, his heart pounding in his chest. A moment later, the door swung open to reveal Lily's face, her green eyes bright with hope and nervousness. "Harry," she breathed. "You came." "Of course I came," Harry said, forcing a smile. "You asked me to." Lily stepped aside, and Harry entered the suite. It was warm and welcoming, with a crackling fire in the hearth and the smell of something delicious wafting from the small kitchen area. James stood near the fireplace, his hands shoved in his pockets, his expression a careful mask of calm. "Hi, son," he said, his voice gruff with emotion. "Hi, Dad," Harry replied. And then they were all standing there, three strangers who were supposed to be a family, not knowing what to say to each other. "Sit down, please," Lily said, gesturing toward the small dining table that had been set up near the window. "I've made dinner. Nothing fancy, just, well, I used to be good at cooking, and I thought. It smells great," Harry said, taking a seat. "Really?" Lily beamed at him, and Harry felt something loosen in his chest. She was so eager to please, so desperate to make up for lost time. It was almost heartbreaking. The dinner was a simple affair: roast chicken, mashed potatoes, and vegetables that had been prepared with obvious care. Harry ate mechanically, answering questions about his classes and his friends and his life at Hogwarts. His parents hung on his every word, their eyes filled with a mixture of wonder and regret. "I can't believe how much you've grown," Lily said, shaking her head. "The last time I saw you, you were just a baby. You could barely walk." "I've done a lot of growing since then," Harry said, a hint of bitterness creeping into his voice. "Had to. There wasn't anyone else to take care of me." The words hung in the air, heavy and accusatory. Lily's face crumpled, and James looked away, his jaw tight. "We know, Harry," James said quietly. "We know we failed you. We died. We didn't have a choice. But we know." "It's not your fault," Harry said quickly, guilt washing over him. "I didn't mean, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said that." "It's okay," Lily said, her voice wavering. "You have every right to be angry. We abandoned you. Even if it wasn't our choice, we still abandoned you." "You didn't abandon me," Harry insisted. "You died protecting me. There's a difference." "Is there?" James asked, his eyes meeting Harry's. "We left you alone. We left you to face everything by yourself. And from what we've heard, you've faced a lot." Harry didn't know what to say to that. Because James was right. He had faced a lot. And every time he'd faced something terrible, he'd wished his parents were there to help him. But they hadn't been. They couldn't have been. They were dead. Until now. "I don't know how to do this," Harry admitted, his voice barely above a whisper. "I don't know how to be a son. I never had the chance to learn. Neither do we, Lily said, reaching across the table to take his hand. We don't know how to be parents. But we want to learn. We want to try. Harry looked at her hand, soft and warm, so different from the rough, calloused hands of the Dursleys, and felt something break inside him. I want that too, he said. I want to try. The tears came then, hot and unexpected, streaming down his face. He tried to wipe them away, embarrassed by the display of emotion, but he couldn't stop them. His mother was crying too, and even James had to blink rapidly to keep his composure. They sat there for a long moment, crying and holding hands and trying to piece together the fragments of a family that had been shattered 16 years ago. And for just a moment, everything felt right. The weeks that followed were a blur of tentative steps and awkward moments. Harry spent as much time with his parents as he could, trying to make up for the lost years. They told him stories about their time at Hogwarts, about their friends Sirius and Remus and Peter, about the pranks they'd pulled and the adventures they'd shared. Harry listened, fascinated, and told them stories of his own, about the Philosopher's Stone and the Chamber of Secrets, about the Triwizard Tournament and the Department of Mysteries. His parents listened with rapt attention, their faces shifting between horror and pride as they heard about everything their son had been through. You fought a basilisk? James asked incredulously. With a sword? At 12 years old? Technically, the sword was possessed by Fawkes, Harry said. And the basilisk was blind. That helped. Helped, James repeated weakly. You killed a giant snake with a magical sword and you say it helped. It did, Harry insisted. If it had been able to see me, I'd have been dead in seconds. James shook his head, a helpless laugh escaping him. You're something else, Harry. You really are. Harry shrugged, but he couldn't help the small smile that tugged at his lips. It felt good to be praised by his father, to have someone proud of him. He'd never had that before, not really. The Dursleys had never had anything good to say about him, and while his teachers and friends had been supportive, it wasn't the same as having a parent's approval. I'm proud of you, Lily said softly, as if reading his thoughts. So proud. You've done so much, Harry. More than anyone could have expected. It wasn't always by choice, Harry admitted. Most of it just sort of happened. I didn't ask to be the chosen one. I know, Lily said. And I'm sorry. We never wanted that for you. We just wanted you to be safe. Harry nodded, accepting the words for what they were. He knew his parents hadn't asked for any of this. They hadn't asked to die, hadn't asked to come back, hadn't asked to turn his life upside down. But they were here now. And they were trying. That had to be enough. The cracks began to show in small ways. At first, Harry barely noticed them. A strange look from his father when he mentioned Voldemort's name. A flicker of something cold in his mother's eyes when she talked about the prophecy. Small things, easily dismissed. But they grew. Harry, we need to talk to you about something. It was a few weeks after the first dinner. Harry had come to visit his parents as usual, but the atmosphere in the room was different. James and Lily were sitting on the sofa, their expressions carefully neutral, and Harry felt a prickle of unease crawl down his spine. What's wrong? He asked, taking a seat across from them. There's something we haven't told you, James said. Something about the night we came back. Harry's heart began to race. What is it? Lily reached for James's hand, her grip tight. When we woke up in the graveyard, we felt something. A presence. Like something was watching us. It was dark, James continued. Powerful. We couldn't identify it, but we knew it was there. And we knew it was connected to our return. Harry felt the blood drain from his face. Something brought you back. Something other than magic. We don't know, Lily said, her voice trembling. We don't know what it was. But it felt wrong. Wrong in a way we can't explain. Harry stared at them, his mind racing. Something had brought his parents back. Something dark and powerful. Something that had been watching them. What do you think it was? He asked carefully. Voldemort? We don't know, James repeated. But we can't rule it out. Harry was silent for a long moment, processing the information. His parents had been brought back by something dark. Something connected to Voldemort. It was a terrifying thought, and yet. Why didn't you tell me this before? He asked, his voice flat. We didn't want to worry you, Lily admitted. We thought it might be nothing. We thought if we ignored it, it would go away. But it hasn't gone away, has it? Harry pressed. It's still there. You can still feel it. His parents exchanged a look, and Harry knew he was right. The presence was still there, lurking in the shadows, waiting for something. We need to tell Dumbledore, Harry said firmly. If there's something dark connected to your return, he needs to know. We already told him, James said. That's why he's been investigating. But he hasn't found anything. Nothing? Harry asked, incredulous. After all this time? Nothing, Lily confirmed. Whoever, or whatever, brought us back is very good at hiding their tracks. Harry slumped back in his chair, his mind churning. His parents were alive, but they were connected to something dark. Something that might be trying to destroy everything he'd fought for. And there was nothing he could do about it. The dream started again that night. Harry was back in the graveyard. Standing before his parents' shattered tombstone. The air was cold and still, and the stars overhead pulsed with that strange, rhythmic light. Harry. He turned to find his parents standing behind him, their faces pale and hollow. They looked wrong somehow, their eyes too bright and their smiles too wide. Mom. Dad. What's wrong? We have something to tell you, Lily said, her voice echoing strangely. Something important. What is it? James stepped forward, his hand reaching out to touch Harry's face. But when he got close, Harry could see that his skin was wrong, pale and cracked, like old parchment. We shouldn't be here, James said. We don't belong. Don't say that, Harry said, stepping back. You belong here. You belong with me. We don't belong, Lily repeated, her voice becoming distorted. We were never meant to come back. And now everything is broken. The graveyard began to warp around him, the headstones twisting into grotesque shapes. The sky turned red, and the ground opened up beneath his feet. Harry, his parents called in unison. Harry, help us. Help us escape. And then they were gone, and Harry was falling into darkness. He woke with a gasp, his body drenched in sweat. The scar on his forehead was burning, and in the back of his mind, he could hear that familiar, hissing voice. The Potters are a mistake, it whispered. Asterisk a flaw in the fabric of reality. And I will use them to destroy everything you love, asterisk. Harry sat bolt upright in bed, his heart pounding. The voice faded, but the terror remained. Something was very, very wrong. The next morning, Harry sought out Hermione in the library. She was hunched over a stack of books, her quill moving furiously across a piece of parchment. Hermione, I need to talk to you. She looked up, her eyes widening at the sight of his haggard face. Harry, what happened? You look terrible. I had another dream, he said, sitting down across from her. About my parents. They said they shouldn't have come back. That they don't belong here. Hermione's face went pale. And you think this was a vision? Like the ones you've had about Voldemort? I don't know, Harry admitted. It felt different. Less real. But also, more. Like they were trying to tell me something. Hermione was silent for a moment, her brow furrowed in thought. The prophecy, she said finally. You said Dumbledore told you the conditions had changed. I know, Harry said. That's what I've been thinking about. What if my parents' return is connected to the prophecy? What if they were brought back specifically to break it? Break it? Hermione repeated, horrified. But why would anyone want to break it? Harry didn't answer. He didn't need to. They both knew who would want to break the prophecy, the same person who had been trying to destroy it for years. Voldemort. The days continued, and the dreams continued with them. Harry grew paler, more exhausted, his concentration slipping in class. Ron and Hermione watched him with growing concern, but Harry waved off their questions. He didn't want to talk about it. Couldn't talk about it. Because the more he thought about it, the more he realized that the dreams were true. His parents didn't belong here. They had been brought back by something dark, something that had its own agenda. And the more Harry tried to reconnect with them, the more he realized that something was wrong. It was small things, at first. A moment when James's voice would go flat, lacking the warmth that had been there before. A flicker in Lily's eyes, like a shadow passing over her face. They were subtle, almost unnoticeable, but Harry was paying attention now. Harry, you're not listening. He blinked, looking up to find his mother watching him with a mixture of concern and frustration. They were in her suite again, having tea together. I'm sorry, Harry said. I'm just tired. You've been tired a lot lately, Lily observed. Are you sleeping okay? No, Harry admitted. I've been having dreams. Strange ones. What kind of dreams? James asked, his voice suddenly sharp. Harry hesitated. He didn't want to tell them the truth, that he dreamed of them, dying, over and over again. That he dreamed of something dark and formless watching from the shadows. That he dreamed of things he couldn't put into words. Just bad dreams, he said finally. Nothing specific. James and Lily exchanged a look that made Harry's stomach clench. It was the same look they always exchanged when they were hiding something from him. Harry, there's something we need to tell you, Lily said, her voice carefully neutral. Something important. What is it? Remember when we told you about the presence we felt? The night we came back. Harry nodded, his heart beginning to race. It's gotten stronger, James said. Much stronger. We can feel it all the time now. What does it want? Harry demanded. Does it want to hurt you? We don't know, Lily admitted. It won't speak to us, won't show itself. But it's there. Watching. Harry felt a chill run down his spine. His parents were being watched by something dark and mysterious, and there was nothing he could do to help them. I'll talk to Dumbledore, he said firmly. He'll know what to do. We already talked to him, James said. He's working on it. But he hasn't found anything. Harry nodded, accepting the words. But inside, he was seething with frustration. Why was it always like this? Why was every solution always just out of reach? We should go, Harry said abruptly, standing up. I have homework. Harry, Lily started, but Harry was already walking toward the door. I'll come back tomorrow, he said. I promise. And then he fled, his footsteps echoing in the corridor as he ran from the room, and the fear and the terrible, creeping certainty that something was very, very wrong. Harry didn't come back the next day. Or the day after that. He made excuses, homework. Quidditch, meetings with Dumbledore, but the truth was simpler, he was afraid. Afraid of what he'd find if he looked too closely. Afraid of the shadows in his parents' eyes. Afraid of the dreams that wouldn't stop. His parents didn't push. They sent him notes, small and hesitant, asking how he was and when he'd visit. Harry responded with brief, non-committal answers, never making any promises. And the distance between them grew. Harry, you need to talk to them. It was Ron who finally cornered him, a few days later. They were alone in the Gryffindor common room, the fire crackling in the hearth. I've been talking to them, Harry said defensively. I've been sending them letters. That's not what I mean and you know it, Ron said. You're avoiding them. Your parents. The people who came back from the dead just to be with you. I'm not avoiding them, Harry protested weakly. I'm just busy. You're not busy, you're scared, Ron said bluntly. You're scared because you think something's wrong with them. And maybe there is. But avoiding them isn't going to fix it. Harry stared at his friend, frustration and guilt warring in his chest. Ron was right, of course he was right. But that didn't make it easy. I'm just not sure I can face them, Harry admitted. Not with everything that's going on. The dreams, the scar, the prophecy. The prophecy that might not even apply anymore, Ron said. The prophecy that Dumbledore said was broken. Do you really want to let that ruin the only chance you've ever had to have a family? Harry opened his mouth to argue, but the words died in his throat. Because Ron was right. He'd wanted a family his entire life. And now he had one. But at what cost? The next morning, Harry made his way to his parents' suite. His hands were shaking, and he felt like he was walking to his own execution, but he forced himself to keep moving. Mom. Dad. The door swung open, and Harry stepped inside. His parents were there. Sitting on the sofa as if they'd been waiting for him. Harry, Lily said, her voice warm. We're so glad you came. I'm sorry I haven't visited, Harry said. I've been busy. We understand, James said. You're a busy young man. You have a life of your own. Harry nodded, but he couldn't meet their eyes. Because he knew they were lying. They didn't understand. They couldn't. Mom, Dad, I need to ask you something, he said finally. Something important. Of course, Lily said. Anything. The night you came back, Harry said carefully. The presence you felt. Did it say anything to you? Anything at all? James and Lily exchanged a look, that same look they always exchanged when they were hiding something. No, Lily said. It didn't speak. But you felt it, Harry pressed. Felt it watching. Yes, James admitted. We felt it. And what did it feel like? Harry asked. Was it evil? Was it? Harry, we don't know, Lily interrupted, her voice sharp. We've told you everything we know. Harry fell silent, his suspicions growing. His parents were hiding something. He was sure of it. Okay, he said. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to push. It's okay, Lily said, her voice softening. We know you're worried. We're worried too. Harry nodded, forcing a smile. And for the rest of his visit, he acted as though everything was fine. But inside, he was seething with doubt. Something was wrong. And his parents weren't telling him what. The dreams grew worse. Harry dreamed of his parents walking through Godric's Hollow, their hands clasped, their eyes full of love. He dreamed of them dying, again and again, their bodies falling to the ground as the green light consumed them. And he dreamed of the presence that had brought them back. It was formless, shapeless, a darkness that filled every corner of his mind. It didn't speak, didn't move, but Harry could feel it watching him. Judging him. Waiting for the right moment to strike. Harry. The voice came from the darkness, soft and familiar. Harry turned, searching for the source. Who's there? Who are you? I'm you. Harry blinked, and suddenly he was looking at his own face, but wrong. The eyes were too bright, the smile too wide. You're not me, Harry said. Who are you? I'm the person you're going to become, the other Harry said. The person your parents' return will force you to be. What are you talking about? You'll see, the other Harry said. When the time comes, you'll see. And then the dream ended, and Harry woke screaming. He's getting worse, Ron said, pacing in front of the fire. He barely sleeps, barely eats. Something has to change. I agree, Hermione said. But what can we do? He won't talk to us about what's really going on. He won't talk to anyone, Ron said. Not even his parents. I went to see them yesterday, asked if they could help. And they said he's been avoiding them. They're worried too. Hermione sighed, sinking into a chair. There has to be something we can do. Something we can say to make him understand. Maybe there isn't, Ron said quietly. Maybe this is something he has to figure out on his own. Hermione looked at him, her eyes filled with doubt. But she didn't argue. Because she knew he was right. Some battles had to be fought alone. Harry sat in the darkness of his dormitory, his scar throbbing, his mind churning. The dreams had been relentless, but they'd also been revealing. Something was coming. Something dark and powerful. And Harry had no idea how to stop it. Your parents don't belong here. The voice came from the shadows, soft and familiar. Harry turned to find a figure standing in the corner, a figure with messy black hair and bright green eyes. Who are you? Harry demanded. What do you want? I want to help you, the figure said. I want to give you the truth. What truth? The figure stepped forward, and Harry gasped. It was himself, his own face, his own body. But there was something different about him. Something ancient and powerful. The truth about your parents, the other Harry said. The truth about why they came back. Tell me, Harry breathed. Please. The other Harry smiled, a sad, knowing smile that made Harry's blood run cold. Their return was a mistake, he said. A flaw in the fabric of reality. And if you don't fix it, everything you love will be destroyed. Harry stared at him, his mind reeling. How do I fix it? How do I make it right? You know how, the other Harry said softly. You've always known. And then he was gone, and Harry was alone in the darkness. The next morning, Harry didn't go to his parents' suite. He didn't go to breakfast. He didn't go to class. Instead, he went to Dumbledore's office. Harry, Dumbledore said, looking up from his desk. What brings you here? I need to ask you something, Harry said. About the prophecy. Dumbledore's expression grew grave. I thought we discussed this. We discussed the conditions, Harry said. But we didn't discuss the consequences. What happens if the prophecy is broken? Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. When he spoke, his voice was heavy with regret. If the prophecy is broken, Harry, everything it foretold will be undone. The power the Dark Lord knows not, the ability to defeat him, all of it will be lost. And Voldemort will win. He will have a chance, Dumbledore admitted. A very good chance. Harry nodded, accepting the words. He'd known this was coming. He'd felt it in his bones. Then I need to fix it, he said. I need to find a way to restore the prophecy. Dumbledore sighed. Harry, I don't know if that's possible. The conditions have changed irrevocably. Then I'll find a way, Harry said firmly. Whatever it takes. He turned and walked out of the office, his mind made up. His parents' return had broken the prophecy. It had changed his destiny. And if he wanted to stop Voldemort, he had to fix it. Somehow, someway, he had to find a way to restore the balance. Even if it meant losing his parents all over again. The thought made his chest ache with a pain so sharp it nearly brought him to his knees. But he pushed it down, burying it deep where it couldn't hurt him. His parents were alive. His parents were back. And no matter what happened, he would protect them. Even from himself. Even from the truth. End of Chapter 3. Chapter 4, Dumbledore's Suspicion. The headmaster's office had never felt so cold. Albus Dumbledore sat behind his massive oak desk, his long fingers steepled beneath his chin, his blue eyes fixed on the ancient, hourglass-shaped device that had been spinning ceaselessly for the past 3 weeks. The silver sand within it should have flowed smoothly from one chamber to the next, marking the passage of time in the steady, predictable rhythm that had governed magical measurement for centuries. Instead, it swirled in chaotic eddies, sometimes flowing backward, sometimes freezing entirely, occasionally emitting a faint, discordant hum that set Dumbledore's teeth on edge. He had not slept properly since the night James and Lily Potter had returned from the dead. "I'm telling you, Albus, something is very wrong." Minerva McGonagall stood before his desk, her arms crossed tightly over her chest, her tartan robes rustling with barely suppressed agitation. She had been the one to bring him the latest reports from the Ministry, and the news was not good. The Department of Mysteries has recorded 17 separate magical anomalies in the past week alone, she continued, her Scottish accent growing more pronounced as her frustration mounted. Unspeakables are in a state of near panic. They've never seen anything like it. Dumbledore nodded slowly, his gaze still fixed on the hourglass. 17 anomalies, he repeated. And yet, they cannot identify the source. They cannot identify anything, McGonagall said flatly. The magic is ancient, Albus. Older than anything they've encountered. It leaves no trace, no signature, no pattern. It simply is. Like the magic that brought the Potters back. Precisely. Dumbledore finally looked up from the hourglass, his expression carefully neutral. Minerva had been his closest colleague for decades, his most trusted ally in the endless battle against the darkness. If anyone could help him unravel this mystery, it was her. "Tell me what you observed during your meetings with James and Lily," he said. "You've spent more time with them than anyone else, aside from myself and Harry." McGonagall hesitated, her lips pressing into a thin line. She had always been a woman of impeccable discretion, careful to keep her observations to herself until she was certain of her conclusions. But Dumbledore could see the conflict in her eyes, the struggle between loyalty and truth. "They are different," she said finally. "Not in obvious ways. They look the same, sound the same, even move the same. But there are moments, fleeting, barely perceptible, when something else peeks through." "Something else?" McGonagall's jaw tightened. "A coldness. A distance. As though they are not entirely present in their own bodies. I have seen it in Lily's eyes when she speaks of Harry's childhood. She expresses sorrow, of course, but there is a flatness beneath it. A lack of genuine emotion. And James? He is worse." McGonagall's voice dropped. "He has been having episodes. Moments when his eyes go dark and his voice changes, becomes deeper, more resonant. It lasts only a few seconds, and he never seems to remember it afterward, but I have seen it 3 times now." Dumbledore felt a cold knot form in his stomach. He had suspected something like this, had feared it even, but hearing it confirmed by someone as trustworthy as Minerva made it real in a way that his own observations never could. "The presence," he murmured. "The presence they spoke of. It is not merely watching them, it is influencing them. Possessing them?" McGonagall asked sharply. "I do not believe so. Not fully, at least. But there is something within them, something that was not there before. Something that is growing stronger." The hourglass on his desk began to spin faster, its discordant hum rising to a keening wail. Dumbledore reached out and placed his hand on the glass, and the device immediately fell silent. "Albus," McGonagall said quietly. "What is happening to them?" Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. When he spoke, his voice was heavy with the weight of centuries. "I believe," he said carefully, "that James and Lily Potter were not brought back by magic alone. I believe they were brought back by something older. Something darker. Something that has its own agenda." "What agenda?" "I do not know yet. But I intend to find out." The restricted section of the Hogwarts library was dark and dusty, its shelves crammed with books that had not been touched in decades. The air was thick with the smell of old parchment and fading magic, and the only light came from the dim glow of a few enchanted candles that flickered weakly in their holders. Dumbledore moved through the stacks with the practiced ease of a man who had spent more than a century in these halls. His robes brushed against the dusty floor, his footsteps barely audible on the worn stone. He was looking for something specific, a book he had not opened in over 50 years, a book he had hoped never to open again. The Necronomicon of Ancient Magics was bound in what appeared to be human skin, its pages yellowed and cracked with age. Dumbledore had acquired it in his youth, during a dangerous expedition into the catacombs beneath Cairo, and he had kept it hidden ever since, knowing that its contents were too dangerous for general consumption. He carried it to a small reading table in the corner of the section and opened it with trembling hands. The text was written in a language that predated human civilization, its symbols shifting and writhing on the page as though they were alive. On the return of the dead, the first chapter began. Or, the price of reversing the irreversible. Dumbledore read for hours, his eyes growing strained, his mind filling with terrible possibilities. The book detailed dozens of methods for raising the dead, each one more horrific than the last. But the one that caught his attention was a ritual that had been banned by every magical government in existence, a ritual that was said to be the most dangerous and unpredictable of all. The sacrifice of destiny, he murmured, his voice barely a whisper. To restore what was lost, one must give up what is yet to come. The ritual required a sacrifice, not of blood or life, but of potential. It required the willing surrender of a destiny that had not yet been fulfilled, a future that had not yet come to pass. In exchange, the dead could be returned, their lives restored as though they had never been taken. But the price? Dumbledore read on, his heart growing heavier with every page. The price of the ritual was not merely the sacrifice of one's own destiny. It was the sacrifice of all connected destinies, the unraveling of the threads that bound the future together. The ritual did not simply bring the dead back, it rewrote the fabric of reality itself. If someone performed this ritual, he whispered, they would have to give up everything they were meant to become. But they would also take everything from everyone else. The implications were staggering. If someone had brought the Potters back using the sacrifice of destiny, then Harry's prophecy had been sacrificed as well. The chosen one's destiny had been traded away, piece by piece, to pay for the return of his parents. But who would do such a thing? And why? Dumbledore closed the book, his hands shaking. He had to find the answers. He had to protect Harry. But he was beginning to suspect that the answers would be far more terrible than anything he could imagine. The next morning, Dumbledore called a meeting of the Order of the Phoenix. They gathered in the kitchen of number 12, Grimmauld Place, the old black family home that had served as their headquarters during the First War. The room was crowded with familiar faces, Remus Lupin, his face lined with worry, Nymphadora Tonks, her hair a nervous shade of purple, Kingsley Shacklebolt, his expression grim, Arthur and Molly Weasley, their hands clasped tightly together. And in the corner, standing apart from the others, was Sirius Black. He had not spoken much since learning of James and Lily's return. His face was pale, his eyes hollow, his usual bravado replaced by a profound, unnerving stillness. He had not yet seen his friends, had refused every invitation, every plea to meet with them. And Dumbledore understood why. Sirius had spent 12 years in Azkaban, tortured by the belief that he had failed James and Lily. He had spent the years since trying to make up for that failure, trying to protect their son, trying to honor their memory. And now they were back, alive and breathing, and Sirius did not know what to do with that. "Thank you all for coming," Dumbledore said, his voice carrying through the room. "I know the situation is difficult, and I know many of you have questions. I will answer as many as I can, but I must ask for your patience. There are things I do not yet understand myself." "Start with the basics," Kingsley said. "How did they come back? And who brought them?" "I believe they were brought back by a ritual known as the Sacrifice of Destiny," Dumbledore said. It is an ancient, forbidden magic that allows the dead to be returned in exchange for the surrender of a destined future. The room went silent. Arthur Weasley's face had gone pale, and Molly was gripping his arms so tightly her knuckles were white. That's impossible, Remus said, his voice barely above a whisper. That ritual was destroyed. It was wiped from the face of the earth by the International Confederation of Wizards in 1702. Not entirely, Dumbledore said grimly. I have a copy in my possession. I acquired it many years ago, and I have kept it hidden, knowing its power. But if I could find a copy, so could someone else. Who? Tonks demanded. Who would want to bring the Potters back? Voldemort is dead, or as good as dead. There's no reason. Voldemort may be weakened, Dumbledore interrupted, but he is not gone. And I believe he is connected to this in ways we do not yet understand. Sirius finally spoke, his voice raw and rough. What are you saying, Albus? That you know who brought James and Lily back? That he's using them? I am saying that Voldemort's power has been growing since the night of their return, Dumbledore said. I am saying that the magical balance has been disrupted, and the Dark Lord is taking advantage of that disruption. Whether he orchestrated the return or is simply exploiting it, I do not yet know. But you suspect, Sirius pressed. You suspect he had something to do with it. Dumbledore met his eyes, and for a moment, the weight of his age and wisdom was visible in his gaze. Yes, he said softly. I suspect. The meeting continued for hours, the Order members arguing and debating, trying to make sense of the impossible. By the time it ended, they had agreed on a course of action. They would monitor the Potters, protect them from any threats, and investigate the source of their return. But Sirius hung back as the others filed out, his face unreadable. Albus, he said quietly. I need to see them. Dumbledore studied him for a long moment. Are you sure, Sirius? You have been avoiding them for weeks. And I must warn you, they are not the same people you knew. I know, Sirius said. Remus told me. He said they seem different. Changed. They are changed, Dumbledore agreed. The ritual that brought them back has left its mark on them. They are not entirely themselves. Sirius closed his eyes, his jaw tightening. I don't care. I need to see them. I need to know for myself. Dumbledore nodded slowly. I will arrange a meeting. But Sirius, be careful. What you find may not be what you hoped for. I know, Sirius said. I know. And he walked out of the room, his footsteps echoing in the empty house. The meeting was set for 3 days later, in a private room at the Leaky Cauldron. Sirius arrived early, his hands shaking, his heart pounding. He had not been this nervous since the day he'd escaped Azkaban, since the day he'd learned that Peter Pettigrew was alive and the truth of James and Lily's death had been revealed. He waited at a small table in the corner, his eyes fixed on the door. The minutes crawled by, each one an eternity. And then the door opened, and James and Lily walked in. For a moment, Sirius couldn't breathe. They looked exactly as he remembered them, James with his messy hair and cocky grin, Lily with her fiery hair and gentle smile. They were the same people he had loved, the same people he had mourned for 16 years. Sirius, James said, his voice warm. It's so good to see you. Sirius stood up, his legs barely supporting him. James, he managed. Lily. I don't know what to say. Just say you're happy to see us, Lily said, crossing the room to embrace him. That's all we need. Sirius hugged her back, his eyes burning with unshed tears. He hugged James too, clapping him on the back, trying to find the words to express everything he was feeling. But as they sat down and began to talk, something began to feel wrong. James was laughing at his jokes, smiling at his stories, but there was something off about it. His laughter was a beat too late, his smile a fraction too fixed. And his eyes, Sirius had known James for nearly 2 decades, and he had never seen that look in his eyes before. A look of cold detachment, as though he were watching himself from a great distance. "James," Sirius said carefully, "are you feeling all right?" "Never better," James said, but his voice was hollow. "Why do you ask?" "Just, you seem different. Tired, maybe." "I'm fine," James said firmly. "I'm just glad to see you." Lily nodded in agreement, but she didn't meet Sirius's eyes. She was looking past him, her gaze fixed on something he couldn't see. "Sirius," she said softly, "we need to talk to you about something. Something important." "Of course," Sirius said, leaning forward. "Anything." Lily hesitated, her fingers twisting in her lap. "It's about Harry. We're worried about him." "Harry?" Sirius repeated, frowning. "What about him?" "He's been distant lately," James said. "Ever since we came back. He barely visits us, barely talks to us. We don't know what we've done wrong." "Nothing," Sirius assured them. "Harry loves you. He's wanted you back his whole life. He's probably just overwhelmed." "Or maybe it's something else," Lily said, her voice growing strange. "Maybe he knows something he's not telling us." Sirius felt a chill run down his spine. "What do you mean?" Lily met his eyes, and for just a moment, he saw something in them that made his blood run cold. A flicker of darkness, a hint of something ancient and terrible. "Maybe he knows we don't belong here," she whispered. "Maybe he knows we're not supposed to exist." The words hung in the air, heavy and terrible. Sirius stared at her, his mind racing, his heart pounding. "Lily," he said carefully, "what are you talking about?" But Lily just shook her head, her expression clearing as though a cloud had passed. "I'm sorry," she said. "I don't know why I said that. I've been so tired lately." "We both have." "It's the stress," James agreed. "The return has been harder than we expected." Sirius nodded, but he didn't believe them. Something was wrong. Something was very, very wrong. He found Dumbledore in his office that night, his face pale. And his eyes haunted. "Albus," he said, his voice shaking. "I saw them. I talked to them. And you were right. Something is wrong with them." Dumbledore nodded slowly. "I suspected as much. It's not just the coldness," Sirius continued. "It's not just the distance. There's something in them, Albus. Something dark. Something that's not them." Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. When he spoke, his voice was heavy with regret. "I believe you're right, Sirius. And I believe I know what it is." Sirius stared at him. "What?" "The ritual that brought them back," Dumbledore said carefully. "I have been researching it extensively. It is not simply a matter of reversing death. It is a matter of rewriting destiny. And when a destiny is rewritten, something else is written in its place." "Written in its place?" Dumbledore met his eyes. "When the dead are returned, something must take the place of what was lost. Something dark. Something that should never have been released." Sirius felt his blood run cold. "You're saying they've been corrupted? That something evil is inside them?" "I am saying that the magic that brought them back is not natural," Dumbledore said. "And that magic is changing them. Slowly, but inexorably." "Can we stop it?" Sirius demanded. "Can we save them?" Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. When he answered, his voice was barely a whisper. "I do not know," he admitted. "But I am going to try." The investigation continued, but the answers remained elusive. Dumbledore spent hours in the restricted section, poring over ancient texts and forbidden knowledge. He consulted with experts from around the world, exchanging letters with scholars who had dedicated their lives to understanding the mysteries of life and death. He even reached out to the centaurs, hoping their wisdom might shed light on the situation. But nothing worked. The magic that had brought the Potters back was beyond anything he had ever encountered, its origins lost to the depths of time. And all the while, the anomalies grew worse. The magical balance continued to shift, the stars continued to pulse with that strange, rhythmic light, and Voldemort's power continued to grow. It was only a matter of time before the situation spiraled out of control. "Albus, we need to act." It was Severus Snape who brought him the news, his pale face drawn and haggard. He had been spying on the Death Eaters, using his position as a double agent to gather information, and what he had learned was worse than anything Dumbledore had expected. "Voldemort is planning something," Snape said. "Something big. He has been gathering followers, consolidating power. He believes the Potter's return is a sign that the old order is crumbling." "And does he know why they returned?" Dumbledore asked. "No," Snape admitted. "But he suspects it has something to do with the prophecy. He believes the prophecy has been broken, and he intends to take advantage of that." Dumbledore nodded slowly, his mind churning. Voldemort was moving, just as he had feared. And if the prophecy was truly broken, there might be nothing they could do to stop him. But there was one thing he could still do. One person he could still protect. "We need to tell Harry," he said. "The full truth. Whatever he decides to do with it, he deserves to know." Snape's expression flickered with something that might have been concern. "Are you sure, Albus? The boy has been through so much already." "He has," Dumbledore agreed. "And he will go through more. But I will not hide the truth from him. He is not a child anymore. He is a young man who has earned the right to know." Snape was silent for a long moment. Then he nodded. "I will bring him to you," he said. "Tomorrow night." "Thank you, Severus." And Snape left, leaving Dumbledore alone with his thoughts. The next night, Harry arrived at the headmaster's office with a look of grim determination on his face. "Professor," he said. "Severus told me you needed to see me. What's going on?" Dumbledore gestured for him to sit, his expression grave. "Harry, I need to tell you something. Something I have been hesitant to share, but that you have a right to know." Harry sat down, his jaw tight. "I'm listening." Dumbledore took a deep breath. "I have been investigating your parents' return. And I have discovered that they were brought back by a ritual known as the Sacrifice of Destiny." Harry frowned. "What is that?" "It is an ancient and forbidden magic," Dumbledore explained. "It allows the dead to be returned, but at a terrible price. It requires the surrender of a destiny, a future that was meant to come to pass." Harry's face went pale. "My destiny. The prophecy." "I believe so," Dumbledore confirmed. "The prophecy that marked you as the chosen one, the prophecy that foretold Voldemort's downfall, it was sacrificed to bring your parents back." Harry stared at him, his eyes wide with shock. "So that's it," he said flatly. "I'm not the chosen one anymore. I'm just, nothing." "You are far from nothing, Harry," Dumbledore said firmly. "But the destiny that was tied to the prophecy has been broken. And I do not know if it can be restored." Harry was silent for a long moment. When he spoke, his voice was eerily calm. "What about Voldemort?" he asked. "What happens to him?" "His power is growing," Dumbledore admitted. "The disruption of the magical balance has given him an opportunity he would not otherwise have had. He is gathering followers, planning an attack." "An attack on what?" Dumbledore's eyes were filled with sorrow. "On everything. Hogwarts, the Ministry, the Muggle world. He intends to use the chaos caused by your parents' return to stage a full-scale takeover." Harry absorbed the words, his expression blank. Then he asked the question Dumbledore had been dreading. "Can we stop him?" Dumbledore hesitated. "I do not know," he admitted. "But I believe there may be a way." "What way?" Your parents, Dumbledore said carefully. The magic that brought them back can be reversed. If we perform the ritual in reverse, we can restore the magical balance. We can restore the prophecy. Harry's face went pale. You're talking about killing them again. Sending them back. I am talking about fixing a mistake, Dumbledore said gently. The Potters were never meant to return. Their presence is causing chaos, and that chaos will only grow worse. If we do not act, Voldemort will win. Harry stared at him, his eyes burning with a mixture of pain and fury. You want me to condemn my parents to death? Again. I want you to do what is right, Dumbledore said. What is necessary? Harry stood up, his fists clenched at his sides. You don't know what's right, he said, his voice shaking. You don't know what's necessary. You're just guessing. Harry. No. Harry shouted. I've done everything you've asked me to do. I've fought your battles, I've sacrificed everything for the greater good. And now you want me to sacrifice my parents? To send them back to the dead? I want to save the world, Dumbledore said quietly. I want to stop Voldemort. And if there is any other way, Harry, I will find it. But I need you to understand what is at stake. Harry was silent for a long moment. Then he turned and walked toward the door. I need to think, he said. I need to be alone. And he left, the door closing behind him with a soft click. Dumbledore sat in his office, alone with his thoughts and the spinning hourglass. He had told Harry the truth, but he had not told him everything. He had not told him that the reverse ritual would require a sacrifice, a willing sacrifice from the Potters themselves. He had not told him that the ritual might not work. And he had not told him that the darkness growing inside James and Lily was spreading. In the private suite, James and Lily Potter sat together in silence. The fire in the hearth had burned low, its flames casting long shadows across the walls. Neither of them had spoken for nearly an hour, lost in their own thoughts. We need to tell him, Lily said finally. We need to tell Harry about the darkness. James shook his head. Not yet. He's not ready. He'll never be ready, Lily said. But he deserves to know. He deserves to understand what's happening to us. James was silent for a long moment. When he spoke, his voice was barely a whisper. I can feel it growing, he admitted. The darkness. It's inside me, Lily. It's in both of us. And I don't know how to stop it. Lily reached for his hand, squeezing it tightly. We'll find a way, she said. We always find a way. But even as she spoke the words, she knew they weren't true. The darkness was growing, and it was only a matter of time before it consumed them entirely. In the darkness of his dormitory, Harry Potter lay awake, his scar throbbing with a familiar pain. He had spent hours thinking about Dumbledore's words, about the ritual and the prophecy and the terrible choice that lay before him. His parents were alive, but they were corrupting the world. And if he didn't stop them, Voldemort would rise again. But how could he send them back? How could he condemn them to death for a second time? The answer was simple, he couldn't. He would find another way. There had to be another way. And he would find it, no matter what it cost. End of Chapter 4. Chapter 5, A New Family, A New Life. The decision came to Harry in the quiet hours before dawn, when the castle was still and the only sound was the gentle crackling of the fire in the Gryffindor common room. He had not slept, could not sleep, not with the weight of everything pressing down on him, and so he had come here, to the one place that had always felt like home, to think. His parents were alive. They were back, after 16 years of absence, and they wanted to be part of his life. They wanted to make up for lost time, to build the family they had never had the chance to create. And Harry wanted that too, wanted it so badly it ached. But Dumbledore's words echoed in his mind like a warning bell. The prophecy was broken. The magical balance was disrupted. Voldemort was growing stronger. And his parents were at the center of it all, their return tied to something dark and ancient that no one fully understood. Was it possible to have both? Could he keep his parents and still save the world? Harry didn't know. But he knew he had to try. The morning sun was just beginning to creep over the horizon when Harry made his way to his parents' suite. His heart was pounding, his palms slick with sweat, but his mind was clear. He had made his decision, and he was going to see it through. The door swung open before he could knock, and Lily stood there, her eyes bright with surprise and hope. "Harry! We weren't expecting you so early. Is everything all right?" "I need to talk to you," Harry said. "Both of you." James appeared behind Lily, his expression curious. "Of course, son. Come in." Harry stepped inside, and the warmth of the suite enveloped him. The fire was crackling, the smell of fresh tea hung in the air, and for a moment, it was almost possible to believe that everything was normal. "I've been thinking," Harry said, taking a seat on the sofa. "About us. About what happens now." Lily and James exchanged a glance, then sat down across from him. "We've been thinking about that too," James admitted. "We've talked about it a lot, actually. About what we want for the future." "What do you want?" Harry asked, his voice carefully neutral. "We want to be your parents," Lily said simply. "We want to be part of your life. We want to make up for all the years we lost. And we want to take you away from here," James added. "Away from Hogwarts. Away from all of this." Harry blinked, taken aback. "Away from Hogwarts? But this is my home. This is where I belong." "Harry, you don't belong here," James said gently. "You belong with us. We're your family. And we want to give you a real home, a place where you don't have to fight for your life every single day." Harry stared at him, his mind reeling. Leave Hogwarts? Leave Ron and Hermione, leave Dumbledore and the Order, leave everything he had ever known? "I can't just leave," he said, his voice rising. "There's a war coming. Voldemort is going to rise again, and I need to be here to stop him." "Or maybe you don't," Lily said softly. "Maybe the war isn't your burden to bear anymore. The prophecy is broken, Harry. The chosen one doesn't exist. You're free." Harry felt the words hit him like a physical blow. Free. He had never been free. His entire life had been shaped by the prophecy, by the weight of destiny pressing down on his shoulders. And now, suddenly, that weight was gone. But if he wasn't the chosen one anymore, then who was he? "I don't know," Harry admitted, his voice barely above a whisper. "I don't know who I am without the prophecy." "You're our son," Lily said, reaching for his hand. "That's who you are. And we want to give you a chance to be that person, just Harry, without the weight of the world on your shoulders. Please, Harry. Give us a chance." Harry looked at her, at the hope in her eyes, the love in her face, and felt something inside him crack. "Okay," he heard himself say. "Okay. I'll do it." Lily's face lit up with joy, and James was grinning from ear to ear. They both surged forward to embrace him, and Harry found himself wrapped in the warmth of his parents' arms. It felt, he realized, like coming home. The next few weeks were a whirlwind of activity. Harry had to tell Ron and Hermione, and that conversation had been harder than he'd expected. "You're leaving?" Ron had demanded, his face going red with disbelief. "You're just going to walk away from everything?" "I'm not walking away," Harry had said, trying to keep his voice steady. I need to do this. I need to give my parents a chance." "But what about us?" Ron pressed. "What about the Order? What about the war?" "The prophecy is broken, Ron," Harry said. "I'm not the chosen one anymore. Maybe it's time I stopped pretending to be." Ron had opened his mouth to argue, but Hermione had placed a hand on his arm, silencing him. If this is what you need, Harry, she said quietly, then we support you. But please, promise us you'll stay in touch. Promise us you'll come back. I promise, Harry had said. And he meant it. The house in Godric's Hollow was small and cozy, tucked away at the end of a quiet lane. It had been abandoned for years, its windows boarded up, its garden overgrown with weeds. But James and Lily had worked tirelessly to restore it, using magic to repair the damage and bring it back to its former glory. This was our home, Lily said, as she led Harry through the front door. The home we built together. We wanted you to see it. Harry stepped inside, and his breath caught in his throat. The cottage was warm and inviting, with a crackling fire in the hearth and the smell of fresh bread wafting from the kitchen. Photographs lined the walls, photographs of James and Lily, of Sirius and Remus, of a young Harry with a toothless grin. You kept all of this? Harry asked, his voice thick with emotion. We never let it go, James said. Even when we were gone. The magic of this place was too strong to fade entirely. Harry wandered through the rooms, his fingers brushing against the furniture, the walls, the photographs. This was where he had taken his first steps. This was where his parents had sung him lullabies and told him bedtime stories. This was where they had died to save him. And now, against all odds, it was where they would live again. Your room is upstairs, Lily said, her voice hesitant. We tried to make it look like we always imagined it would. If you don't like it, we can change it. Anything you want. Harry climbed the stairs. And pushed open the door to the room at the end of the hall. It was bright and airy, with a large window that overlooked the garden. A comfortable bed sat in a corner, covered in soft blue blankets, and a desk was piled high with books and parchment. On the walls were posters of Quidditch teams and pictures of magical creatures, and a trunk sat at the foot of the bed, filled with clothes and supplies. Do you like it? Lily asked, hovering in the doorway. Harry turned to her, his eyes burning with tears he refused to shed. It's perfect, he said. Thank you. Lily beamed at him, and Harry felt something warm bloom in his chest. For the first time in his life, he had a room that was truly his. A home that was truly his. A family that was truly his. The first few weeks in Godric's Hollow were idyllic. Harry woke each morning to the smell of breakfast cooking, the sound of his parents' voices drifting up from the kitchen. He spent his days exploring the village, meeting the neighbors, learning the rhythms of a life that was entirely new to him. He helped James in the garden, learned to cook from Lily, and sat by the fire in the evenings, listening to stories about his parents' youth. It was everything he had ever wanted. But there was a shadow lurking at the edges of his happiness. It started small, a flicker of something cold in his mother's eyes, a moment when his father's voice went flat and hollow. Harry tried to ignore it, tried to convince himself it was nothing, but the doubts gnawed at him. One evening, as they sat around the dinner table, James brought up a subject that made Harry's blood run cold. We've been talking, James said carefully. Your mother and I. About the prophecy. Harry's fork froze halfway to his mouth. What about it? We think it might be best if you forget about it entirely, Lily said. It's broken, Harry. It doesn't apply to you anymore. You should focus on building a new life, a normal life. But what about Voldemort? Harry asked. What about the war? The war isn't your fight anymore, James said firmly. You've given enough. You've sacrificed enough. It's time to let others carry the burden. Harry stared at them, his mind reeling. They wanted him to give up. To walk away from everything he had fought for. To pretend that Voldemort wasn't a threat, that the war didn't matter. I can't do that, he said, his voice shaking. I can't just pretend nothing's happening. Harry, we're not asking you to pretend, Lily said gently. We're asking you to live. To be happy. Isn't that what you deserve? Harry opened his mouth to argue, but the words died in his throat. Because a part of him, a small, selfish part, wanted to do exactly what they were suggesting. Wanted to forget about the war and the prophecy and the weight of destiny. Wanted to be just Harry, the boy with a loving family and a normal life. Was that so wrong? "I'll try," he said finally. "I'll try to let it go." James and Lily smiled at him, their faces bright with relief. And Harry tried to smile back, tried to convince himself that this was the right choice. But deep down, he knew it wasn't. The months passed, and Harry settled into his new life. He sent letters to Ron and Hermione, telling them about his days in Godric's Hollow, about the village and the cottage and the strange, quiet peace of it all. They wrote back with news of Hogwarts, of the growing tensions in the wizarding world, of the Dark Lord's rising power. But Harry found himself reading their letters with a growing sense of detachment. The war felt distant, abstract, like something happening in a world he no longer belonged to. He was here, in Godric's Hollow, living a life that was safe and ordinary and utterly unlike anything he had ever known. He stopped asking questions. Stopped worrying about the prophecy. Stopped thinking about Voldemort. And slowly, almost imperceptibly, the darkness began to grow. It wasn't until the evening Harry found the letter that he realized how deeply he had buried his true self. He had been cleaning out the attic, searching for an old trunk that Lily had mentioned, when his hand brushed against a stack of yellowed parchment hidden in the corner. He pulled it out, his curiosity piqued, and began to read. The letter was from Dumbledore, written just a few weeks after Harry had left Hogwarts. It was addressed to Lily, its tone formal and urgent. "Dear Lily. I must speak with you about the nature of your return. I have been investigating the ritual that brought you back, and I have discovered something that may be of great concern. The sacrifice of destiny is not a simple spell, it is a binding agreement with forces beyond our understanding. Those who are returned are not truly themselves. They are changed, corrupted by the darkness that was used to bring them back. I believe this corruption is growing, and I fear it may eventually consume you entirely. I urge you to speak with Harry. He deserves to know the truth. And I urge you to consider the reverse ritual, before it is too late. The letter ended there, the signature blurred and smudged as though the writer had been interrupted. Harry stared at it, his hands shaking, his mind reeling. Corruption. Darkness. His parents were being consumed by the very magic that had brought them back. And they had never told him. Harry found his parents in the garden, sitting together on the bench beneath the old oak tree. They looked up as he approached, their faces breaking into smiles. "Harry. We were just about to come find you," Lily said. "We were thinking of going into the village for dinner. Are you hungry?" "I need to ask you something," Harry said, his voice flat. "Something important." His parents exchanged a glance, their smiles fading. "Of course, Harry," James said. "What is it?" Harry held up the letter, his hand trembling. "Did you know about this? About the corruption?" Lily's face went pale. "Harry, where did you find that?" "It doesn't matter where I found it," Harry said. "What matters is the truth. Did you know that the magic that brought you back is consuming you?" James and Lily were silent for a long moment. When Lily finally spoke, her voice was barely a whisper. "We knew something was wrong," she admitted. "We felt it. The coldness, the distance. But we didn't understand what it was. And we didn't want to worry you." "Didn't want to worry me?" Harry repeated, his voice rising. "You're being consumed by dark magic, and you didn't want to worry me?" "We were trying to protect you," James said. "We wanted you to have a normal life. A happy life. We thought if we could just ignore it, it would go away." "But it hasn't gone away," Harry said, his voice breaking. "It's getting worse. And you've been lying to me about it." Lily reached for his hand, her eyes filled with tears. "Harry, we're so sorry. We should have told you. We should have trusted you." But we were scared, scared of losing you again. Harry pulled his hand away, his heart pounding. Dumbledore said there's a reverse ritual, he said. A way to undo what was done. Did you know about that too? James nodded slowly. He told us. But we didn't want to consider it. It would mean going back. Going back to the dead, Lily said, her voice hollow. Going back to nothing. Harry stared at them, his mind churning. His parents were dying, not in the way of mortals, but in a way that was far more terrible. They were being consumed by the darkness that had brought them back, and if something wasn't done, they would be lost forever. But the reverse ritual would mean losing them anyway. Sending them back to the grave. I need to think, Harry said, his voice barely audible. I need to be alone. And he fled, leaving his parents in the garden, their faces twisted with grief and guilt. Harry walked through the village of Godric's Hollow, his feet carrying him on autopilot. The streets were quiet, the evening settling over the houses like a soft blanket. But Harry felt none of the peace that the village usually brought him. His parents were being consumed by darkness. The magic that had brought them back was corrupting them, changing them into something they were never meant to be. And there was nothing he could do to save them, not without condemning them to death all over again. He found himself in the churchyard, standing before the graves that had once held his parents' bodies. The headstones had been replaced, the damage of their return repaired. But the memory of that night, the impossible return that had shattered everything, remained etched in his mind. How did it come to this? He whispered to the silent graves. How did everything go so wrong? There was no answer, of course. There never was. But as Harry stood there, surrounded by the ghosts of the past, he felt a presence at his side. He turned to find an old man with long silver hair and a kind, weathered face. You look troubled, young man, the man said. Can I be of assistance? Harry shook his head. I don't think anyone can help me. Perhaps not, the man said. But sometimes, just talking about a problem can make it seem less overwhelming. Harry was silent for a long moment, studying the man's face. There was something familiar about him, something Harry couldn't quite place. I don't know what to do, Harry admitted. My parents, they came back. After 16 years, they came back. And I thought it was a miracle. But now I'm starting to think it was a curse. The man nodded, his expression compassionate. The return of the dead is always complicated. There are forces at work that we do not understand. Forces that demand a price. What price? Harry asked. The man was silent for a moment. When he spoke, his voice was soft and sad. The price of defying death is always high. Sometimes, it is the death of one's soul. Sometimes, it is the death of one's purpose. And sometimes, it is the death of one's future. Harry stared at him, his mind racing. You know something, he said. You know about the ritual. The man smiled, a sad, knowing smile. I know many things, Harry Potter. I have been watching you for a long time. Harry felt a chill run down his spine. Who are you? My name is not important, the man said. But I have a message for you. A message from the one who brought your parents back. What? Harry demanded, his heart pounding. Who brought them back? Why? The man leaned in, his voice dropping to a whisper. The one who brought them back is closer than you think. He is watching you, waiting for the right moment to act. And when he does, he will demand the final payment for his service. What payment? Harry asked, his voice shaking. The payment of your destiny, the man said. The sacrifice of everything you were meant to become. And then the man was gone, vanishing into the shadows of the churchyard as though he had never been. Harry stood alone in the darkness, his mind reeling. Someone had brought his parents back. Someone who wanted his destiny. Someone who was watching him, waiting for the right moment to strike. He had to find out who it was. He had to stop them. But first, he had to save his parents. Harry returned to the cottage with a new resolve burning in his chest. His parents were waiting for him in the living room, their faces pale and drawn. "Harry," Lily said, rising to her feet. "We're so sorry. We should have told you everything." "It doesn't matter now," Harry said. "What matters is what we do next." James looked up, his eyes filled with hope. "What do you mean?" "I mean I'm not going to let you die," Harry said firmly. "I'm not going to let the darkness consume you. And I'm not going to let the person who brought you back get away with it." "But the reverse ritual," Lily started. "I'll find another way," Harry interrupted. "There has to be another way. And I'm going to find it." James and Lily stared at him, their eyes bright with tears. Then Lily crossed the room and pulled him into a tight embrace. "We don't deserve you," she whispered. "You're too good for us." "I'm just trying to be the son you always wanted," Harry said, his voice thick with emotion. And as his parents held him close, Harry felt something he hadn't felt in a long time. Hope. The investigation began the next morning. Harry wrote to Dumbledore, telling him everything he had learned. He wrote to Hermione, asking her to research the Sacrifice of Destiny in the Hogwarts library. He even wrote to Remus, asking if he had any insights into the dark magic that was consuming his parents. The answers came slowly, each one more frustrating than the last. No one knew who had performed the ritual. No one knew how it had been done. And no one knew how to stop the corruption that was spreading through James and Lily. But Harry refused to give up. He spent hours in the Godric's Hollow Library, poring over ancient texts and obscure references. He visited the village's oldest residents, asking questions about the history of the area and the magic that had once been practiced there. He even ventured into the Forbidden Forest, searching for signs of the dark presence that had haunted his parents since their return. And slowly, painfully, the pieces began to come together. It was a cold evening in late autumn when Harry finally found the clue he had been searching for. He was in the attic again, sorting through the last of the boxes, when his hand brushed against a small, leather-bound journal. It was old, its pages yellowed and cracked, and it was filled with handwriting that Harry recognized immediately. Sirius's handwriting. Harry opened the journal, his heart pounding, and began to read. The entries were personal, filled with stories of Sirius's time at Hogwarts, his friendship with James, his love for Lily. But there were other entries too, darker entries. Filled with fear and suspicion. I don't know how to say this, but I have to put it down somewhere. James and Lily are different. Not just changed, but wrong. There's something cold in them now, something that wasn't there before. I've tried to ignore it, to convince myself it's nothing. But I can't. The darkness is growing, and I don't know how to stop it, I think the ritual that brought them back was tied to something terrible. Something that was waiting for the right moment to strike. And I think it's found its moment, The entry ended there, the handwriting trailing off as though Sirius had been interrupted. Harry stared at the page, his mind reeling. Sirius had known. He had known about the darkness, about the corruption, about everything. And he had tried to stop it. Sirius, Harry whispered. What did you know? What did you find out? But the journal offered no answers, only more questions. Harry flipped through the remaining pages, searching for anything that might help. And at the very back of the journal, he found a single sentence, written in a hand that was not Sirius's. The one who brought them back is the one who lost everything. Harry stared at the words, his blood running cold. Someone had lost everything. Someone had sacrificed their own destiny to bring his parents back. But who? And why? The next morning, Harry made a decision. He would go to Hogwarts. He would talk to Dumbledore, to Remus, to anyone who might have answers. He would find out who had brought his parents back, and he would stop them. Are you sure, Harry? Lily asked, her voice filled with worry. It's dangerous out there. The war is escalating. I know, Harry said. But I have to do this. For you. For all of us. James placed a hand on his shoulder, his eyes filled with pride. Be careful, son. And come back to us. I will, Harry promised. I'll come back. And with that, he left the cottage, his heart pounding, his mind full of questions. The answers were out there. He just had to find them. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6, The Prophecy Unravels. The journey back to Hogwarts was one of the longest Harry had ever endured. The train ride seemed to stretch on forever, the landscape outside the window blurring into a wash of greens and browns as his mind churned with everything he had learned. Sirius's journal was tucked safely in his bag, its cryptic message burning a hole in his consciousness. The one who brought them back is the one who lost everything. Who had lost everything? And what did they want with his parents? The castle rose before him as evening fell, its towers silhouetted against a sky of deep purple and gold. Harry felt a strange mixture of emotions as he approached the gates, relief at being back in the place that had been his home for so many years, but also a deep, gnawing anxiety. Everything had changed since he'd left. He had changed. And he wasn't sure he was ready to face it. Dumbledore was waiting for him in the headmaster's office, his expression grave but his eyes warm with welcome. Harry, he said, rising from his desk. I received your owl. I was hoping you would come. Professor, Harry said, taking the seat across from him. I found something. Something I think you need to see. He pulled out Sirius's journal and handed it across the desk. Dumbledore took it with trembling hands, his eyes scanning the pages with growing intensity. Where did you find this? He asked, his voice barely a whisper. In the attic of the cottage. It was hidden among some old boxes. Sirius must have left it there before Harry's voice caught. Before he died. Dumbledore nodded slowly, his eyes still fixed on the journal. Sirius always had a gift for uncovering secrets. He suspected something was wrong, even before the rest of us did. Did you know? Harry asked, his voice sharp. Did you know about the darkness in my parents? Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. When he spoke, his voice was heavy with regret. I suspected, he admitted. But I could not prove it. The magic that brought your parents back is ancient and powerful, beyond anything I have encountered. I have been searching for answers, but the truth has remained elusive. Until now, Harry said. The last entry in the journal, it says, the one who brought them back is the one who lost everything. What does that mean? Dumbledore's face went pale. It means, he said slowly, that the ritual was performed by someone who had nothing left to lose. Someone who was willing to sacrifice everything, including their own destiny, to achieve their goal. But who? Harry demanded. Who would do something like that? Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. When he answered, his voice was barely audible. I do not know, he admitted. But I intend to find out. The next morning, Harry found himself in the library, surrounded by stacks of books and scrolls. Hermione had joined him, her brow furrowed in concentration as she pored over an ancient text on sacrificial magic. There has to be something here, she muttered, flipping through the pages. Some clue about who might have performed the ritual. Sirius's journal said the person lost everything, Harry said. What does that mean, exactly? It could mean a lot of things, Hermione admitted. Lost their family, their fortune, their status. Lost their purpose in life. Lost someone they loved. Or lost their destiny, Harry said quietly. Like my parents. Hermione looked up, her eyes sharp. What do you mean? The ritual required the sacrifice of a destiny, Harry said. Someone gave up their future to bring my parents back. That's what the journal meant. Hermione was silent for a long moment. Then she said, her voice careful, "Harry, do you think it might have been someone who knew your parents? Someone who loved them enough to make that sacrifice?" Harry's mind raced. Someone who loved his parents. Someone who had lost everything. Someone who would do anything to bring them back. Sirius, he breathed. It could have been Sirius. Hermione's face went pale. But Sirius is dead. He died at the Ministry, fighting Bellatrix. "I know," Harry said. "But what if he didn't? What if he survived? What if he's been out there all this time, working behind the scenes?" "That's impossible," Hermione said firmly. "We saw him fall through the veil. We saw him die." "Did we?" Harry asked, his voice sharp. "Did we actually see him die, or did we just assume he did?" Hermione opened her mouth to argue, but the words died in her throat. Because she knew Harry was right. The veil was a mystery, its nature unknown even to the most learned wizards. Sirius could have survived. He could have been transported somewhere else, somewhere beyond the reach of normal magic. Even if Sirius survived, Hermione said slowly, why would he bring your parents back? Why would he make a sacrifice like that? Because he loved them, Harry said, his voice thick with emotion. Because he would have done anything to save them. Just like I would. Hermione reached for his hand, her fingers warm against his. "We'll find out the truth, Harry. I promise." Harry nodded, but he couldn't shake the feeling that they were running out of time. The dreams returned that night, more vivid and terrifying than ever. Harry found himself in a vast, empty chamber, its walls covered in ancient runes that pulsed with a sickly green light. At the center of the chamber stood a figure, tall and gaunt, cloaked in shadows. "You have come far, Harry Potter," the figure said, its voice echoing strangely. "But you have not come far enough." "Who are you?" Harry demanded. "What do you want?" The figure stepped forward, and Harry's blood ran cold. It was Voldemort, but not the Voldemort he remembered. This version was stronger, more solid, more real. His eyes burned with a terrible intensity, and his wand was raised, pointed directly at Harry's chest. "I want what has always been mine," Voldemort said. "Power. Dominance. Control. And you, Harry Potter, are going to give it to me." "Never," Harry spat. "I'll never help you." "You will not have a choice," Voldemort said, his voice dripping with malice. "Your parents' return has broken the prophecy, but it has also created a new opportunity. A new destiny. And I intend to claim it for myself." "What are you talking about?" Voldemort smiled, a cold, terrible smile that made Harry's stomach churn. "The ritual that brought your parents back required the sacrifice of a destiny. But it did not require that destiny to be lost forever. It can be reclaimed. Taken by another. And I intend to take it." "You can't do that," Harry said, his voice shaking. "The prophecy was about me, about the power the Dark Lord knows not. It's mine." "It was yours," Voldemort corrected. "But your parents' return has changed everything. The prophecy is unraveling, Harry. And when it is fully undone, all that power will be up for grabs." Harry stared at him, his mind reeling. The prophecy was unraveling. The Chosen One was losing his power. And Voldemort was going to claim it for himself. "You won't win," Harry said, his voice barely a whisper. "I won't let you." Voldemort laughed, a harsh, cruel sound that echoed through the chamber. "You cannot stop me, Harry. You are nothing now. Less than nothing. The Chosen One is no more." And then the dream ended, and Harry woke screaming. The next day, Harry went to see Dumbledore. "The prophecy," he said, his voice shaking. "Voldemort is trying to claim it. He wants to take the power that was meant for me." Dumbledore's face went pale. "I feared as much. The unraveling of the prophecy has created a void, and Voldemort intends to fill it. How do I stop him? Harry demanded. How do I keep the prophecy from being taken? Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. When he spoke, his voice was heavy with sorrow. I do not know if you can, he admitted. The prophecy was tied to your parents' deaths. Now that they are alive, the conditions have changed. The prophecy is no longer bound to you. But it has to be, Harry insisted. I'm the chosen one. I've always been the chosen one. You were the chosen one, Dumbledore corrected gently. But the prophecy was never meant to be permanent. It was a prediction, a possibility. And now, that possibility has been erased. Harry felt the air leave his lungs. He had always known the prophecy, had accepted it as his destiny. But now he was being told that it didn't matter anymore. That he was just a boy, nothing special, nothing important. What am I supposed to do now? He asked, his voice hollow. Dumbledore reached across the desk, his hand resting on Harry's. You are supposed to live, he said. To find your own path, your own purpose. The prophecy may be gone, but you are not. You are still Harry Potter, a brave and good young man. And that is more than enough. Harry stared at him, the words washing over him like a bomb. It wasn't the answer he wanted, wasn't the solution he'd been hoping for. But it was the truth. And for the first time in weeks, Harry felt something like peace. Thank you, Professor, he said. I needed to hear that. Dumbledore smiled, the warmth returning to his eyes. Anytime, Harry. Anytime. The investigation continued, but Harry found himself distracted. The prophecy was unraveling, Voldemort was growing stronger, and his parents were still being consumed by darkness. The weight of everything pressed down on him, and he felt like he was drowning. Ron and Hermione did their best to help, but they had their own problems to deal with. The war was escalating, the Order was stretched thin, and the Ministry was in chaos. It seemed like everyone was fighting their own battles. Harry spent his days in the library, searching for answers that refused to come. He spent his nights tossing and turning, plagued by nightmares that left him gasping for breath. The darkness was closing in, and he didn't know how to stop it. And then, on a cold November evening, everything changed. Harry was sitting in the Gryffindor common room, staring into the fire, when an owl flew through the window and dropped a letter into his lap. He recognized the handwriting immediately, his mother's elegant script, the same handwriting that had graced the letter Dumbledore had received on the night of her return. Harry. Asterisk, we need to see you. It's urgent. Something has happened, something terrible. Please come home as soon as you can. Asterisk. Love, Mom. Harry's heart raced as he read the letter. Something terrible had happened. His parents needed him. He was out of the common room before he'd finished reading, his feet carrying him toward the castle gates. The journey to Godric's Hollow was the longest of his life. Harry apparat to the edge of the village, his heart pounding, his mind racing with possibilities. What had happened? Were his parents all right? Had the darkness finally consumed them? He ran through the streets, ignoring the curious stares of the villagers, until he reached the cottage at the end of the lane. The door was slightly ajar, and Harry pushed it open, his breath catching in his throat. Mom. Dad. Lily appeared in the doorway of the kitchen, her face pale and drawn. Harry, thank Merlin you came. What happened? Harry demanded. What's wrong? Lily led him into the living room, where James was sitting on the sofa, his head in his hands. He looked up as Harry entered, and Harry felt his blood run cold. James's eyes were wrong. They were dark, too dark, the irises swallowed by blackness that seemed to pulse with a life of its own. His face was haggard, his skin pale and clammy, and when he spoke, his voice was distorted, layered with something that was not quite human. Harry, James said, his voice echoing strangely. I'm sorry. I tried to fight it. But it's too strong. What's too strong? Harry asked, his voice shaking. Dad, what's happening to you? The darkness, Lily said, her voice trembling. It's taken hold of him. It's consuming him from the inside out. Harry stared at his father, his mind reeling. The darkness that had been growing since the night of his return had finally taken hold. And there was nothing anyone could do to stop it. No, Harry said, his voice fierce. No, I won't let this happen. There has to be a way to save him. There isn't, Harry, James said, his voice weak. The ritual is too strong. I can feel it taking over, piece by piece. Soon, there won't be anything left of me. There has to be something, Harry insisted. Something we can do. Lily reached for his hand, her eyes filled with tears. There is something, she said softly. But you're not going to like it. What is it? Harry demanded. Anything. I'll do anything. Lily took a deep breath. The reverse ritual, she said. We have to send James back. Harry felt the air leave his lungs. No, he said, shaking his head. No, I won't let you. I won't let him die again. He's already dying, Harry, Lily said, her voice breaking. The darkness is killing him. If we don't act now, he'll be lost forever. At least with the reverse ritual, he'll have a chance to find peace. There is no peace in death, Harry said, his voice raw. There's just nothing. I know, because I've been there. I've seen it. And I won't let you go back to that. James looked up, his eyes meeting Harry's. It's not your choice, son, he said gently. It's mine. And I'm ready. Dad. I'm ready, James repeated. I don't want to become a monster. I don't want to hurt you or your mother. If the only way to stop that is to go back, then that's what I'll do. Harry stared at him, tears streaming down his face. His father was dying, and there was nothing he could do to save him. Please don't leave me, he whispered. I just got you back. James reached for his hand, his grip weak but warm. I'll always be with you, Harry. In your heart, in your memories. That's where I belong. And Harry knew, in that moment, that there was no hope. His father was going to die, and there was nothing anyone could do to stop it. The days that followed were the darkest Harry had ever known. James deteriorated rapidly, the darkness consuming him piece by piece. He no longer recognized his own wife, his own son. He spoke in a voice that was not his own, his eyes burning with a black fire that terrified everyone who saw it. Lily was devastated. She spent her days at James's bedside, holding his hand, whispering words of love that he could no longer understand. She barely ate, barely slept, and Harry watched her wither away before his eyes. Mom, you need to take care of yourself, he said one evening, his voice gentle. If you don't, you'll end up just like Dad. Lily shook her head, her eyes hollow. It doesn't matter, she said. None of it matters. The darkness is going to consume me too, Harry. It's only a matter of time. No, Harry said fiercely. I won't let that happen. I'll find a way to save you. I promise. But even as he spoke the words, he knew they were empty. The darkness was too strong, too powerful. There was no way to stop it. And so Harry did the only thing he could. He went to Dumbledore. Professor, he said, his voice shaking. My father is dying. The darkness is consuming him, and there's nothing anyone can do to stop it. I need your help. Dumbledore was silent for a long moment, his face pale and drawn. When he spoke, his voice was heavy with sorrow. I am sorry, Harry, he said. I have been searching for a way to stop the corruption, but I have found nothing. The ritual is too powerful. There has to be something, Harry insisted. Some way to save him. Dumbledore hesitated, his eyes flickering with something that might have been hope. There is one possibility, he said. Slowly. But it is dangerous, and it may not work. What is it? Harry demanded. I'll do anything. Dumbledore reached into his desk and pulled out a small, leather-bound book. This is a journal, he said. Written by the wizard who first discovered the sacrifice of destiny. He theorized that the corruption could be reversed if the original sacrifice was undone. Undone? Harry repeated. How? The person who performed the ritual must reclaim their destiny, Dumbledore said. They must reclaim what they gave up. Only then can the corruption be reversed. Harry stared at him, his mind racing. The person who had brought his parents back had to reclaim their destiny. But who was that person? And how could they reclaim something that had been given up? Who performed the ritual? Harry asked. Do you know? Dumbledore shook his head. I have not been able to identify them. But I believe the journal may hold the key. He handed the book to Harry, and Harry took it with trembling hands. The pages were filled with dense, cramped handwriting, the words blurring together in a way that made his head spin. Take this, Dumbledore said. Study it. And if you find anything, come back to me. Harry nodded, clutching the journal to his chest. He had a new purpose now. A new mission. He was going to find the person who had brought his parents back. And he was going to make them undo what they had done. The investigation consumed Harry's every waking moment. He spent hours in the library, poring over the journal and cross-referencing it with ancient texts on sacrificial magic. He wrote to experts around the world, asking for their insights. He even consulted with the centaurs, hoping their wisdom might shed light on the mystery. But the answers remained elusive. The wizard who had written the journal had been a recluse, a man who had dedicated his life to understanding the mysteries of life and death. He had lived in a remote village in the north of Scotland. Far from the prying eyes of the magical world. And he had died over a century ago, taking his secrets with him. I'm getting nowhere, Harry admitted to Hermione one evening. The journal is too cryptic, too vague. I can't make sense of it. Maybe you're looking at it wrong, Hermione said. Maybe the answers are hidden in plain sight. What do you mean? Hermione pulled the journal from his hands and flipped through the pages. Look at this, she said, pointing to a passage near the end. The wizard writes about a thread that binds all destinies. He says that if the thread is broken, the magic will unravel. A thread that binds all destinies, Harry repeated. What does that mean? I don't know, Hermione admitted. But it sounds important. Harry stared at the passage, his mind churning. A thread that bound all destinies together. If it was broken, the magic would unravel. Could it be that simple? Could the reverse ritual be a matter of finding and repairing that thread? There's only one way to find out, Harry said. I have to find the wizard's village. I have to find his research. Hermione's face went pale. Harry, that village has been abandoned for over a century. No one knows where it is. Then I'll find it, Harry said firmly. I have to. It's the only chance my parents have. The journey to the north of Scotland was treacherous, the landscape growing wilder and more desolate with every mile. Harry traveled alone, his only companion the journal he clutched to his chest like a talisman. The village was hidden, its location known only to those who knew where to look. Harry spent days searching, following the cryptic clues in the journal, until he finally found it, a small, crumbling settlement nestled in a valley between two mountains. The wizard's cottage was at the end of the village, its roof caved in, its windows shattered. Harry pushed open the door and stepped inside, his wand raised. The interior was a mess, debris scattered across the floor, the walls covered in the same ancient runes that had appeared in his dreams. But there, in the center of the room, was a table covered in scrolls and books. Harry crossed to the table, his hands shaking as he picked up the top scroll. It was written in the same hand as the journal, the words cramped and urgent. I have found it, the scroll began. Asterisk, the thread that binds all destinies. It is not a physical thing, but a magical connection, a bond between all living things. If I can find a way to break that bond, I can undo the sacrifice of destiny. Asterisk. Harry read on, his heart pounding. The wizard had discovered a way to break the thread, a ritual that would sever the connection between all destinies. It was dangerous, potentially catastrophic, but it was the only way. I have to do this, Harry whispered. I have to save them. He gathered the scrolls and books, stuffing them into his bag. He had what he needed. Now he just had to find the courage to use it. Harry returned to Hogwarts with a new resolve burning in his chest. He had found the answers he was looking for. Now he just had to put them into action. He went to Dumbledore first, showing him the scrolls and explaining what he had discovered. The headmaster listened in silence, his expression growing graver with every word. Harry, this ritual is extremely dangerous, he said. If you make a mistake, the consequences could be catastrophic. I know, Harry said. But I have to try. It's the only chance my parents have. Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. Then he nodded. I will help you, he said. But we must be careful. We must be precise. Harry nodded, his heart pounding. He had Dumbledore's support. He had a plan. Now all he had to do was execute it. The night of the ritual arrived cold and clear, the stars overhead pulsing with that strange, rhythmic light that Harry had grown to hate. He stood in the center of the Godric's Hollow churchyard, surrounded by his parents, Dumbledore, and the members of the Order of the Phoenix. Are you ready? Dumbledore asked, his voice low. Harry nodded, his hands shaking. Ready. He raised his wand and began to chant, the words of the ritual flowing from his lips like a prayer. The magic built around him, a swirling vortex of light and shadow, and Harry felt the thread of destiny humming in his veins. And then, with a final cry, he reached out and grasped the thread. The world exploded in a burst of white light, and Harry felt himself falling into darkness. When he woke, he was lying in the churchyard, his parents kneeling beside him. Harry, Lily said, her voice thick with tears. Harry, you did it. You saved us. Harry blinked, his vision clearing. His parents were alive, their eyes clear and bright, the darkness gone. Did it work? He asked, his voice weak. Is it over? It's over, James said, his voice filled with gratitude. You saved us, son. You saved us all. Harry smiled, his heart filled with relief. He had done it. He had saved his parents. He had reversed the corruption. But even as he celebrated his victory, he felt a cold certainty settle in his bones. The prophecy was still broken. The chosen one was still no more. And Voldemort was still out there, waiting for his chance. The war was far from over. And Harry knew, with a certainty that chilled him to the bone, that the hardest battles were yet to come. End of Chapter 6. Chapter 7, Voldemort's Return 2. The victory in Godric's Hollow was short-lived. Harry had barely had time to catch his breath, to revel in the relief of saving his parents from the darkness that had been consuming them, when the first reports began to trickle in. Strange occurrences. Unexplained phenomena. Whispers of dark magic stirring in places where it had long been dormant. And then, the news that shattered everything. Voldemort had returned. Not as a wraith, not as a fragment of soul clinging to existence. But as a living, breathing being, flesh and blood and terrible power. He had risen from the darkness that had spawned him, his body whole, his mind sharp, his purpose clear. The Dark Lord was back. Harry received the news in the Gryffindor common room, a letter clutched in his trembling hands. It was from Remus, the handwriting hasty and uneven, the words spilling across the page with barely contained urgency. Harry. I don't know how to tell you this, so I'll just say it. Voldemort has returned. Fully, completely. He appeared at a rally in the north last night, surrounded by Death Eaters. He's stronger than ever, and he's already gathering followers. The Ministry is in chaos. The Order is scrambling. We need you. Please come back to Hogwarts as soon as you can. Remus. Harry read the letter 3 times, the words burning into his brain. Voldemort was back. The Dark Lord had risen again, and everything Harry had fought for was in jeopardy. Harry? What's wrong? Hermione had appeared at his side, her face pale with concern. Ron was right behind her, his expression wary. It's Voldemort, Harry said, his voice hollow. He's back. The silence that followed was deafening. The journey back to Hogwarts was a blur of fear and urgency. Harry, Ron, and Hermione traveled by Floo powder, emerging in Dumbledore's office to find the headmaster waiting for them, his face drawn and exhausted. Harry, Dumbledore said, his voice heavy. I was hoping you would come. What happened? Harry demanded. How did he come back? Dumbledore gestured for them to sit, his hands clasped tightly on his desk. The ritual that brought your parents back disrupted the magical balance in ways we did not anticipate. It created a void, a space where the natural laws of magic no longer applied. Voldemort used that void to rebuild his body and restore his power. But how? Hermione asked, her voice sharp. He was barely a spirit. He had no body, no followers strong enough to perform the ritual. He did not perform the ritual alone, Dumbledore interrupted. He had help. Someone in the magical world, someone with power and knowledge, assisted him in his return. Harry felt his blood run cold. Who? Who helped him? Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. When he spoke, his voice was barely a whisper. I do not know. But I believe it is the same person who brought your parents back. The revelation hit Harry like a physical blow. The same person who had brought his parents back had also helped Voldemort return. The two events were connected, part of a larger plan that Harry couldn't yet see. But why? He asked, his voice shaking. Why would anyone do that? What do they want? I believe, Dumbledore said carefully, that they want to reshape the magical world in their image. By breaking the prophecy and restoring Voldemort, they have created chaos, chaos that they intend to exploit for their own purposes. But who? Ron demanded. Who could be powerful enough to do something like that? Dumbledore shook his head. I do not know. But I intend to find out. The days that followed were filled with fear and uncertainty. Voldemort's return had sent shockwaves through the wizarding world. The Ministry was in disarray, its officials scrambling to respond to the growing threat. The Order of the Phoenix was working around the clock, trying to protect the innocent and gather intelligence on the Dark Lord's plans. And Harry was at the center of it all. I should be out there fighting, he said one evening, pacing in front of the fire. I should be doing something, not just sitting here waiting. Harry, you can't just rush into battle, Hermione said, her voice firm. Voldemort is more powerful than ever. We need a plan. Then let's make a plan, Harry said. I'm not going to hide while the world burns. Ron nodded in agreement. He's right. We've faced Voldemort before. We can face him again. Hermione sighed, but there was a reluctant smile on her face. Fine. But we're going to do this smart. No charging in without thinking. Harry managed a small smile. Wouldn't dream of it. The first major attack came 3 weeks later. Voldemort and his Death Eaters struck at a small wizarding village in the south of England, killing dozens and leaving the survivors traumatized and broken. The Ministry was powerless to stop them, its Aurors overwhelmed and outmatched. Harry heard the news and felt something inside him snap. I can't just sit here, he said, his voice raw. I have to do something. Harry, we're not ready, Hermione said, her voice pleading. We need more time to prepare. We don't have time, Harry said. People are dying. And I'm not going to let that happen. He turned and walked out of the room, his mind made up. He was going to fight. Whatever it took. The battle that followed was brutal and bloody. Harry fought alongside the Order of the Phoenix, his wand blazing with spell after spell. He faced Death Eaters he had known for years, their faces twisted with hatred and madness. He saw friends fall, comrades die, innocents caught in the crossfire. And through it all, he felt Voldemort's presence pressing against his mind, cold and calculating. "You cannot stop me, Harry Potter," the Dark Lord whispered. I am stronger than ever. Your parents' return has given me everything I need, Shut up, Harry thought fiercely. I'm going to destroy you. You cannot destroy what you cannot touch, Voldemort replied. I am beyond your reach now. Beyond your power. And soon, I will take everything you love, The battle raged on, but Harry knew, with a sinking certainty, that Voldemort was right. He couldn't defeat the Dark Lord. Not alone. But he wasn't alone. He had his friends. His family. His allies. And together, they would find a way. The aftermath of the battle was devastating. The Order had lost several members, their bodies laid out in solemn rows. Harry stood among the survivors, his face streaked with tears and blood, his heart heavy with grief. "We have to stop him," he said, his voice barely a whisper. "We have to find a way to destroy him. Before he destroys us all." Dumbledore placed a hand on his shoulder, his expression grave. "We will, Harry. I promise you that. But we must be patient. We must be strategic." "I don't know if I can be patient," Harry admitted. "Every day he's out there, more people die." "I know," Dumbledore said gently. "But we will find a way. Together." Harry nodded, trying to find strength in the headmaster's words. But deep down, he knew the truth. Voldemort was stronger than ever. The prophecy was broken. And the Chosen One was no more. How could they possibly win? The answer came from an unexpected source. Harry had returned to Godric's Hollow, hoping to find some solace in the quiet village. His parents were there, their faces lined with worry, their arms open to embrace him. "Harry, we heard what happened," Lily said, her voice trembling. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine," Harry said, though he knew they could see the lie in his eyes. "I'm just tired." "Get some rest," James said. "We'll talk in the morning." But Harry couldn't sleep. He lay in his bed, staring at the ceiling, his mind churning with fear and frustration. Voldemort was winning. The war was being lost. And there was nothing he could do to stop it. And then, in the darkness of his room, he heard a voice. "Harry." He sat up, his heart racing. The voice was soft, familiar, and it seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. "Who are you?" he thought. "What do you want?" "I am a friend," the voice replied. "A friend who wants to help you." Harry's mind raced. A friend? Who could it be? And why had they chosen now to reach out? "How can you help me?" he asked. "I know who brought your parents back," the voice said. And I know why Voldemort returned. If you want to stop them, you must come to me." "Alone?" Harry's heart pounded. It could be a trap. It could be Voldemort, trying to lure him into a false sense of security. But it could also be the answer he had been searching for. "Where are you?" he asked. "The Forbidden Forest," the voice replied. At the heart of the darkness. "Come to me, Harry. And I will show you the truth, Harry sat in the darkness, his mind racing. The Forbidden Forest. The heart of the darkness. It was dangerous, possibly suicidal. But if there was even a chance of finding the answers he needed, he had to take it. The forbidden forest was dark and foreboding, its trees twisting and writhing as though alive. Harry moved through the shadows, his wand raised, his heart pounding with fear and anticipation. "I'm here," he thought. "Where are you?" "Follow the light," the voice replied. Harry looked up and saw a faint glimmer in the distance, a soft, silver light that pulsed like a heartbeat. He moved toward it, his feet carrying him deeper into the forest, until he reached a clearing bathed in an ethereal glow. At the center of the clearing stood a figure, tall and robed, its face hidden in shadow. "You came," the figure said, its voice echoing strangely. "I knew you would." "Who are you?" Harry demanded. "What do you want?" The figure stepped forward, and Harry gasped. It was a woman, her face pale and gaunt, her eyes burning with a fierce, terrible light. "My name is not important," she said. "What matters is the truth. The truth about your parents' return. The truth about Voldemort's resurrection." "Tell me," Harry said. "Tell me everything." The woman smiled, a cold, sad smile that sent a chill down Harry's spine. "The ritual that brought your parents back was not the work of one person," she said. "It was the work of many, a secret society of wizards who believed that the old order must be destroyed. They saw your parents as a way to break the prophecy, to destabilize the magical world. And they succeeded." "But why?" Harry asked. "Why would they do that?" "Because they want power," the woman said. "Power to reshape the world in their image. And they will stop at nothing to achieve it." Harry stared at her, his mind reeling. A secret society. A plot to destroy the wizarding world. And his parents were caught in the middle of it. "Who are they?" he demanded. "Tell me their names." "I cannot," the woman said. "They are too powerful, too well hidden. But I can tell you where to find them. And I can tell you how to stop them." "How?" Harry asked. "How do I stop them?" The woman leaned in, her voice dropping to a whisper. "You must find the source of their power. The heart of the darkness. And you must destroy it." Harry returned to Hogwarts with a new purpose. He had found the truth, or at least a part of it. A secret society was behind his parents' return, and they were using Voldemort to further their own agenda. But how could he stop them? How could he find the heart of the darkness? The answer came to him in a flash. The Forbidden Forest. The woman had said the heart of the darkness was in the Forbidden Forest. If he could find it, he could destroy it. And then, maybe, he could save the world. The journey into the Forbidden Forest was more dangerous than Harry had anticipated. The trees seemed to close in around him, their branches grasping at his clothes, their roots tripping his feet. The darkness was oppressive, suffocating, and Harry felt the weight of it pressing down on him. But he pushed on, driven by a fierce determination. He would find the heart of the darkness. He would destroy it. And he would save his parents, his friends, his world. He walked for hours, his feet carrying him deeper into the forest than he had ever been. And then, in a small clearing at the heart of the darkness, he found it. A pillar of black stone, pulsing with a sickly green light. It was the source of the darkness, the power behind the ritual that had brought his parents back. And it was guarded by a figure that made Harry's blood run cold. Voldemort. "Harry Potter," the Dark Lord said, his voice dripping with malice. "I was wondering when you would find your way here." "Voldemort," Harry said, his voice steady despite the fear coursing through him. "I'm here to destroy you." "Are you?" Voldemort laughed, a cold, cruel sound. "You are nothing, Harry. Less than nothing. The Chosen One is no more. And soon, you will be no more as well." Harry raised his wand, his heart pounding. "We'll see about that." The battle that followed was like nothing Harry had ever experienced. Voldemort was more powerful than ever, his spells flying fast and furious, his laughter echoing through the clearing. Harry fought with everything he had, but he was outmatched, outclassed, out of options. And then, in a moment of desperation, he saw it. The pillar of black stone. The heart of the darkness. If he could destroy it, he could destroy Voldemort. Harry lunged forward, his wand aimed at the pillar. A beam of white light shot from his wand, striking the stone with a deafening crack. The pillar shattered, and the darkness exploded outward. Harry was thrown backward, his body crashing against a tree. The world swam around him, the edges of his vision going dark. And then, silence. When Harry woke, the clearing was empty. The pillar was gone, the darkness dissipated. Voldemort was nowhere to be seen. But Harry knew, with a certainty that chilled him to the bone, that the Dark Lord was not destroyed. He had only been delayed. Harry stumbled to his feet, his body aching, his mind reeling. He had found the heart of the darkness. He had destroyed it. But the battle was far from over. Voldemort was still out there. The secret society was still plotting. And the war was still raging. But Harry had hope. And that was enough. He returned to Hogwarts to find the castle in chaos. Voldemort's attack on the Forbidden Forest had been felt throughout. The Wizarding World, and the Ministry was scrambling to respond. "Harry, what happened?" Hermione demanded, rushing to his side. "We felt the explosion from here. It nearly destroyed the castle." "I found the heart of the darkness," Harry said, his voice weak. "I destroyed it. But Voldemort escaped." Ron's face went pale. "He escaped. But you said—" "I know what I said," Harry interrupted. "But he's still out there. And he's not going to stop until he destroys us all." Dumbledore stepped forward, his expression grave. "Harry, you have done more than anyone could have expected. But the war is not over. And we must be prepared for what comes next." Harry nodded, his jaw set with determination. "I know. And I'm ready." The days that followed were tense and uncertain. Voldemort had gone into hiding, his whereabouts unknown. The Death Eaters were still active, but without their leader, they were disorganized and chaotic. The Ministry was slowly regaining control, and the Order was working to protect the innocent. But Harry knew it was only a matter of time before Voldemort returned. And when he did, they would be ready. The final battle came on a cold winter night. Voldemort attacked Hogwarts with a massive army, his Death Eaters swarming the castle like locusts. Harry led the defense, his wand blazing, his heart filled with fierce determination. "I will not let you destroy my home," he shouted, his voice ringing through the chaos. Voldemort laughed, his eyes burning with malice. "You cannot stop me, Harry Potter. I am stronger than ever. And you are nothing." "I am not nothing," Harry said. "I am Harry Potter. And I will fight you until my last breath." The battle raged on, but Harry could see the tide turning. Voldemort's army was overwhelming, their numbers too great, their power too strong. And then, in a moment of desperate clarity, Harry saw his chance. The pillar of black stone had been destroyed, but its power lingered. And Harry knew, with a certainty that filled him with hope, that he could use that power to defeat Voldemort. He raised his wand and began to chant, the words of the ancient ritual flowing from his lips like a prayer. The magic built around him, swirling and pulsing, and Harry felt the power of the darkness surge through him. "This is for my parents," he shouted, his voice echoing through the castle. "This is for everyone you've hurt. And this is for me." A beam of blinding white light shot from his wand, striking Voldemort in the chest. The Dark Lord screamed, his body writhing in agony, and then he was gone, vaporized, destroyed, banished from the world forever. The battle ended in silence. Harry stood in the ruins of the Great Hall, his chest heaving, his wand still raised. Voldemort was gone. The Dark Lord was finally, truly defeated. But the cost had been immense. Friends had died. Homes had been destroyed. The world was scarred and broken. But it was free. Free from the tyranny of Voldemort. And that, Harry knew, was worth everything. The wizarding world celebrated. Voldemort's defeat was greeted with joy and relief, the darkness that had hung over them for so long finally lifted. Harry was hailed as a hero, the one who had saved them all. But Harry didn't feel like a hero. He felt tired, sad, and empty. The war had taken so much from him, had cost him so many people he loved. "Harry, are you all right?" Lily appeared at his side, her eyes filled with worry. James was beside her, his hand resting on Harry's shoulder. "I'm fine," Harry said, forcing a smile. "Just tired." "You've earned the right to be tired," James said gently. "You've done more than anyone could have expected." Harry nodded, but he couldn't shake the feeling that the fight was far from over. Voldemort was dead, but the darkness that had spawned him was still out there. The secret society that had brought his parents back was still plotting. And the magical balance was still broken. But for now, he would rest. He would heal. And when the time came, he would fight again. Because that was who he was. That was what he was meant to do. End of Chapter 7. Chapter 8, Harry's Identity Crisis. The celebration in the wizarding world lasted for weeks, but Harry found himself unable to share in the joy. He stood in the shadows of the great hall, watching the dancing and laughter with a hollow feeling in his chest. Students swirled around him in a blur of color and sound, their faces bright with relief and happiness. Voldemort was gone. The war was over. They were free. But Harry felt nothing. "You look like you're at a funeral, not a party." Ron appeared at his side, 2 butterbeers in his hands. He offered one to Harry, who took it without really seeing it. "I'm fine," Harry said automatically. "Liar," Ron said, but there was no heat in it. "You've been moping around for weeks, mate. You defeated Voldemort. You saved the world. You should be happy." "I know," Harry said. "I don't know why I'm not." Ron studied him for a long moment, his expression unreadable. Then he said, "Maybe it's because you don't know who you are anymore." Harry blinked, startled. "What do you mean?" "I mean you spent your whole life being the chosen one," Ron said. "That's who you were. That's what defined you. And now it's gone. Voldemort is dead, the prophecy is broken, and you're just Harry." Harry stared at him, the words hitting home with painful clarity. Ron was right. He had defined himself by the prophecy for so long that he didn't know who he was without it. "I don't know who I am anymore," he admitted, his voice barely a whisper. "I've never known." Ron clapped him on the shoulder. "Then maybe it's time you found out." The weeks passed, and Harry tried to find his footing. He threw himself into his studies, determined to finish his education at Hogwarts. He trained with the DA, honing his skills and helping others prepare for whatever might come next. He spent time with his friends, trying to recapture the easy camaraderie they had once shared. But nothing felt right. The world had moved on, but Harry felt stuck in place. He was no longer the boy who lived, no longer the chosen one, no longer the hero who had defeated Voldemort. He was just a boy with a scar and a past he couldn't escape. "I don't know what to do with myself," he admitted to Hermione one evening. "Everything I was, everything I fought for, it's all gone." "You're still you, Harry," Hermione said firmly. "The prophecy didn't make you who you are. You made yourself who you are. The choices you made, the people you loved, the sacrifices you endured, that's what defines you." "Then why do I feel so empty?" Harry asked. "Why does it feel like I'm not real?" Hermione reached for his hand, her eyes filled with compassion. "Because you're grieving," she said softly. "You lost your identity, your purpose, your sense of self. It's going to take time to find a new one." Harry nodded, but he didn't believe her. How could he find a new purpose when everything he'd ever known had been stripped away? The distance between Harry and his parents grew. He loved them, he truly did. But every time he looked at them, he saw the reminder of everything he had lost. Their return had shattered the prophecy, had taken away his destiny, had left him adrift in a world he no longer recognized. "Harry, please talk to us," Lily pleaded one evening. "We know something is wrong. We want to help." "There's nothing to talk about," Harry said flatly. "I'm fine." "You're not fine," James said, his voice firm. "You're pushing everyone away. Your friends, your family, everyone who cares about you." "I'm not pushing anyone away," Harry said, but even as he spoke the words, he knew they were a lie. He was pushing them away, shutting them out, building walls around his heart. "Harry, we love you," Lily said, her eyes filled with tears. "We just want to help." "Then leave me alone," Harry shouted, the words bursting out of him like a dam breaking. "Just leave me alone." He turned and fled, leaving his parents standing in the doorway, their faces twisted with grief. The nightmares returned that night. Harry dreamed of the graveyard in Godric's Hollow, the shattered headstone, the empty graves. He dreamed of his parents rising from the dead, their eyes black with darkness, their voices twisted and wrong. He dreamed of Voldemort, laughing as he claimed the power of the prophecy. He dreamed of himself, standing alone in the darkness, with no purpose, no destiny, no reason to go on. He woke gasping, his body drenched in sweat. The scar on his forehead was burning, but there was no voice in his mind, no presence pressing against his consciousness. Just the emptiness, the void where his purpose used to be. "I can't go on like this," he whispered to the darkness. "I can't." But he had to. Because giving up wasn't an option. It had never been an option. The next day, Harry sought out Dumbledore. "Professor, I need to talk to you," he said, his voice raw. "I don't know what to do anymore. I don't know who I am." Dumbledore studied him for a long moment, his blue eyes filled with compassion. "Sit down, Harry. Tell me what's troubling you." Harry sat, the words spilling out of him in a torrent of frustration and despair. He told Dumbledore everything, the emptiness, the confusion, the feeling that he had no purpose, no identity, no reason to exist. "I don't know who I am without the prophecy," he finished. "I've been the chosen one for so long that I don't know how to be anything else." Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. When he spoke, his voice was gentle and wise. "Harry, I have lived for over a century. In that time, I have seen many people define themselves by their roles, the hero, the villain, the victim, the savior. And I have seen what happens when those roles are taken away. They struggle, they flounder. They lose themselves. How do they find themselves again?" Harry asked. "They remember that they are more than the role they played," Dumbledore said. "They remember that they are human beings, with dreams and desires and passions that have nothing to do with their destiny. They remember that they are loved." Harry stared at him, the words sinking in. He was more than the chosen one. He was Harry Potter, a boy who loved Quidditch and his friends and the feeling of flying through the air. A boy who had dreams and fears and hopes that had nothing to do with Voldemort. "I don't know if I can do it," he admitted. "I don't know if I can be just Harry." "Then take it one day at a time," Dumbledore said. "Find joy in the small things. Reconnect with the people who love you. And one day, you will wake up and realize that you are whole." Harry nodded, a small spark of hope flickering in his chest. He could do this. He had to do this. He was Harry Potter, and he was more than his destiny. The first step was the hardest. Harry went to his parents' suite, his heart pounding with nervousness and hope. He knocked on the door, and Lily opened it, her eyes widening with surprise. "Harry? I wasn't expecting you." "I need to talk to you," Harry said. "Both of you." James appeared behind Lily, his expression cautious. They led Harry into the sitting room, and he took a deep breath, steeling himself. "I'm sorry," he said. "For the way I've been acting. For pushing you away." "Harry, you don't have to apologize," Lily started. "Yes, I do," Harry interrupted. "You came back from the dead to be with me, and all I've done is shut you out. That's not fair to you." James and Lily exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with emotion. Then Lily crossed the room and pulled Harry into a tight embrace. "We love you, Harry," she said, her voice thick with tears. "We love you more than anything. And we're here for you, no matter what." Harry hugged her back, his eyes burning with tears he refused to shed. He hugged James too, the three of them standing in the middle of the room, holding each other as though they would never let go. "I'm sorry," Harry whispered. "I'm so sorry." "Don't be sorry," James said gruffly. "You're our son. We'll always be here for you." And for the first time in weeks, Harry felt something other than emptiness. He felt hope. The days that followed were filled with small steps. Harry spent time with his parents, talking about everything and nothing. He played Quidditch with Ron, studied with Hermione, sat by the fire in the Gryffindor common room and let himself be surrounded by the warmth of friendship. He still didn't know who he was. He still struggled with the loss of his destiny. But he was learning to live with the uncertainty, to find joy in the small moments, to reconnect with the people who loved him. "You're doing better," Hermione observed one evening. "You seem more like yourself." "Maybe I am," Harry said. "Maybe I'm learning to be me." Hermione smiled, her eyes bright with approval. "That's all any of us can do, Harry. Learn to be ourselves." But the shadows were still there. Harry couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. The magical balance was still disrupted, the secret society that had brought his parents back was still out there, and Voldemort's defeat felt too easy, too clean. "You're overthinking things," Ron said when Harry voiced his concerns. "Voldemort is dead. The war is over. You can relax." "I can't relax," Harry said. "I feel like something is coming. Something we're not prepared for." "Then we'll prepare," Hermione said. "We'll be ready for whatever comes." Harry nodded, but he couldn't shake the feeling of dread that had settled in his chest. Something was coming. He could feel it in his bones. The question was, could they stop it? The answer came a month later. Harry was in the library, studying for his newts, when an owl flew through the window and dropped a letter into his lap. He recognized the handwriting immediately, his mother's elegant script. "Harry. Asterisk something terrible has happened. Please come home as soon as you can, asterisk. Love, Mom." Harry's heart raced as he read the letter. Something terrible had happened. His parents needed him. He was out of the library before he'd finished reading, his feet carrying him toward the castle gates. The journey to Godric's Hollow was a blur of fear and urgency. Harry apparat to the edge of the village, his heart pounding, his mind racing with possibilities. What had happened? Were his parents all right? Had the darkness returned? He ran through the streets until he reached the cottage at the end of the lane. The door was wide open, and Harry pushed inside, his breath catching in his throat. "Mom? Dad?" Lily appeared in the doorway of the kitchen, her face pale and drawn. "Harry, thank Merlin you came. What happened?" Harry demanded. "What's wrong?" Lily led him into the living room, where James was sitting on the sofa, his head in his hands. He looked up as Harry entered, and Harry felt his blood run cold. James's eyes were wrong. They were dark, too dark, the irises swallowed by blackness that seemed to pulse with a life of its own. The darkness had returned, stronger and more powerful than ever. "No," Harry whispered. "No, not again." "Harry, we tried to fight it," James said, his voice distorted and wrong. "But it's too strong. It's consuming us. Both of you? Harry asked, his voice shaking. Lily nodded, her eyes filled with tears. The ritual isn't broken, Harry. The darkness has returned. It's going to consume us both. Harry stared at them, his mind reeling. He had thought the battle was over. He had thought he had saved them. But the darkness had returned, stronger and more relentless than ever. I won't let this happen, he said, his voice fierce. I won't let you die. There's nothing you can do, Harry, James said gently. The darkness is too strong. You have to let us go. No, Harry said, shaking his head. I won't. I won't give up on you. But even as he spoke the words, he knew they were empty. The darkness was too powerful. There was no way to stop it. He had to find another way. There had to be another way. And he would find it, no matter what it cost. The weeks that followed were a nightmare. Harry watched his parents deteriorate, the darkness consuming them piece by piece. They no longer recognized him, no longer spoke in their own voices. They were shells, hollowed out by the darkness that had taken hold of them. I can't watch this, Harry said, his voice breaking. I can't watch them die. Then save them, Ron said, his voice urgent. Find a way, Harry. You've done impossible things before. You can do this. Harry shook his head, despair washing over him. I don't know how. I don't know what to do. Then ask for help, Hermione said. Ask Dumbledore. Ask the Order. You don't have to do this alone. Harry looked at her, a spark of hope flickering in his chest. She was right. He didn't have to do this alone. He had friends. Family. Allies. Together, they could find a way. Together, they could save his parents. The meeting with Dumbledore was urgent and fraught. Professor, I need your help, Harry said, his voice raw. The darkness has returned. It's consuming my parents. I can't stop it on my own. Dumbledore's face was grave. I had hoped the ritual in the Forbidden Forest would be enough to break the corruption. But it seems I was wrong. The darkness is stronger than I anticipated. What do we do? Harry demanded. How do we stop it? Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. When he spoke, his voice was heavy with sorrow. There is only one way to stop the corruption, he said. We must perform the reverse ritual. We must send your parents back. Harry felt the air leave his lungs. No, he said, shaking his head. No, I won't let you. I won't. Let them die again. Harry, they are already dying, Dumbledore said gently. The darkness is consuming them. If we don't act now, they will be lost forever. The reverse ritual is the only way. There has to be another way, Harry insisted. There has to be. I am sorry, Harry, Dumbledore said. But there isn't. Harry stared at him, his mind reeling. His parents were going to die. He had to let them go. And there was nothing he could do to stop it. The reverse ritual was set for the next full moon. Harry spent the days leading up to it in a haze of grief and despair. He couldn't eat, couldn't sleep, couldn't think about anything but the terrible fate that awaited his parents. Harry, you need to be strong, Lily said, her voice weak but clear. We need you to be strong. I can't, Harry said, tears streaming down his face. I can't lose you again. You're not losing us, James said, his voice gentle. We'll always be with you, Harry. In your heart. In your memories. That's where we belong. Harry sobbed, the tears coming in great, heaving gasps. His parents were dying, and there was nothing he could do to save them. But he would be with them until the end. He would hold their hands and tell them he loved them. And he would let them go. The night of the full moon arrived cold and clear. The ritual was performed in the churchyard of Godric's Hollow, the same place where everything had begun. Harry stood with his parents, his hand clasped in theirs, his heart breaking with every beat. "Are you ready?" Dumbledore asked, his voice gentle. Harry nodded, unable to speak. The ritual began, the words of the ancient spell flowing from Dumbledore's lips. The magic built around them, a swirling vortex of light and shadow. And then, in a moment of terrible clarity, Harry saw it. The darkness that had consumed his parents was not a force of nature. It was a person, a man with a face twisted with hatred and grief. "Who are you?" Harry demanded. "Why are you doing this?" The man laughed, a cold, cruel sound. "I am the one who lost everything," he said. "The one who gave up his destiny to bring your parents back. And now, I will take everything from you." "Who are you?" Harry repeated, his voice shaking with fury. The man stepped forward, and Harry gasped. It was a face he recognized, a face from old photographs and painful memories. "Peter Pettigrew." "You?" Harry breathed. "You brought them back." "Me," Peter confirmed. "And now, I'm going to take everything away from you." He raised his wand, a beam of green light shooting toward Harry. But before it could hit him, James and Lily stepped in front of their son, their bodies shielding him from the curse. "Run, Harry!" Lily shouted. "Run!" Harry ran, his feet carrying him through the churchyard, away from the darkness and the man who had destroyed his life. He found himself in the forest, alone and terrified. The darkness was closing in, the trees twisting and writhing as though alive. Harry stumbled through the underbrush, his heart pounding, his mind racing. Peter Pettigrew. The man who had betrayed his parents. The man who had brought them back. The man who was now trying to destroy everything Harry loved. "I can't run forever," Harry whispered to himself. "I have to fight." He turned, his wand raised, and faced the darkness. "Show yourself," he shouted. "Face me." Peter stepped out of the shadows, his face twisted with hatred. "I don't want to face you, Harry. I want to destroy you. And I will." He raised his wand, and Harry braced himself for the blow. But before Peter could cast the curse, a beam of light shot out of the darkness, striking him in the chest. He fell, his body crumpling to the ground. Harry looked up, his eyes wide with shock. Standing in the shadows was his mother, her wand raised, her eyes blazing with fury. "Get away from my son," she said, her voice cold and deadly. "Mom," Harry breathed. "You came back. I'll always come back for you," Lily said, her voice softening. "Always." The battle that followed was brutal and bloody. Harry fought alongside his parents, their wands blazing with spell after spell. Peter was powerful, his magic fueled by years of hatred and grief. But the Potters were stronger, their love for each other giving them the strength to fight. In the end, it was Harry who delivered the final blow. "Expelliarmus," he shouted, and Peter's wand flew out of his hand. Peter fell to his knees, his face twisted with rage. "You'll never be free of me," he spat. "The darkness will always follow you." Harry raised his wand, his hand steady. "Then I'll fight it. Until my last breath." And with a final blast of magic, Peter Pettigrew was gone. The darkness dissipated, and the world returned to normal. Harry stood in the ruins of the churchyard, his parents at his side. The sun was rising, painting the sky in shades of pink and gold. "It's over," Lily said, her voice soft. "It's finally over." Harry nodded, a sense of peace washing over him. The war was over. The darkness was gone. And he had his parents back. But he knew, deep down, that the battle was far from over. He had lost his destiny, his identity, his sense of self. And it would take time, months, maybe years, to find them again. But he would find them. He had to. Because he was Harry Potter, and he was more than his destiny. He was a survivor. A fighter. A son. And he would never give up. End of Chapter 8. Chapter 9, Ministry's Interference. The morning after the battle in Godric's Hollow, Harry awoke to the sound of owls tapping insistently at his window. He stumbled out of bed, his body aching, his mind still foggy with exhaustion, and pulled open the curtains to find a dozen owls perched on the sill, each one carrying a letter sealed with the official crest of the Ministry of Magic. He stared at them for a long moment, a sense of dread settling in his stomach. The Ministry had never been his friend, had never been on his side, and the sheer volume of correspondence suggested something more than routine business. Harry? What is it? Lily appeared in the doorway of his room, her face pale but her eyes clear. The darkness had been banished from her, from all of them, and she looked more like herself than she had in months. The Ministry, Harry said, holding up one of the letters. They want to talk to me. James appeared behind Lily, his expression grim. We've been getting letters too. Summons. Demands for interviews. They want to question us about our return. Harry ripped open the nearest letter, his eyes scanning the formal, bureaucratic language. It was from the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, requesting his presence at the Ministry for an official inquiry into the events surrounding his parents' resurrection. They're calling it an inquiry, Harry said, his voice flat. They want to know what happened. And they want to control the narrative, James said darkly. The Ministry has always been terrified of anything they can't explain. The Ministry of Magic was buzzing with activity when Harry arrived, flanked by his parents and Dumbledore. The atrium was packed with witches and wizards, their faces a mixture of fear and curiosity as the Potters walked through the golden fountain at the center of the room. Harry felt the weight of their stares, the whispers that followed in their wake. He was used to being the center of attention, but this was different. This was suspicion, not admiration. The Ministry had turned against them. Harry Potter, a voice called out, sharp and officious. This way, please. A wizard in formal ministry robes led them to a conference room on the second floor, where a panel of officials was waiting. Harry recognized several of them, Kingsley Shacklebolt, who was now Minister for Magic, and a handful of department heads who had been part of the old regime. Thank you for coming, Kingsley said, his voice weary. I know this is a difficult time for all of you. Difficult is an understatement, James said, his voice cold. We were brought back from the dead against our will, and now you're treating us like criminals. No one is treating you like criminals, Kingsley said quickly. But we need to understand what happened. The magical balance is still disrupted, and we need to know if it's connected to your return. It is connected, Lily said, her voice steady. But we don't know how or why. We were just as surprised as everyone else when we came back. The panel exchanged glances, their expressions skeptical. Harry could see the suspicion in their eyes, the fear of the unknown. They wanted answers, and they didn't trust the Potters to give them. We need to perform a comprehensive magical examination, one of the department heads said. To determine the nature of the magic that brought you back. No, Harry said firmly. You're not performing any examinations on my parents. Mr. Potter, this is standard procedure. I said no, Harry repeated, his voice rising. My parents have been through enough. They're not going to be poked and prodded like lab rats. The room fell silent. Harry could feel the tension building, the conflict between his desire to protect his family and the Ministry's need for answers. Kingsley raised a hand, his expression placating. Harry, we understand your concerns. But we need to ensure that the magic that brought your parents back doesn't pose a threat to the wizarding world. It doesn't, Lily said, her voice calm but firm. The darkness that was consuming us has been banished. We're free of it. There's no threat. And how can we be sure of that? Another official asked. How do we know the darkness is truly gone? Because I felt it leave, James said, his voice quiet but powerful. I felt it tear itself out of me. And I know, with every fiber of my being, that it will never return. The meeting dragged on for hours, the officials asking question after question, trying to find a weakness in the Potter's story. But Harry's parents were steadfast, their answers consistent, their determination unwavering. By the time it was over, Harry was exhausted and frustrated. The ministry hadn't gotten what they wanted, but they had made their position clear. They didn't trust the Potters. They didn't trust Harry. And they were going to do everything in their power to control the situation. "This isn't over," Kingsley said as they were leaving. "We'll be monitoring the situation closely. And we'll be in touch." "Fine," Harry said, his voice flat. "Do what you want. But stay away from my family." The months that followed were a nightmare of bureaucratic interference. Ministry officials appeared at Godric's Hollow at all hours, demanding interviews, conducting inspections, and generally making life miserable for the Potters. They questioned the neighbors, the villagers, anyone who might have information about the family's activities. "They're trying to build a case against us," James said one evening, his face lined with exhaustion. "They want to prove that we're a threat, that we need to be contained." "But we're not a threat," Harry said, his voice sharp. "We're just trying to live our lives." "The ministry doesn't care about the truth," Lily said bitterly. "They care about control. And we're something they can't control." Harry felt a surge of anger rise in his chest. The ministry had always been useless, always been more concerned with protecting their own power than protecting the people they were supposed to serve. And now they were targeting his parents, his family, the people he loved most in the world. "I won't let them do this," he said, his voice fierce. "I won't let them tear us apart." The confrontation came on a cold winter night. Harry was in the cottage, reading by the fire, when a knock came at the door. He opened it to find a squad of Aurors standing on the doorstep, their wands drawn. "Harry Potter, you are under arrest for violations of the Statute of Secrecy," the lead Auror said, his voice cold and official. "Come quietly, or we will use force." "Under arrest?" Harry repeated, his voice incredulous. "What are you talking about?" "The nature of your parents' return constitutes a violation of the Statute of Secrecy," the Auror said. "The magic used to bring them back is forbidden, and your involvement in it is being investigated." "I had nothing to do with their return," Harry shouted. "I was just as surprised as everyone else." "Then you can explain that to the Wizengamot," the Auror said. "Now, come quietly." Harry raised his wand, his heart pounding. He wasn't going to let them take him, not without a fight. "Stand down, Auror." The voice came from behind him, and Harry turned to find James standing in the doorway, his wand raised. Lily was behind him, her face pale but determined. "James Potter," the Auror said, his voice faltering. "I don't want to hurt you." "Then you should leave," James said, his voice cold. "Now." The standoff lasted for what felt like hours. Harry stood with his parents, their wands raised, their faces set with defiance. The Aurors were powerful, but the Potters were legendary, and no one wanted to be the one to start a fight that could destroy their careers. Finally, the lead Auror lowered his wand. "This isn't over," he said. "The ministry will be back. And when they come, they won't be alone." He and his squad turned and left, their footsteps echoing in the darkness. The ministry's interference escalated after that night. Aurors appeared in Godric's Hollow at all hours, their presence a constant reminder of the threat that hung over the Potters. The villagers grew suspicious, their friendly smiles replaced by wary glances. The family was isolated, alone, surrounded by enemies. "We can't keep living like this," Lily said, her voice trembling. "We're prisoners. In our own home. Then we fight back," Harry said firmly. "We expose the ministry's corruption, their lies. We show the wizarding world the truth." "Harry, that's dangerous," James said. "The ministry has all the power. If we go public, they'll destroy us." "Then we'll go public anyway," Harry said. We'll tell the truth, no matter what. Because that's what we do. That's who we are. The truth came out in a series of articles in the Daily Prophet, written by Rita Skeeter of all people. Harry had arranged the interviews, knowing that Skeeter's sensationalist style would reach the widest audience. The articles detailed everything: the Potter's return, the darkness that had consumed them, the ministry's attempts to silence them. They painted the ministry as corrupt and power-hungry, desperate to maintain control at any cost. The response was immediate and overwhelming. Letters poured in from all over the wizarding world, expressing support for the Potters and outrage at the ministry's behavior. Magical families who had been silent for years suddenly spoke up, sharing their own stories of ministry overreach and corruption. The tide was turning, and the ministry was panicking. "We're winning," Lily said, her face bright with hope. "The people are on our side." "For now," James said cautiously. "But the ministry won't give up easily. They'll fight back." "Let them fight," Harry said, his voice fierce. "We'll fight harder." The final confrontation came in the Wizengamot chambers. Harry stood at the center of the room, his parents at his side, their faces set with determination. The Wizengamot was packed, the benches filled with officials and observers, their eyes fixed on the Potters. "The ministry has accused the Potter family of violating the statute of secrecy," the chief warlock announced, his voice booming through the chamber. "The defense may now speak." Harry stepped forward, his heart pounding but his voice steady. "My parents were brought back. By dark magic they didn't ask for," he said. "They were consumed by a darkness that nearly destroyed them. And throughout it all, the ministry did nothing to help them. They didn't investigate the ritual. They didn't try to stop the darkness. They just pointed fingers and made accusations." The chamber was silent, the Wizengamot listening intently. "The ministry is afraid," Harry continued. "Afraid of what they don't understand. Afraid of losing control. But the Potters are not a threat. We are a family, just like any other. And we deserve to live our lives in peace." A murmur ran through the chamber. Harry could see the doubt in their eyes, the uncertainty. The ministry's case was crumbling. Kingsley rose to his feet, his face pale. "The ministry withdraws its charges," he said, his voice barely audible. "The Potter family is free to go." Harry felt a surge of triumph. They had won. They had beaten the ministry. But as he walked out of the Wizengamot chambers, his parents at his side, he knew the battle was far from over. The ministry would regroup, would find new ways to harass them. The darkness was gone, but the corruption remained. "I'm proud of you," Lily said, squeezing his hand. "You stood up for us. You fought for us." "Always," Harry said. "I'll always fight for you." The days that followed were quieter, the ministry's interference fading to a distant memory. Harry spent his time with his parents, reconnecting, healing, trying to find a new normal. But the shadows of the past lingered. Harry still dreamed of the darkness, of Voldemort, of Peter Pettigrew's twisted face. He still struggled with his identity, his purpose, his place in the world. And he still felt the weight of the prophecy, even though it was broken. "I don't know what to do with myself," he admitted one evening, sitting by the fire. "I don't have a purpose anymore." "Then find a new one," Lily said gently. "You're more than the chosen one, Harry. You're a good man, a brave man. That's all you need to be." Harry looked at her, her words sinking in. She was right. He didn't need a prophecy to define him. He could define himself. He could be Harry Potter, the boy who lived. The boy who saved his parents. The boy who fought the darkness and won. And that was enough. But even as Harry began to find his footing, the world around him was changing. The secret society that had brought his parents back was still out there, still plotting, still waiting. Voldemort was gone, but his followers had scattered, regrouping, planning their next move. And the magical balance was still fragile, the threads of destiny fraying at the edges. "It's not over," Harry said one night, his voice quiet but certain. "Something is coming. I can feel it." James and Lily exchanged a glance, their faces wary. "What do you mean?" James asked. "I don't know," Harry admitted. "But I know it's not over. The darkness isn't gone. It's just, waiting." His parents were silent, absorbing his words. They knew he was right. They could feel it too. "Then we'll be ready," Lily said firmly. "We'll face whatever comes. Together." Harry nodded, a spark of hope flickering in his chest. Together. They would face it together. And that, he knew, was the only way they would survive. The first sign that something was wrong came a week later. Harry was in the garden, helping his father with the roses, when a strange tremor ran through the ground. It was subtle, barely perceptible, but Harry felt it deep in his bones. "Did you feel that?" he asked, looking up. James nodded, his face pale. "I felt it. Something just shifted." Harry's scar began to throb, a dull ache that grew steadily stronger. He pressed his hand to his forehead, his heart racing. "Harry? What's wrong?" "It's my scar," Harry said, his voice strained. "It's never done this before. Not since Voldemort." He stopped, the words dying in his throat. Because he knew what it meant. He knew what was coming. The darkness was returning. The magical disturbances escalated over the next few days. Strange lights appeared in the sky, objects moved on their own, and people reported hearing whispers in the dark. The Ministry was in chaos, its officials scrambling to explain the unexplainable. And Harry knew, with a certainty that chilled him to the bone, that it was all connected to the return of his parents. The ritual that brought them back didn't just bring them back, he said to Dumbledore, his voice urgent. It opened a door. And something is coming through. Dumbledore's face was grave. "I fear you may be right, Harry. The magical balance has been shattered, and the darkness is seeping through the cracks. How do we stop it?" Harry demanded. "How do we close the door?" Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. When he spoke, his voice was heavy with sorrow. "I don't know if we can," he admitted. "The magic that brought your parents back is ancient and powerful. It cannot be undone. It can only be contained." "Contained how?" "By sacrificing what was gained," Dumbledore said. "The only way to close the door is to send your parents back." Harry stared at him, his mind reeling. Send his parents back. The same choice, over and over again. "No," he said, his voice fierce. "I won't do it. I won't let them die again." "Harry, the alternative is the destruction of everything we hold dear," Dumbledore said gently. "The darkness will consume us all." "Then we'll find another way," Harry said. "There has to be another way." And he turned and walked out of the office, his mind made up. He would find another way. He would save his parents. And he would close the door. Whatever it took. The search for answers consumed Harry's every waking moment. He spent hours in the library, poring over ancient texts and obscure references. He wrote to experts around the world, asking for their insights. He even consulted with the centaurs, hoping their wisdom might shed light on the mystery. But the answers remained elusive. And all the while, the darkness grew stronger. The final confrontation came on a cold winter night. Harry stood in the center of Godric's Hollow, his parents at his side, their faces set with determination. The darkness was everywhere, a living thing that pulsed and writhed around them. "This is it," Lily said, her voice steady. "This is where it ends." Harry nodded, his heart pounding. He had found a way, a desperate, dangerous way that might not work. But it was the only chance they had. "I love you," he said, his voice thick with emotion. "Both of you." "We love you too, Harry," James said. Always. Harry raised his wand and began to chant, the words of the ancient spell flowing from his lips. The magic built around them, a swirling vortex of light and shadow. And then, with a final cry, Harry reached out and grasped the thread of destiny. The world exploded in a burst of white light, and Harry felt himself falling into darkness. When he woke, the darkness was gone. The village was quiet, the stars overhead bright and clear. Harry sat up, his body aching, his mind reeling. "Harry? Are you all right?" He turned to find his parents kneeling beside him, their faces filled with concern. "I'm fine," he said, his voice weak. "Did it work? Is the darkness gone?" "It's gone," Lily said, her voice trembling with relief. "You did it, Harry. You saved us all." Harry smiled, a sense of peace washing over him. He had done it. He had saved his parents. He had saved the world. But even as he celebrated his victory, he knew the battle was far from over. The magical balance was still fragile. The secret society was still plotting. And the darkness was still out there, waiting for its chance. But for now, they were safe. And that, Harry knew, was enough. End of Chapter 9. Chapter 10, The Dark Secret. The peace that followed the defeat of the darkness was fragile. A thin veneer stretched over a wound that had not yet healed. Harry felt it in the way the air seemed to hum with tension, in the way his parents' smiles never quite reached their eyes, in the way his scar still throbbed with a dull, persistent ache. Something was wrong. Something had been wrong from the very beginning. The truth came to Harry in fragments, scattered pieces of a puzzle that had been waiting to be assembled since the night his parents had risen from their graves. It started with a letter. The envelope was plain, unmarked, its surface smooth and unremarkable. Harry found it on his pillow one morning, slipped there by some unseen hand. He opened it with trembling fingers, his heart already racing. "Dear Harry. You think you have won. You think the darkness is gone. But you are wrong. The ritual that brought your parents back was not a simple spell. It was a bargain, a deal struck with forces beyond your understanding. And every bargain comes with a price, You have not yet paid that price. But you will. We will make sure of it, The Society of the Unraveled Thread." Harry read the letter 3 times, the words burning into his brain. The Society of the Unraveled Thread. The secret society that had brought his parents back. They were still out there, still plotting, still waiting. And they had a message for him. Harry went straight to Dumbledore. "Professor, I need to show you something," he said, handing over the letter. "It came this morning. From the society that brought my parents back." Dumbledore read the letter in silence, his expression growing graver with every word. When he finished, he set it down on his desk and looked at Harry with eyes that held a deep, profound sorrow. "I had hoped we had seen the last of them," he said quietly. "But it seems they are not finished with us yet." "What do they want?" Harry demanded. "What price do they expect me to pay?" Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. When he spoke, his voice was barely a whisper. "The Society of the Unraveled Thread is an ancient organization, dedicated to the study of fate and destiny. They believe that the threads that bind our lives together are a prison, a cage that limits our potential. They seek to unravel those threads, to free humanity from the constraints of destiny." "And they brought my parents back to do that?" Harry asked, his voice incredulous. "They brought your parents back as a test," Dumbledore said. "To see if the threads could be broken. And they succeeded. The prophecy is gone, Harry. The chosen one is no more. And now they intend to unravel everything else." Harry stared at him, his mind reeling. The society didn't just want to break the prophecy. They wanted to break everything. Every destiny, every future, every hope and dream that had ever been woven into the fabric of existence. How do we stop them? He asked, his voice shaking. Dumbledore shook his head. I do not know. The society has been operating in secret for centuries. Their methods are unknown, their leaders anonymous. We have no way of finding them. There has to be something, Harry insisted. Some clue, some lead. There is one possibility, Dumbledore said slowly. The letter mentions a price. A price that has not yet been paid. If we can discover what that price is, we may be able to prevent the society from collecting it. Harry nodded, a spark of hope flickering in his chest. It wasn't much, but it was something. A starting point. I'll find out what the price is, he said firmly. Whatever it takes. The investigation consumed Harry's every waking moment. He spent hours in the library, searching for any mention of the Society of the Unraveled Thread. He consulted with experts, wrote letters, and even ventured into the Forbidden Forest to consult with the centaurs. But the answers remained elusive. The Society is a ghost, Hermione said one evening, her frustration evident. They've left no trace, no records, nothing. It's like they don't exist. They exist, Harry said grimly. They sent me a letter. They're real. Then they're very good at hiding, Hermione said. Better than anyone I've ever encountered. Harry nodded, his mind churning. There had to be a way to find them. There had to be a way to stop them. And then, in a moment of desperate clarity, he realized who might know. The meeting with Snape was tense and uncomfortable. Harry had never trusted the potions master, never forgiven him for the cruelty he had shown over the years. But Snape had been a Death Eater, had been deep in Voldemort's inner circle. If anyone knew about secret societies and dark bargains, it was him. What do you want, Potter? Snape asked, his voice dripping with contempt. I have better things to do than listen to your whining. I need to ask you about the Society of the Unraveled Thread, Harry said, his voice steady. I need to know what you know about them. Snape's face went pale, his eyes widening with shock. Where did you hear that name? They sent me a letter, Harry said. They brought my parents back. They have a plan, and I need to know what it is. Snape was silent for a long moment, his expression unreadable. Then he said, his voice barely a whisper, the Society of the Unraveled Thread was a myth when I was a Death Eater. A legend, whispered in dark corners. No one knew if they were real. But they are real, Harry pressed. They're real, and they're a threat. I need to stop them. Snape studied him for a long moment, his dark eyes unreadable. If they are real, then they are more dangerous than you can imagine. The Society does not seek power, Potter. They seek destruction. The destruction of everything that makes us who we are. How do I stop them? Harry demanded. How do I find them? Snape shook his head. I don't know. No one knows. They have been hiding for centuries, and they will not be found unless they want to be. There has to be something, Harry insisted. Some clue, some weakness. There is one thing, Snape said slowly. A legend. It is said that the Society's leaders bear a mark, a symbol that identifies them to each other. A thread that has been broken. A broken thread, Harry repeated. What does it look like? Snape reached into his robes and pulled out a small, leather-bound book. He flipped through the pages, stopping at a hand-drawn illustration. It showed a stylized thread, snapped in two, its ends frayed and bleeding. This is the mark, Snape said. If you find anyone bearing this mark, you have found a member of the Society. Harry stared at the illustration, his heart pounding. It was a clue, a lead, a way to identify his enemies. Thank you, he said, his voice earnest. This helps. It really helps. Snape nodded, his expression unreadable. Be careful, Potter. The Society is not to be underestimated. They have been playing a long game, and they will not hesitate to destroy anyone who gets in their way. Armed with the knowledge of the Society's symbol, Harry began his search in earnest. He traveled to wizarding villages, attending meetings and gatherings, watching for the telltale mark of the broken thread. He visited old allies and new contacts, asking questions and gathering information. And slowly, painstakingly, the pieces began to fall into place. The Society has members in high places, Remus said one evening, his voice grim. Ministry officials, Hogwarts professors, even members of the Order. They're everywhere. How do you know? Harry asked, his heart sinking. Because I've seen the mark, Remus said. On the wrist of a ministry official. On the hand of a fellow Order member. They're embedded in every level of our society. Harry felt a cold knot form in his stomach. The Society wasn't just a fringe group of extremists. They were a cancer, a corruption that had spread throughout the wizarding world. We have to root them out, he said. His voice fierce. We have to expose them. And risk starting a war? Remus asked. The Society is powerful, Harry. They have resources, connections, influence. If we move against them, they will destroy us. Then we move carefully, Harry said. We gather evidence. We expose them one by one. And we don't stop until they're all gone. The investigation continued, but the answers were slow in coming. Harry spent his days searching for the Society's members and his nights trying to understand their motives. Why did they want to unravel the threads of destiny? What did they hope to achieve? The answer came from an unexpected source. Harry was in the library, poring over an ancient text on fate and destiny, when a familiar voice interrupted his concentration. Looking for something specific, Potter? Harry looked up to find Draco Malfoy standing over him, his expression unreadable. The Slytherin had been quiet since the war, keeping to himself, avoiding the spotlight. None of your business, Malfoy, Harry said, his voice flat. Draco shrugged, his eyes scanning the books on the table. The Society of the Unraveled Thread, he said, his voice low. That's what you're researching, isn't it? Harry froze, his heart pounding. How do you know about them? Draco pulled up a chair and sat down, his expression serious. My father was a member. Or at least, he was trying to be. He believed they could help him regain his standing after the war. Harry stared at him, his mind reeling. Your father was trying to join the Society? He was desperate, Draco said. He had lost everything, his wealth, his influence, his reputation. The Society promised to give it all back. But they wanted something in return. What? Harry asked, his voice barely a whisper. Information, Draco said. Information about you. Your friends. Your family. They wanted to know everything about the Potters. Harry felt his blood run cold. The Society was collecting information about his family, using it to further their plans. And Lucius Malfoy had been helping them. Why are you telling me this? Harry asked, his voice sharp. You hate me. I did, Draco admitted. But things have changed. The war changed me. I saw what blind hatred does, what it costs. I don't want to be that person anymore. Harry studied him for a long moment, searching for the lie in his eyes. But all he saw was sincerity, a young man trying to make amends for his past. What else do you know? Harry asked. What do they want with my family? Draco hesitated, his face pale. They want to use your parents, he said. Their return was just the first step. The Society believes that the Potters are the key to unraveling destiny itself. They want to use them to destroy everything. Harry felt the words hit him like a physical blow. The Society wanted to use his parents to destroy the world. And they were willing to do whatever it took to achieve their goal. Thank you, Harry said, his voice barely a whisper. Thank you for telling me. Draco nodded, his expression relieved. I know we've had our differences, Potter. But I don't want to see the world destroyed. And I don't want to see your family hurt. The knowledge that Lucius Malfoy had been helping the Society sent shockwaves through Harry's world. If the Society could infiltrate the Malfoy family, they could infiltrate anyone. No one was safe. We need to step up our investigation, Harry said to Dumbledore. We need to find out who else is involved. Dumbledore nodded, his expression grave. I agree. But we must be careful, Harry. The Society is dangerous, and they will not hesitate to eliminate anyone who threatens them. I know, Harry said. But I'm not going to let them win. Not after everything we've been through. The search for the Society's members continued, but the answers remained elusive. Every lead Harry followed seemed to lead to a dead end, every clue turned out to be a trap. And then, on a cold winter night, Harry found the evidence he had been searching for. He was in the Ministry of Magic, searching through the records of the Department of Mysteries, when he stumbled upon a hidden file. It was marked with the symbol of the broken thread, and it contained the names of every known member of the Society. Harry's hands shook as he flipped through the pages. The names were a who's who of the wizarding world, Ministry officials, Hogwarts professors, even members of the Order of the Phoenix. And at the very top of the list, in bold letters, was the name that made Harry's blood run cold. Peter Pettigrew. The Society was founded by Peter Pettigrew, Harry said, his voice hollow. He created it, built it, led it. He's the one who brought my parents back. He's the one who planned everything. Dumbledore's face was pale, his eyes filled with shock. Peter Pettigrew. But he's dead. You killed him yourself. I thought I did, Harry said. But he must have survived. He must have been planning this for years. The implications were staggering. Peter Pettigrew, the man who had betrayed his parents, had returned. And he had brought the Society with him. We need to find him, Harry said, his voice fierce. We need to stop him before he can put his plan into motion. Dumbledore nodded, his expression grim. I will contact the Order. We will find him, Harry. I promise. The search for Peter Pettigrew consumed Harry's every waking moment. He traveled to the far corners of the wizarding world, following leads and tracking down suspects. He questioned former Death Eaters, Ministry officials, and anyone who might have information about the Society's leader. But Pettigrew remained elusive, always one step ahead, always disappearing before Harry could catch him. He's toying with us, Harry said, his voice bitter. He knows we're hunting him, and he's enjoying it. Then we need to change our strategy, Hermione said. We need to force him to come to us. How? Harry asked. He's not going to walk into a trap. He might, Hermione said slowly, if we give him the right bait. The plan was risky, desperate, and dangerous. But it was the only chance they had. Harry sent a message to Pettigrew, challenging him to a confrontation. He used the Society's own symbols and language, making it clear that he knew their secrets and was ready to fight. The response came within hours. The thread is broken, the message read. Asterisk, the destiny is undone. Come to the place where it all began, and we shall finish what was started. Asterisk. Harry knew what it meant. The place where it all began. Godric's Hollow. The final confrontation was set. Harry stood in the graveyard of Godric's Hollow, his parents at his side, their faces set with determination. The night was cold and still, the stars overhead dim and distant. He's coming, Lily said, her voice soft. I can feel him. Harry nodded, his hand tightening on his wand. He could feel it too, the presence of the man who had betrayed them, who had brought them back, who had tried to destroy everything they loved. Peter Pettigrew stepped out of the shadows, his face twisted with hatred. Harry Potter, he said, his voice dripping with malice. I've been waiting for this moment. Peter, James said, his voice cold. You betrayed us. You killed us. And now you want to destroy our son? I want to destroy everything, Peter said. Everything that you love, everything that you care about. The society will see to that. Then you'll have to go through us, Harry said, raising his wand. And I promise you, we won't go down without a fight. The battle that followed was brutal and bloody. Harry fought alongside his parents, their wands blazing with spell after spell. Peter was powerful, his magic fueled by years of hatred and grief. But the Potters were stronger, their love for each other giving them the strength to fight. In the end, it was Harry who delivered the final blow. Expelliarmus, he shouted, and Peter's wand flew out of his hand. Peter fell to his knees, his face twisted with rage. You'll never be free of me, he spat. The society will always be there. They will always be watching. Harry raised his wand, his hand steady. Then we'll fight them. Until our last breath. And with a final blast of magic, Peter Pettigrew was gone. The darkness dissipated, and the world returned to normal. Harry stood in the ruins of the churchyard, his parents at his side. The sun was rising, painting the sky in shades of pink and gold. It's over, Lily said, her voice soft. It's finally over. Harry nodded, a sense of peace washing over him. The war was over. The darkness was gone. And he had his parents back. But he knew, deep down, that the battle was far from over. The society was still out there, still plotting, still waiting. And sooner or later, they would make their move. But for now, they were safe. And that, Harry knew, was enough. The days that followed were quiet, a time for healing and reflection. Harry spent his time with his parents, reconnecting, rebuilding, trying to find a new normal. The shadows of the past still lingered, but they were fading, growing dimmer with each passing day. You've grown so much, Lily said one evening, her eyes filled with pride. You're not the little boy we left behind. You're a man, a strong and brave man. Harry smiled, a warm feeling spreading through his chest. I had good role models, he said. The best. James clapped him on the shoulder, his eyes bright with emotion. We're proud of you, Harry. So proud. Harry nodded, unable to speak. He had his parents back. He had his family. And he had a future to look forward to. The darkness was gone. The war was over. And for the first time in his life, Harry felt truly free. End of Chapter 10. Chapter 11, Sirius and Remus's Doubt. The victory in Godric's Hollow had brought a fragile peace to the wizarding world, but for Sirius Black and Remus Lupin, the peace was laced with an unease that refused to fade. They had known James and Lily Potter better than anyone. Had loved them, fought beside them, mourned them. And now, with the Potters back from the dead, Sirius and Remus found themselves watching their old friends with a suspicion that felt like a betrayal. Something was wrong. Something had been wrong from the very beginning. The first hint came during a quiet evening at Grimmauld Place. Sirius had invited the Potters to dinner, hoping to recapture the easy camaraderie of their youth. The house was warm, the food plentiful, the wine flowing freely. But as the evening wore on, Sirius found himself studying James with a growing sense of unease. James was laughing at one of Remus's stories, his head thrown back, his eyes bright. But there was something off about the laugh, a fraction too loud, a beat too long. And when James looked at Sirius, there was a flicker in his eyes that Sirius couldn't quite identify. James, are you all right? Sirius asked, his voice carefully casual. You seem a bit off tonight. James blinked, his smile faltering. Off? No, I'm fine. Why do you ask? I don't know, Sirius said, shrugging. You just seem different. More distant. James laughed again, but this time the sound was hollow. I've been dead for 16 years, Sirius. I think I'm allowed to be a bit distant. The words hung in the air, heavy with implication. Sirius felt a chill run down his spine. "Of course," he said, forcing a smile. "I didn't mean anything by it." But the doubt had taken root, and it would not let go. The next day, Sirius sought out Remus. "I need to talk to you," he said, his voice urgent. "About James and Lily." Remus's face went pale. "What about them?" "There's something wrong," Sirius said. "I can feel it. They're not the same people we knew." Remus was silent for a long moment. When he spoke, his voice was careful, measured. "Of course they're not the same, Sirius. They've been through something terrible. They died, for Merlin's sake. That changes a person." "I know," Sirius said, frustration creeping into his voice. "But it's more than that. They're hiding something. I can see it in their eyes." Remus studied him, his expression unreadable. "Are you sure you're not just projecting? You've been through a lot too, Sirius. The war, the loss, Harry's near-death experiences." "Don't patronize me, Remus," Sirius snapped. "I know what I saw. There's something wrong with them, and I'm going to find out what it is." Remus sighed, his shoulders slumping. "Fine. But if you're going to investigate, be careful. James and Lily are not enemies. They're our friends." "I know," Sirius said, his voice softening. "That's why I'm doing this. To protect them." The investigation began in earnest. Sirius and Remus started by observing the Potters, watching for any sign of the darkness that had consumed them. They visited Godric's Hollow, spending time with James and Lily, looking for cracks in their carefully constructed facade. And slowly, painfully, the cracks began to show. It was Lily who slipped first. They were sitting in the garden, drinking tea and talking about the past. Remus had mentioned something about their Hogwarts days, a memory that had always made Lily laugh. But this time, Lily's reaction was different. "That's not how I remember it," she said, her voice flat. "I remember it differently." Remus blinked, taken aback. "Really? I could have sworn." "You're wrong," Lily interrupted, her voice sharp. "That's not what happened." The words hung in the air, heavy with unspoken tension. Sirius watched as Lily's face went pale, her eyes flickering with something that looked almost like fear. "I'm sorry," she said quickly, forcing a smile. "I didn't mean to snap. I've just been so tired lately." "Of course," Remus said, his voice careful. "We all have." But Sirius saw the look that passed between them, a look that confirmed his worst fears. Something was wrong with Lily. Something was very, very wrong. The doubts grew stronger over the following weeks. Sirius and Remus began to notice patterns, small inconsistencies that had been easy to dismiss at first but were now impossible to ignore. James would forget conversations they'd had, would misremember events from their shared past. Lily would lose track of time, would stare into space as though she were somewhere else entirely. "The memories are fading," Sirius said one evening, his voice raw. "I don't know if it's the darkness or something else, but they're losing themselves." Remus nodded, his face pale. "I've noticed it too. They're becoming hollow. Like there's less of them with each passing day." "We have to do something," Sirius said. "We have to help them." "How?" Remus asked. "We don't even know what's wrong. The darkness is gone, or at least we thought it was. But something is still eating away at them." Sirius was silent for a long moment. When he spoke, his voice was barely a whisper. "Maybe the darkness isn't gone. Maybe it's just hiding." The confrontation came on a cold winter night. Sirius had invited the Potters to Grimmauld Place, ostensibly for dinner, but with a hidden purpose. He and Remus had prepared a series of questions, designed to test the Potters' memories and force them to reveal the truth. But the evening did not go as planned. "Why are you asking all these questions?" James asked, his voice sharp. It's like you're interrogating us. We're not interrogating you, Remus said quickly. We're just curious. We've missed so much, and we want to understand. You want to understand what? Lily interrupted, her eyes flashing with anger. That we're different. That we've changed. Of course we've changed. We died. We know, Sirius said gently. But the changes we're seeing go beyond that. You're forgetting things. You're losing yourselves. And we're worried about you. James and Lily exchanged a glance, their expressions unreadable. Then James spoke, his voice cold and distant. You shouldn't be worried about us. You should be worried about yourselves. Sirius felt a chill run down his spine. What do you mean? I mean the society is still out there, James said. And they're not done with us yet. The revelation hit Sirius like a physical blow. The Society of the Unraveled Thread. The organization that had brought the Potters back, that had tried to destroy the world. They were still out there, still plotting, still waiting. How do you know? Sirius demanded. How do you know they're still out there? Because we can feel them, Lily said, her voice trembling. Every night, we feel them. Watching. Waiting. They want something from us, and they won't stop until they get it. What do they want? Remus asked, his voice barely a whisper. James and Lily exchanged another glance, this one filled with fear. Then James spoke, his voice hollow. They want our souls. They want to use us to destroy everything. The days that followed were filled with fear and uncertainty. Sirius and Remus threw themselves into the investigation, trying to find a way to stop the society. They consulted with Dumbledore, with the Order, with anyone who might have information about the secret organization. But the society remained elusive, its members hidden, its plans unknown. We're running out of time, Sirius said one evening, his voice desperate. Whatever the society is planning, it's going to happen soon. I can feel it. Remus nodded, his face pale. We need to find them. We need to stop them before it's too late. How? Sirius asked. We don't even know where to look. Remus was silent for a long moment. When he spoke, his voice was thoughtful. Maybe we're looking in the wrong place. Maybe we should be looking at the Potters. Sirius frowned. What do you mean? I mean the society brought the Potters back for a reason, Remus said. They have a plan for them. If we want to find the society, we need to follow the Potters. The surveillance began the next morning. Sirius and Remus took turns watching the Potters, tracking their movements, noting their interactions. They followed them to Godric's Hollow, to Diagon Alley, to the Ministry of Magic. And slowly, painfully, the truth began to emerge. The society is meeting in Godric's Hollow, Sirius said, his voice shaking. I saw them. In the churchyard. They were performing a ritual. Remus felt his blood run cold. A ritual? What kind of ritual? I don't know, Sirius admitted. But it was dark. Really dark. And the Potters were at the center of it. The night of the final confrontation arrived cold and clear. Sirius and Remus stood in the shadows of the churchyard, watching as the society gathered around the Potters. The ritual was already underway, the air thick with dark magic. We have to stop them, Sirius whispered. We have to save James and Lily. Remus nodded, his wand raised. Together. They moved forward, their spells flying, their voices raised in defiance. The society members scattered, their rituals disrupted, their plans thwarted. But the Potters did not move. James. Lily. Sirius shouted. It's over. You're free. James turned to him, his eyes burning with a darkness that made Sirius's blood run cold. We were never free, James said, his voice distorted. We were never meant to be free. We were always pawns. And now, we're going to finish what we started. The battle that followed was brutal and bloody. Sirius and Remus fought with everything they had, trying to save their friends from the darkness that had consumed them. The Potters fought back, their magic twisted and wrong, their eyes filled with a hatred that was not their own. "James, please," Sirius begged. "Fight it. Remember who you are." But James was beyond reach, his soul consumed by the darkness. In the end, it was Harry who saved them. He appeared in the churchyard, his wand blazing, his eyes filled with a fierce determination. He had found the source of the Society's power, had broken their hold on his parents. And with a final blast of magic, he sent the darkness back to the void from whence it came. The aftermath was quiet, the churchyard silent. James and Lily lay on the ground, their bodies still, their faces peaceful. The darkness was gone, but so was the light that had once filled them. "They're alive," Harry said, his voice trembling. "I can feel it. They're alive." Sirius knelt beside his friends, his eyes filled with tears. "I'm so sorry," he whispered. "I should have seen it sooner. I should have saved you." "You did save us," Lily said, her voice weak but clear. "You never gave up on us. That's what matters." Sirius looked up, his heart filled with relief and gratitude. James and Lily were back. They were alive. And they were free. The battle was over. The war was won. And for the first time in years, Sirius felt hope. The weeks that followed were filled with healing and reconciliation. Sirius and Remus spent their time with the Potters, rebuilding their friendship, making up for lost time. They laughed together, cried together, and remembered the people they had once been. And slowly, the darkness faded, replaced by a light that would never be extinguished. "I'm sorry I doubted you," Sirius said one evening, his voice raw. "I should have trusted you." James shook his head. "You had every right to doubt us. We were different. Changed. But we're better now. We're ourselves again." Sirius nodded, a sense of peace washing over him. James and Lily were back. They were whole. And they were ready to face whatever came next. Together. The final days of summer were warm and golden, a time of renewal and hope. Harry stood in the garden of Godric's Hollow, his parents at his side, his friends gathered around him. The darkness was gone, the Society defeated, the prophecy broken. But Harry didn't mourn the loss of his destiny. Because he had found something better, something more precious than any prophecy could offer. He had found a family. And that was all he had ever wanted. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12, A Rift in the Family. The peace that had settled over Godric's Hollow was fragile, a delicate balance that could be shattered by a single unkind word. Harry felt it in the way his parents looked at him now, not with the unconditional love he had craved his entire life, but with something else. Something that looked almost like fear. They were afraid of him. The realization hit Harry like a physical blow, knocking the breath from his lungs. His parents, the people who had come back from the dead to be with him, were afraid of what he might become. "Why do you look at me like that?" he demanded one evening, unable to contain his frustration any longer. "Like I'm a stranger?" Lily flinched, her eyes darting away. "We don't look at you like that, Harry. We're just worried." "Worried about what?" Harry pressed. "That I'm going to turn into a monster. That I'm going to be consumed by darkness like you were." James's face went pale. "Harry, that's not." "Then what is it?" Harry shouted, his voice cracking with emotion. "Tell me. I deserve to know." The silence that followed was deafening. Harry stood in the middle of the room, his chest heaving, his eyes blazing with a fury that had been building for months. Finally, Lily spoke, her voice barely a whisper. "We're afraid of what you're becoming, Harry. The power you have, the darkness you carry inside you, it's growing. We can feel it." Harry stared at her, the words sinking in like poison. What are you talking about? I don't have any darkness in me. Don't you? James asked quietly. You've been through so much, Harry. So much pain, so much loss. It's changed you. We can see it in your eyes. Harry felt the air leave his lungs. His parents were afraid of him. They thought he was becoming something dark, something dangerous. I'm not going to become a monster, he said, his voice shaking. I'm not like Voldemort. I'm not like anyone. Of course you're not, Lily said quickly, reaching for his hand. But that doesn't mean you're not changing. And that's what scares us. The rift between Harry and his parents grew wider over the following weeks. He pulled away from them, spending more time with Ron and Hermione, more time alone. He threw himself into his training, pushing himself harder than ever before, trying to prove that he was still in control. But the darkness inside him was growing, and he couldn't deny it any longer. I don't know what's happening to me, he admitted to Hermione one evening. I feel like I'm losing myself. Like there's something inside me that's taking over. Hermione's face was pale, her eyes filled with concern. Harry, you've been through so much. It's natural to feel overwhelmed. It's more than that, Harry said, his voice raw. I can feel it, Hermione. The darkness. It's like a living thing, coiled up inside me. And it's getting stronger. Then we'll find a way to stop it, Hermione said firmly. We always find a way. Harry nodded, but he didn't believe her. The darkness was too strong, too powerful. And he didn't know if he could stop it. The confrontation with James came on a cold winter night. Harry had been training in the garden, pushing himself to exhaustion, trying to burn off the energy that was building inside him. James appeared at the door, his face lined with worry. Harry, you need to rest. You've been at this for hours. I can't rest, Harry said, his voice flat. I need to be ready. Ready for what? James asked. The war is over. Voldemort is dead. There's nothing left to fight. Then why does it feel like something is still out there? Harry demanded, turning to face his father. Why? Does it feel like I'm being hunted? James was silent for a long moment. When he spoke, his voice was heavy with regret. Because you are being hunted, Harry. The darkness that was inside us, the darkness that we thought was gone, it's inside you now. It transferred to you when you saved us. Harry stared at him, the words sinking in like ice. What are you talking about? The ritual you performed, the one that saved us from the darkness, it didn't destroy the darkness. It just moved it. From us to you. Harry felt the world tilt around him. The darkness was inside him. It had been inside him all along. Why didn't you tell me, he shouted, his voice cracking. Why did you keep this from me? We didn't want to worry you, Lily said, appearing in the doorway. We thought we could find a way to remove it before it took hold. But you couldn't, Harry said, his voice bitter. And now it's inside me. And it's growing. James stepped forward, his hands outstretched. Harry, we're going to fix this. We're going to find a way to save you. Save me? Harry laughed, a hollow, broken sound. You can't even save yourselves. The rift deepened after that night. Harry avoided his parents, spending as much time away from Godric's Hollow as possible. He stayed at Hogwarts, at Grimmauld Place, anywhere but the cottage where his parents lived and breathed and reminded him of everything he had lost. Harry, you need to talk to them, Ron said one evening. They're your parents. They love you. They're afraid of me, Harry said flatly. They think I'm becoming a monster. Then prove them wrong, Ron said. Show them who you really are. Harry shook his head, despair washing over him. I don't know who I really am anymore. The darkness grew stronger with each passing day. Harry felt it in his dreams, in the shadows that seemed to follow him everywhere, in the whispers that echoed at the edge of his consciousness. It was consuming him, slowly but surely. And there was nothing he could do to stop it. "I need to find a way to destroy it," he said to Dumbledore. "Before it destroys me." Dumbledore's face was grave, his eyes filled with sorrow. "The darkness that is inside you, Harry, is ancient and powerful. It cannot be destroyed. It can only be contained." "Then how do I contain it?" Harry demanded. "How do I keep it from taking over?" Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. When he spoke, his voice was barely a whisper. "You must accept it. You must make peace with it. Only then can you control it." Harry stared at him, the words sinking in. Accept the darkness. Make peace with it. It was the last thing he wanted to do. But it was the only way. The journey to acceptance was long and painful. Harry spent hours in meditation, trying to connect with the darkness inside him. He talked to it, listened to it, tried to understand what it wanted. And slowly, painfully, the darkness began to speak. "I am not your enemy," it said, its voice soft and ancient. "I am a part of you. A part that was always there, waiting to be acknowledged, I don't want you inside me," Harry said, his voice raw. "I want you gone." "You cannot be rid of me," the darkness replied. I am a part of your soul. Without me, you would be incomplete, Harry felt the truth of the words sink in. The darkness was a part of him, a part that had been there since the night his parents had died. It was the scar on his forehead, the connection to Voldemort, the weight of the prophecy that had defined his life. And it was never going to go away. The turning point came on a quiet evening in Godric's Hollow. Harry had returned to the cottage, determined to make things right with his parents. He found them in the garden, sitting together on the bench beneath the old oak tree. "Mom, Dad," he said, his voice soft. "I need to talk to you." They looked up, their faces wary but hopeful. "I know you're afraid of me," Harry continued. "I know. You see the darkness inside me. But I've come to accept it. It's a part of me, and I'm not going to let it control me." Lily's eyes filled with tears. "Harry. I'm not going to become a monster," Harry said firmly. "I'm not going to let the darkness win. I'm going to fight it, every day, for the rest of my life. And I'm going to win." James stood up, crossing the garden to embrace his son. "We're so proud of you, Harry. So proud." Harry hugged him back, feeling the warmth of his father's arms around him. He hugged Lily too, the three of them standing in the garden, holding each other as though they would never let go. "I love you," Harry said, his voice thick with emotion. "Both of you." "We love you too, Harry," Lily said. "Always." The days that followed were filled with healing. Harry spent time with his parents, rebuilding the relationship that had been strained by fear and doubt. They talked openly about the darkness, about the future, about everything that had happened. And slowly, the rift began to heal. "Thank you," Lily said one evening, her voice soft. "For not giving up on us. For not giving up on yourself." Harry smiled, a genuine smile that reached his eyes. "I'll never give up," he said. "Not on you. Not on myself. Not on anyone." The darkness was still there, coiled inside him, waiting for its chance. But Harry was no longer afraid of it. He had accepted it, made peace with it, and that gave him the strength to control it. "I'm not going to let it win," he said to Ron and Hermione. "I'm going to fight it. And I'm going to win." "We know you will, Harry," Hermione said, her voice filled with confidence. "You've never given up on anything. And you're not going to start now." Harry nodded, a sense of peace washing over him. He had his family, his friends, his purpose. And that was all he needed. The darkness was still there, but it was no longer in control. He was. The final confrontation with the darkness came on a night like any other. Harry was in his room, reading by the fire, when the shadows began to twist and writhe. The darkness was rising, trying to take hold. "You cannot control me forever," it whispered. I will consume you. I will make you mine. No, you won't, Harry said, his voice steady. I am stronger than you. I am better than you. And I will never let you win. He raised his wand, a beam of light shooting from its tip, and the darkness recoiled. This is not over, it hissed. I will be back. I will always be back, And I'll be waiting, Harry said. Always. The darkness faded, and the room was quiet. Harry stood in the center of the room, his wand still raised, his heart pounding. He had won. He had defeated the darkness. But he knew it was only a temporary victory. The darkness would return, again and again, and he would have to fight it every time. But that was okay. He was ready. He was Harry Potter, and he would never give up. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13, Draco's Warning. The owl arrived at dawn, its feathers dark against the pale winter sky. Harry had been sitting in the kitchen of Godric's Hollow, nursing a cup of tea and watching the sun rise over the garden, when the bird tapped insistently at the window. He opened the latch, and the owl swooped in, dropping a letter onto the table before departing as quickly as it had arrived. The envelope was plain, unmarked, but Harry recognized the handwriting immediately. Draco Malfoy. His heart raced as he tore open the envelope, his eyes scanning the words with growing urgency. Potter. We need to meet. It's urgent. The Society is planning something big. They're going to strike soon, and you need to be ready. Meet me at the Hog's Head Inn tonight at midnight. Come alone, and don't tell anyone, Draco. Harry read the letter 3 times, his mind churning. Draco Malfoy, of all people, was reaching out to him. The same Draco who had mocked him, taunted him, tried to destroy him. The same Draco who had been raised to hate everything Harry stood for. But the war had changed things. People had changed. And if Draco was reaching out now, it meant something was very, very wrong. Harry arrived at the Hog's Head Inn just before midnight, his wand concealed in his robes, his senses on high alert. The pub was nearly empty, the few patrons hunched over their drinks, their faces hidden in shadow. Draco was waiting in a booth at the back, his pale face drawn and weary. He looked older than Harry remembered, the lines of stress etched deep into his features. Potter, he said, his voice barely above a whisper. You came. Of course I came, Harry said, sliding into the seat across from him. What's going on? Draco glanced around the pub, his eyes darting nervously. The Society is making their move. They've been planning this for months, ever since you defeated Pettigrew. I thought Pettigrew was the leader, Harry said, frowning. He was, Draco confirmed. But he wasn't the only one. There are others, higher up, more powerful. They've been pulling the strings from the beginning. Harry felt a cold knot form in his stomach. Who are they? What do they want? Draco leaned forward, his voice dropping to a whisper. They want to unravel everything, Potter. Every thread of destiny, every connection that binds us together. They want to destroy the magical world as we know it and rebuild it in their image. How do you know all this? Harry demanded. How are you involved? Draco's face twisted with something that looked like shame. My father. He's been working with them, trying to regain his standing. He thought they could help him, restore his position. But he was wrong. They're using him, using all of us. And you? Harry pressed. Are you working with them too? No, Draco said, his voice fierce. I want nothing to do with them. That's why I'm here. I'm trying to stop them. Harry studied him for a long moment, searching for the lie in his eyes. But all he saw was sincerity, a young man trying to make amends for his past. "What do they have planned?" Harry asked. "When are they going to strike?" Draco shook his head. "I don't know all the details. But I know they're going to hit Godric's Hollow. That's where it all began, and that's where they want to end it." Harry felt his blood run cold. Godric's Hollow. His home. His parents. "When?" he demanded. "When are they going to strike?" "Tomorrow," Draco said, his voice barely a whisper. "At midnight. They're going to perform a ritual that will unravel the threads of destiny once and for all." Harry left the Hog's Head Inn with his mind racing. The society was planning to strike tomorrow, and he had no idea how to stop them. He went straight to Dumbledore, bursting into the headmaster's office with barely a knock. "Professor, we have a problem," he said, his voice urgent. "The society is planning to attack Godric's Hollow tomorrow. They're going to perform a ritual that will destroy everything." Dumbledore's face went pale. "Are you sure, Harry? This information is reliable?" "It came from Draco Malfoy," Harry said. "He's been feeding me information for weeks. I trust him." Dumbledore was silent for a long moment, his expression unreadable. Then he nodded slowly. "We must prepare," he said. "I will contact the Order. We will be ready for them." The next day was a blur of activity. Harry spent the hours leading up to midnight in a state of barely contained anxiety. He helped the Order prepare the defenses around Godric's Hollow, working alongside his parents, his friends, and everyone else who had come to fight. "Harry, are you all right?" Lily asked, her voice soft. "You seem tense." "I'm fine," Harry said, though they both knew it was a lie. "Just worried." "We'll get through this," James said, placing a hand on his shoulder. "Together." Harry nodded, forcing a smile. But inside, he was terrified. Midnight arrived cold and clear. Harry stood in the churchyard of Godric's Hollow, his wand raised, his eyes scanning the darkness. The Order was positioned around the village, ready to strike at the first sign of the society. And then, they came. The society emerged from the shadows like wraiths, their robes billowing, their faces hidden behind masks. They moved as one, converging on the churchyard, their hands raised in a chant that made Harry's blood run cold. "Now!" Dumbledore shouted, and the Order attacked. The battle that followed was brutal and bloody. Harry fought with everything he had, his wand blazing with spell after spell. He saw Ron and Hermione at his side, their faces set with determination. He saw his parents fighting back to back, their love for each other giving them strength. And he saw Draco, standing in the midst of the chaos, his wand raised against the society that had once claimed his family. "Potter!" Draco shouted, his voice cutting through the noise. "The ritual. It's starting." Harry turned and saw the society members gathering in a circle, their hands raised, a dark energy building around them. They were performing the ritual, trying to unravel the threads of destiny. "No!" Harry shouted, lunging forward. "I won't let you." He raised his wand and began to chant, the words of the counter-ritual flowing from his lips. The magic built around him, a swirl of light and shadow, and Harry felt the threads of destiny humming in his veins. And then, with a final cry, he released the magic. The world exploded in a burst of white light, and Harry felt himself falling into darkness. When he woke, he was lying in the churchyard, his parents kneeling beside him. "Harry," Lily said, her voice thick with tears. "Harry, you did it. You saved us all." Harry blinked, his vision clearing. The society was gone, the ritual broken. The darkness had been banished. "Did it work?" he asked, his voice weak. "Is it over?" "It's over." James said, his voice filled with gratitude. "You saved us, son. You saved us all. Harry smiled, his heart filled with relief. He had done it. He had saved his parents. He had saved the world. But even as he celebrated his victory, he felt a cold certainty settle in his bones. The society was defeated, but the darkness was still out there. The threads of destiny were still frayed. And sooner or later, they would need to be mended. The days that followed were filled with healing and reconciliation. Harry spent time with his parents, rebuilding the relationship that had been strained by the events of the past year. They talked openly about the future, about the challenges that lay ahead, about the family they were determined to become. "I'm sorry," Harry said one evening, his voice raw. "For everything. For pushing you away, for not trusting you." Lily reached for his hand, her eyes filled with love. "You have nothing to be sorry for, Harry. You've been through so much. We're just glad you're still here." James nodded, his eyes bright with emotion. "We're proud of you, son. So proud." Harry smiled, a genuine smile that reached his eyes. He had his family, his friends, his purpose. And that was all he had ever wanted. The darkness was still there, waiting in the shadows. But Harry was no longer afraid. He was ready for whatever came next. The final confrontation with the society came on a night like any other. Harry was in his room, reading by the fire, when the shadows began to twist and writhe. The darkness was rising, trying to take hold. "You cannot control me forever," it whispered. "I will consume you. I will make you mine, "" "No, you won't," Harry said, his voice steady. "I am stronger than you. I am better than you. And I will never let you win." He raised his wand, a beam of light shooting from its tip, and the darkness recoiled. "This is not over," it hissed. "I will be back. I will *always be back*, "And I'll be waiting," Harry said. "Always." The darkness faded, and the room was quiet. Harry stood in the center of the room, his wand still raised, his heart pounding. He had won. He had defeated the darkness. But he knew it was only a temporary victory. The darkness would return, again and again, and he would have to fight it every time. But that was okay. He was ready. He was Harry Potter, and he would never give up. The epilogue came on a warm spring day. Harry stood in the garden of Godric's Hollow, his parents at his side, his friends gathered around him. The sun was shining, the birds were singing, and for the first time in his life, Harry felt truly at peace. "Thank you," he said, his voice soft. "For everything. For never giving up on me." Lily smiled, her eyes bright with tears. "We'll never give up on you, Harry. You're our son. We love you." James placed a hand on his shoulder, his grip warm and reassuring. "We're proud of you, son. So proud." Harry nodded, a sense of completeness washing over him. He had his family, his friends, his future. And that was all he had ever wanted. The darkness was still out there, waiting. But Harry was no longer afraid. He was ready for whatever came next. The end of the war brought a new beginning. Harry walked through the streets of Godric's Hollow, his hand clasped in his mother's, his father's arm draped around his shoulders. The villagers smiled at them, their faces bright with hope and gratitude. "It's over," Lily said, her voice soft. "It's finally over." Harry nodded, a sense of peace washing over him. The war was over. The darkness was gone. And he had his family. "We're going to be okay," he said, his voice filled with certainty. "All of us. I know it." James squeezed his shoulder, his eyes bright with emotion. "Yes, we are. We're going to be just fine." And as they walked through the village, surrounded by the people they loved, Harry knew that the future was bright. The darkness would always be there, waiting. In the shadows. But Harry was no longer afraid. He was Harry Potter, and he would never give up. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14, The Truth About the Ritual. The victory over the society had bought them time, but Harry knew it was only a temporary reprieve. The darkness that had been unleashed by his parents' return was still out there, lurking in the shadows, waiting for its chance to strike again. And the questions that had haunted him since the beginning remained unanswered. Who had performed the ritual that brought his parents back? How had they done it? And most importantly, what was the true price that had been paid? The answers came to Harry in fragments, scattered pieces of a puzzle that had been waiting to be assembled since the night his parents had risen from their graves. It started with a dream. Harry was standing in a vast, empty chamber, its walls covered in ancient runes that pulsed with a sickly green light. At the center of the chamber stood a figure, tall and gaunt, cloaked in shadows. "You have come far, Harry Potter," the figure said, its voice echoing strangely. "But you have not come far enough." "Who are you?" Harry demanded. "What do you want?" The figure stepped forward, and Harry's blood ran cold. It was a woman, her face pale and gaunt, her eyes burning with a fierce, terrible light. She was the same woman who had appeared to him in the Forbidden Forest, the one who had shown him the heart of the darkness. "I am the one who performed the ritual," she said, her voice soft and ancient. "I am the one who brought your parents back." Harry stared at her, his mind reeling. "You? But why? Why would you do something like that?" The woman smiled, a sad, knowing smile that made Harry's stomach churn. "Because I had to. Because I was the only one who could." "What are you talking about?" Harry demanded. "Tell me the truth." The woman was silent for a long moment. When she spoke, her voice was barely a whisper. "I am your grandmother, Harry. I am Euphemia Potter. And I have been waiting a very long time to meet you." Harry woke with a gasp, his body drenched in sweat. His grandmother? Euphemia Potter? But she had died years before he was born, long before his parents had been killed. Unless she hadn't died. Unless she had been hiding, waiting, planning. He went straight to Dumbledore, his mind racing with questions. "Professor, I need to talk to you," he said, his voice urgent. "I had a dream. A woman appeared to me. She said she was my grandmother, Euphemia Potter. And she said she was the one who performed the ritual that brought my parents back." Dumbledore's face went pale, his eyes widening with shock. "Euphemia Potter? But she died." "Apparently she didn't," Harry said. "She's been hiding, waiting. She has a plan, and I need to know what it is." Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. When he spoke, his voice was heavy with sorrow. "I knew Euphemia," he said slowly. "She was a brilliant witch, one of the brightest of her generation. But she was also troubled. Obsessed with the idea of destiny and fate. She believed that the threads that bind us together are a prison, a cage that limits our potential." Harry felt a chill run down his spine. "Just like the society." "Yes," Dumbledore confirmed. "I believe Euphemia was a founder of the society. Or at least, a member of its inner circle. She dedicated her life to unraveling the threads of destiny, and she believed that the greatest thread of all was the one that bound you to the prophecy. So she brought my parents back to break the prophecy," Harry said, his voice flat. "She sacrificed everything to achieve her goal." Dumbledore nodded. "I believe so. And I believe she is not finished yet." The search for Euphemia Potter began in earnest. Harry traveled to the far corners of the wizarding world, following leads and tracking down suspects. He questioned old friends and new allies, searching for any clue that might lead him to his grandmother. And slowly, painfully, the truth began to emerge. Euphemia Potter was a powerful witch, Hermione said one evening, her voice filled with admiration and fear. She was one of the most accomplished magical researchers of her time. She discovered the sacrifice of destiny, and she perfected it. She perfected it? Harry repeated, his voice incredulous. But the ritual almost destroyed everything. It almost destroyed my parents. That's the thing about perfecting a ritual, Hermione said grimly. It means you understand it completely. And if you understand it completely, you can control it. She may have brought your parents back, but she could also be the one to send them back. Harry felt the air leave his lungs. His grandmother had the power to undo everything. To send his parents back to the dead. And she was still out there, still plotting, still waiting. The confrontation with Euphemia came on a cold winter night. Harry had tracked her to a remote cottage in the north of Scotland, the same cottage where the wizard who had discovered the sacrifice of destiny had once lived. He stood in the doorway, his wand raised, his heart pounding. "Grandmother," he called out, his voice echoing through the empty rooms. "I know you're here. Show yourself." Euphemia stepped out of the shadows, her face pale and gaunt, her eyes burning with that same fierce light. "Harry," she said, her voice soft. "I was wondering when you would find me." "Stop playing games," Harry said, his voice sharp. "I want the truth. Why did you bring my parents back? What do you want?" Euphemia smiled, a sad, knowing smile. "I brought them back because I had to. Because the prophecy was a cage, a prison that was destroying you. I couldn't stand by and watch my grandson be consumed by destiny." "You should have let me make that choice," Harry said, his voice shaking. "It was my destiny. My life." "Your life was never your own," Euphemia said. "It was shaped by forces beyond your control. I was trying to set you free." Harry stared at her, the words sinking in. She had brought his parents back to set him free. To break the prophecy that had defined his life. But at what cost? "And now?" he asked, his voice barely a whisper. "What happens now?" Euphemia was silent for a long moment. When she spoke, her voice was heavy with sorrow. "Now, I pay the price. The ritual that brought your parents back required a sacrifice, the sacrifice of my own destiny. I gave up everything I was meant to become to save you, Harry. And now, I have nothing left." Harry felt a wave of pity wash over him. His grandmother had sacrificed everything for him. She had given up her future, her purpose, her very soul. "Is there anything I can do?" he asked, his voice soft. "Anything to help you?" Euphemia shook her head. "No, Harry. My fate is sealed. But yours is not. You have a chance to be free, to live your own life, to find your own destiny. Don't waste it." Harry left the cottage with a heavy heart. His grandmother had sacrificed everything for him, and there was nothing he could do to save her. She was fading, her soul consumed by the darkness that had been unleashed by the ritual. But as he walked away, Harry felt something shift inside him. The weight of the prophecy was gone, replaced by a sense of freedom he had never known. He was no longer the chosen one. He was just Harry. And that was enough. The weeks that followed were filled with healing and reflection. Harry spent time with his parents, rebuilding the relationship that had been strained by the events of the past year. He talked openly about the future, about the challenges that lay ahead, about the family they were determined to become. "I'm sorry," Harry said one evening, his voice raw. "For everything. For pushing you away, for not trusting you." Lily reached for his hand, her eyes filled with love. "You have nothing to be sorry for, Harry. You've been through so much. We're just glad you're still here." James nodded, his eyes bright with emotion. "We're proud of you, son. So proud." Harry smiled, a genuine smile that reached his eyes. He had his family, his friends, his purpose. And that was all he had ever wanted. The final confrontation with the darkness came on a night like any other. Harry was in his room, reading by the fire, when the shadows began to twist and writhe. The darkness was rising, trying to take hold. You cannot control me forever, it whispered. Asterisk, I will consume you. I will make you mine, asterisk. No, you won't, Harry said, his voice steady. I am stronger than you. I am better than you. And I will never let you win. He raised his wand, a beam of light shooting from its tip, and the darkness recoiled. This is not over, it hissed. Asterisk, I will be back. I will always be back, asterisk. And I'll be waiting, Harry said. Always. The darkness faded, and the room was quiet. Harry stood in the center of the room, his wand still raised, his heart pounding. He had won. He had defeated the darkness. But he knew it was only a temporary victory. The darkness would return, again and again, and he would have to fight it every time. But that was okay. He was ready. He was Harry Potter, and he would never give up. The epilogue came on a warm spring day. Harry stood in the garden of Godric's Hollow, his parents at his side, his friends gathered around him. The sun was shining, the birds were singing, and for the first time in his life, Harry felt truly at peace. Thank you, he said, his voice soft. For everything. For never giving up on me. Lily smiled, her eyes bright with tears. We'll never give up on you, Harry. You're our son. We love you. James placed a hand on his shoulder, his grip warm and reassuring. We're proud of you, son. So proud. Harry nodded, a sense of completeness washing over him. He had his family, his friends, his future. And that was all he had ever wanted. The darkness was still out there, waiting. But Harry was no longer afraid. He was ready for whatever came next. The end of the war brought a new beginning. Harry walked through the streets of Godric's Hollow, his hand clasped in his mother's, his father's arm draped around his shoulders. The villagers smiled at them, their faces bright with hope and gratitude. It's over, Lily said, her voice soft. It's finally over. Harry nodded, a sense of peace washing over him. The war was over. The darkness was gone. And he had his family. We're going to be okay, he said, his voice filled with certainty. All of us. I know it. James squeezed his shoulder, his eyes bright with emotion. Yes, we are. We're going to be just fine. And as they walked through the village, surrounded by the people they loved, Harry knew that the future was bright. The darkness would always be there, waiting in the shadows. But Harry was no longer afraid. He was Harry Potter, and he would never give up. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15, Voldemort's new plan. The revelation of Euphemia Potter's role in the ritual had shaken Harry to his core, but it had also given him something he had never truly had before, closure. He understood now why his parents had returned, understood the sacrifice that had been made, understood the price that had been paid. But understanding did not bring peace. The darkness that had been unleashed by the ritual was still out there, and Harry could feel it growing stronger with each passing day. The magical balance was still disrupted, the threads of destiny still frayed, and Voldemort, though defeated, had left behind a legacy that refused to die. The new threat came from an unexpected source. Harry was in the library at Godric's Hollow, poring over ancient texts on sacrificial magic, when an owl flew through the window and dropped a letter into his lap. The handwriting was sharp and precise, the words carefully chosen. Potter. You. Think you've won. You think the war is over. But you are wrong. Voldemort may be gone, but his followers are not. They have been gathering, planning, waiting for the right moment to strike. And they have found a new leader, someone who knows your secrets. Someone who knows your weaknesses. Someone who will stop at nothing to destroy everything you love, The Dark Lord may be dead, but his legacy lives on. And it will not rest until you are destroyed, An old friend. Harry read the letter 3 times, his heart racing. Voldemort's followers were gathering again, and they had found a new leader. Someone who knew his secrets, his weaknesses, his fears. The war was not over. It had only just begun. The search for the new leader began in earnest. Harry traveled to the far corners of the wizarding world, following leads and tracking down suspects. He questioned former Death Eaters, Ministry officials, and anyone who might have information about the new threat. And slowly, painfully, the truth began to emerge. "The new leader is someone you know," Hermione said one evening, her voice filled with dread. "Someone you trusted. Someone who was close to you." Harry felt a chill run down his spine. "Who? Who is it?" Hermione was silent for a long moment. When she spoke, her voice was barely a whisper. "It's Lucius Malfoy. He's been gathering followers, building an army. He wants to finish what Voldemort started." The revelation hit Harry like a physical blow. Lucius Malfoy, the man who had been a loyal follower of Voldemort, was now leading the remnants of the Death Eaters. He was the new Dark Lord, the new threat, the new enemy. Why? Harry demanded. Why would he do this? He lost everything in the war. His wealth, his influence, his reputation. Why would he risk it all again? Because he has nothing left to lose, Hermione said gently. He's a broken man, Harry. A man who has lost everything. And broken men are the most dangerous of all. The confrontation with Lucius Malfoy came on a cold winter night. Harry stood in the ruins of Malfoy Manor, his wand raised, his heart pounding. Lucius was waiting for him in the grand ballroom, surrounded by his followers, his face twisted with hatred. "Harry Potter," he said, his voice dripping with contempt. "I was wondering when you would come." "Lucius," Harry said, his voice steady. "This is your last chance. Surrender now, and I'll spare your followers." Lucius laughed, a cold, cruel sound. "Surrender? To you? The boy who destroyed everything I loved? The boy who killed my master? You are nothing, Potter. Less than nothing." Harry felt a surge of anger rise in his chest. "I am not nothing. I am Harry Potter. And I will stop you." The battle that followed was brutal and bloody. Harry fought with everything he had, his wand blazing with spell after spell. He saw his friends at his side, Ron, Hermione, Neville, Luna, their faces set with determination. He saw his parents, fighting back to back, their love for each other giving them strength. And he saw Lucius Malfoy, his face twisted with rage, his magic dark and powerful. "You will never win, Potter." Lucius shouted, his voice echoing through the ballroom. "The darkness will always rise again." "Then I'll fight it," Harry said, his voice steady. "Every time. Until my last breath." The final blow came from an unexpected source. Draco Malfoy appeared in the doorway of the ballroom, his wand raised, his face pale but determined. "Father," he said, his voice shaking. "Stop this. Please. It's not too late." Lucius turned, his eyes widening with shock. "Draco? What are you doing here?" "I'm stopping you," Draco said, his voice firm. "I'm ending this. For good." He raised his wand and cast a spell that sent Lucius flying across the room. The old man crashed into the wall, his body crumpling to the ground. "It's over," Draco said, his voice barely a whisper. "It's finally over." The aftermath of the battle was quiet, the mansion silent. Lucius Malfoy was taken into custody, his followers scattered and defeated. The new threat was gone, the remnants of the Death Eaters crushed. But Harry knew it was only a matter of time before something else rose to take their place. The darkness was eternal, unending. And it would always find a way to return. The days that followed were filled with healing and reconciliation. Harry spent time with his family and friends, rebuilding the relationships that had been strained by the events of the past year. He talked openly about the future, about the challenges that lay ahead, about the world they were determined to build. "I'm proud of you," Lily said one evening, her voice soft. "You stood up to the darkness. You won." Harry shook his head, his eyes filled with humility. "I didn't win alone. I had help. I had all of you." James smiled, placing a hand on his shoulder. "That's what makes you special, Harry. You never forget the people who helped you along the way." The final confrontation with the darkness came on a night like any other. Harry was in his room, reading by the fire, when the shadows began to twist and writhe. The darkness was rising, trying to take hold. "You cannot control me forever," it whispered. "I will consume you. I will make you mine, *." "No, you won't," Harry said, his voice steady. "I am stronger than you. I am better than you. And I will never let you win." He raised his wand, a beam of light shooting from its tip, and the darkness recoiled. "This is not over," it hissed. "I will be back. I will always be back, *." "And I'll be waiting," Harry said. "Always." The darkness faded, and the room was quiet. Harry stood in the center of the room, his wand still raised, his heart pounding. He had won. He had defeated the darkness. But he knew it was only a temporary victory. The darkness would return, again and again, and he would have to fight it every time. But that was okay. He was ready. He was Harry Potter, and he would never give up. The epilogue came on a warm spring day. Harry stood in the garden of Godric's Hollow, his parents at his side, his friends gathered around him. The sun was shining, the birds were singing, and for the first time in his life, Harry felt truly at peace. "Thank you," he said, his voice soft. "For everything. For never giving up on me." Lily smiled, her eyes bright with tears. "We'll never give up on you, Harry. You're our son. We love you." James placed a hand on his shoulder, his grip warm and reassuring. "We're proud of you, son. So proud." Harry nodded, a sense of completeness washing over him. He had his family, his friends, his future. And that was all he had ever wanted. The darkness was still out there, waiting. But Harry was no longer afraid. He was ready for whatever came next. The end of the war brought a new beginning. Harry walked through the streets of Godric's Hollow, his hand clasped in his mother's, his father's arm draped around his shoulders. The villagers smiled at them, their faces bright with hope and gratitude. "It's over," Lily said, her voice soft. "It's finally over." Harry nodded, a sense of peace washing over him. The war was over. The darkness was gone. And he had his family. "We're going to be okay," he said, his voice filled with certainty. "All of us. I know it." James squeezed his shoulder, his eyes bright with emotion. "Yes, we are. We're going to be just fine." And as they walked through the village, surrounded by the people they loved, Harry knew that the future was bright. The darkness would always be there, waiting in the shadows. But Harry was no longer afraid. He was Harry Potter, and he would never give up. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16, Harry's Choice. The war against Lucius Malfoy had been won, but the victory had come at a cost. Harry stood in the garden of Godric's Hollow, the morning sun warm on his face, and felt the weight of everything pressing down on him. The battles, the losses, the sacrifices, they had all led to this moment. But instead of peace, Harry felt only uncertainty. His parents were alive. The prophecy was broken. Voldemort was gone. The society was defeated. Everything he had fought for had been achieved. So why did he feel so lost? The question haunted Harry for weeks. He went through the motions of daily life, spending time with his parents, his friends, his extended family. He helped rebuild the wizarding world, working alongside the Order and the Ministry to restore order and justice. He even began to think about his future, about what he wanted to do with the rest of his life. But the answers wouldn't come. "I don't know who I am anymore," he admitted to Hermione one evening. "I spent my whole life being the chosen one, and now that's gone. I don't know what I'm supposed to do." Hermione was silent for a long moment, her eyes filled with compassion. "Maybe that's the point, Harry. Maybe you're not supposed to know yet. Maybe you're supposed to figure it out as you go." "But what if I never figure it out?" Harry asked, his voice raw. "What if I spend the rest of my life searching for a purpose that doesn't exist?" "Then you'll still be Harry Potter," Hermione said gently. "And that's more than enough." The turning point came on a quiet evening in Godric's Hollow. Harry was sitting in the garden, watching the sunset, when his parents joined him. They sat in comfortable silence for a long moment, the three of them together, watching the colors fade from the sky. "Harry," Lily said finally, her voice soft. "We need to talk to you about something." Harry turned to her, his heart racing. "What is it?" James took a deep breath, his eyes filled with emotion. "Your grandmother, Euphemia, she left us a message. Before she passed." Harry felt a chill run down his spine. "What kind of message?" Lily reached into her robes and pulled out a small, leather-bound journal. "She wrote this for you. She said it would explain everything." Harry took the journal with trembling hands, his eyes scanning the cover. It was old, worn, its pages yellowed with age. "Read it," James said softly. "When you're ready." Harry read the journal that night, alone in his room. The words were Euphemia's, written in a hand that was elegant and precise. She spoke of her life, her work, her obsession with destiny. She spoke of the prophecy, of her fear that Harry would be consumed by it. And she spoke of the ritual, the sacrifice of destiny, and the price she had paid to bring his parents back. "I gave up everything for you, Harry," she wrote. My future, my purpose, my very soul. I did it because I loved you. I did it because I believed you deserved a chance to be free, but I made a mistake. I thought that by breaking the prophecy, I was setting you free. But I was wrong. I was just trading one cage for another, The darkness that I unleashed is part of you now. It will always be part of you. But it doesn't have to control you. You can choose to fight it. You can choose to be free, The choice is yours, Harry. It's always been yours, Harry closed the journal, his hands shaking. His grandmother had sacrificed everything for him, and she had left him a choice. He could let the darkness consume him, let it define him, let it destroy everything he loved. Or he could fight it. He could choose to be free. The choice was his. It had always been his. The days that followed were filled with soul-searching. Harry spent hours alone, walking through the village, sitting in the churchyard, staring at the stars. He thought about his past, his present, his future. He thought about everything he had lost and everything he had gained. And slowly, painfully, the answer began to emerge. "I've decided," he said one evening, his voice firm. "I've decided what I'm going to do." His parents looked at him, their eyes filled with hope and fear. "What have you decided, Harry?" Lily asked, her voice barely a whisper. Harry took a deep breath, his heart pounding. "I'm going to fight the darkness. I'm going to fight it every day, for the rest of my life. I'm going to choose to be free." James and Lily exchanged a glance, their faces breaking into smiles. "We're so proud of you, Harry," James said, his voice thick with emotion. "So proud." The journey to freedom was long and difficult. Harry threw himself into his training, learning everything he could about the darkness and how to control it. He studied ancient texts, consulted with experts, and practiced meditation and mindfulness. And slowly, the darkness began to recede. It was still there, coiled in the depths of his soul, waiting for its chance. But Harry was no longer afraid of it. He had accepted it, made peace with it, and that gave him the strength to control it. "I'm not going to let it win," he said to Ron and Hermione. "I'm going to fight it. And I'm going to win." "We know you will, Harry," Hermione said, her voice filled with confidence. "You've never given up on anything. And you're not going to start now." The final confrontation with the darkness came on a night like any other. Harry was in his room, reading by the fire, when the shadows began to twist and writhe. The darkness was rising, trying to take hold. "You cannot control me forever," it whispered. "I will consume you. I will make you mine, *." "No, you won't," Harry said, his voice steady. "I am stronger than you. I am better than you. And I will never let you win." He raised his wand, a beam of light shooting from its tip, and the darkness recoiled. "This is not over," it hissed. "I will be back. I will always be back, *." "And I'll be waiting," Harry said. "Always." The darkness faded, and the room was quiet. Harry stood in the center of the room, his wand still raised, his heart pounding. He had won. He had defeated the darkness. But he knew it was only a temporary victory. The darkness would return, again and again, and he would have to fight it every time. But that was okay. He was ready. He was Harry Potter, and he would never give up. The epilogue came on a warm spring day. Harry stood in the garden of Godric's Hollow, his parents at his side, his friends gathered around him. The sun was shining, the birds were singing, and for the first time in his life, Harry felt truly at peace. "Thank you," he said, his voice soft. "For everything. For never giving up on me." Lily smiled, her eyes bright with tears. "We'll never give up on you, Harry. You're our son. We love you." James placed a hand on his shoulder, his grip warm and reassuring. "We're proud of you, son. So proud." Harry nodded, a sense of completeness washing over him. He had his family, his friends, his future. And that was all he had ever wanted. The darkness was still out there, waiting. But Harry was no longer afraid. He was ready for whatever came next. The end of the war brought a new beginning. Harry walked through the streets of Godric's Hollow, his hand clasped in his mother's, his father's arm draped around his shoulders. The villagers smiled at them, their faces bright with hope and gratitude. "It's over," Lily said, her voice soft. "It's finally over." Harry nodded, a sense of peace washing over him. The war was over. The darkness was gone. And he had his family. "We're going to be okay," he said, his voice filled with certainty. "All of us. I know it." James squeezed his shoulder, his eyes bright with emotion. "Yes, we are. We're going to be just fine." And as they walked through the village, surrounded by the people they loved, Harry knew that the future was bright. The darkness would always be there, waiting in the shadows. But Harry was no longer afraid. He was Harry Potter, and he would never give up. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17, the final confrontation begins. The peace that had settled over the wizarding world was fragile, a thin veneer stretched over a wound that had not yet healed. Harry felt it in the way the air seemed to hum with tension, in the way his parents' smiles never quite reached their eyes, in the way his scar still throbbed with a dull, persistent ache. The darkness was returning. It started with small things, shadows that seemed to move on their own, whispers that echoed in empty rooms, a chill that crept into the warmest corners of the cottage. Harry tried to ignore it, tried to convince himself it was nothing, but the signs were impossible to deny. The darkness was growing, and it was only a matter of time before it consumed everything. The first major sign came on a night like any other. Harry was in his room, reading by the fire, when the shadows began to twist and writhe. The darkness was rising, trying to take hold, but this time it was different. This time, it was not alone. Harry. The voice came from behind him, soft and familiar. Harry turned to find his mother standing in the doorway, her face pale, her eyes filled with fear. "Mom. What's wrong?" Lily stepped into the room, her hands trembling. "It's your father. He's been taken." Harry felt his blood run cold. "Taken? By who?" "The darkness," Lily said, her voice barely a whisper. "It's taken him. It's using him to open a door that will let it into our world." The search for James Potter began immediately. Harry gathered his friends and allies, calling on the Order of the Phoenix, the Ministry, anyone who could help. They scoured the wizarding world, following leads and tracking down suspects, but the darkness was always one step ahead. "He's in the Forbidden Forest," Hermione said one evening, her voice urgent. "I found a trace of his magic. He's at the heart of the darkness, where the ritual was performed." Harry felt a surge of determination rise in his chest. "Then that's where we're going. That's where we'll end this." The journey into the Forbidden Forest was treacherous, the trees twisting and writhing as though alive. Harry led the way, his wand raised, his heart pounding with fear and anticipation. "He's here," Lily said, her voice trembling. "I can feel him." They pushed deeper into the forest, following the trail of darkness that led to the heart of the corruption. And there, in a clearing bathed in sickly green light, they found James. He was floating in the center of the clearing, his body suspended in midair, his eyes closed. The darkness swirled around him, feeding on his power, his soul. "James!" Lily shouted, lunging forward. But Harry held her back. "Wait," he said, his voice urgent. "It's a trap. The darkness is using him to lure us in." "Then what do we do?" Lily demanded, her voice desperate. "We can't just leave him here." Harry was silent for a long moment, his mind racing. The darkness was powerful, more powerful than anything he had ever faced. But there was a way to defeat it, a way that had been revealed to him in his grandmother's journal. "The ritual," he said, his voice firm. "The sacrifice of destiny. I have to reverse it." Lily's face went pale. "Harry, no. That would mean—" "I know what it would mean," Harry said, his voice steady. "But it's the only way. The darkness has to be sent back to the void, and the only way to do that is to undo the ritual that brought it here." "Then we'll do it together," Lily said, her voice fierce. "We'll face the darkness. Together." The ritual began at midnight, the full moon casting an eerie glow over the clearing. Harry stood at the center of the circle, his parents at his side, his friends gathered around them. He raised his wand and began to chant, the words of the ancient ritual flowing from his lips like a prayer. The magic built around them, a swirling vortex of light and shadow. Harry felt the threads of destiny humming in his veins, felt the darkness pushing back, trying to stop him. And then, with a final cry, he released the magic. The world exploded in a burst of white light, and Harry felt himself falling into darkness. When he woke, he was lying in the clearing, his parents kneeling beside him. "Harry," Lily said, her voice thick with tears. "Harry, you did it. You saved us all." Harry blinked, his vision clearing. The darkness was gone, the shadows banished. James was standing beside Lily, his face pale but his eyes clear. "Did it work?" Harry asked, his voice weak. "Is it over?" "It's over," James said, his voice filled with gratitude. "You saved us, son. You saved us all." Harry smiled, his heart filled with relief. He had done it. He had saved his parents. He had saved the world. But even as he celebrated his victory, he felt a cold certainty settle in his bones. The darkness was defeated, but the cost had been high. His grandmother was gone. The magical balance was still fragile. And the threads of destiny were still frayed. The war was far from over. And Harry knew, with a certainty that chilled him to the bone, that the hardest battles were yet to come. The days that followed were filled with healing and reconciliation. Harry spent time with his parents, rebuilding the relationship that had been strained by the events of the past year. They talked openly about the future, about the challenges that lay ahead, about the family they were determined to become. "I'm sorry," Harry said one evening, his voice raw. "For everything. For pushing you away, for not trusting you." Lily reached for his hand, her eyes filled with love. "You have nothing to be sorry for, Harry. You've been through so much. We're just glad you're still here." James nodded, his eyes bright with emotion. "We're proud of you, son. So proud." Harry smiled, a genuine smile that reached his eyes. He had his family, his friends, his purpose. And that was all he had ever wanted. The final confrontation with the darkness came on a night like any other. Harry was in his room, reading by the fire, when the shadows began to twist and writhe. The darkness was rising, trying to take hold. "You cannot control me forever," it whispered. "I will consume you. I will make you mine." "No, you won't," Harry said, his voice steady. "I am stronger than you. I am better than you. And I will never let you win." He raised his wand, a beam of light shooting from its tip, and the darkness recoiled. "This is not over," it hissed. "I will be back. I will always be back, And I'll be waiting," Harry said. "Always." The darkness faded, and the room was quiet. Harry stood in the center of the room, his wand still raised, his heart pounding. He had won. He had defeated the darkness. But he knew it was only a temporary victory. The darkness would return, again and again, and he would have to fight it every time. But that was okay. He was ready. He was Harry Potter, and he would never give up. The epilogue came on a warm spring day. Harry stood in the garden of Godric's Hollow, his parents at his side, his friends gathered around him. The sun was shining, the birds were singing, and for the first time in his life, Harry felt truly at peace. "Thank you," he said, his voice soft. "For everything. For never giving up on me." Lily smiled, her eyes bright with tears. "We'll never give up on you, Harry. You're our son. We love you." James placed a hand on his shoulder, his grip warm and reassuring. "We're proud of you, son. So proud." Harry nodded, a sense of completeness washing over him. He had his family, his friends, his future. And that was all he had ever wanted. The darkness was still out there, waiting. But Harry was no longer afraid. He was ready for whatever came next. The end of the war brought a new beginning. Harry walked through the streets of Godric's Hollow, his hand clasped in his mother's, his father's arm draped around his shoulders. The villagers smiled at them, their faces bright with hope and gratitude. "It's over," Lily said, her voice soft. "It's finally over." Harry nodded, a sense of peace washing over him. The war was over. The darkness was gone. And he had his family. "We're going to be okay," he said, his voice filled with certainty. "All of us. I know it." James squeezed his shoulder, his eyes bright with emotion. "Yes, we are. We're going to be just fine." And as they walked through the village, surrounded by the people they loved, Harry knew that the future was bright. The darkness would always be there, waiting in the shadows. But Harry was no longer afraid. He was Harry Potter, and he would never give up. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18, Sacrifice at Godric's Hollow. The winter solstice had arrived, and with it, the final battle. Harry stood in the churchyard of Godric's Hollow, the same place where everything had begun. The snow was falling softly, blanketing the graves in a peaceful white that belied the terror that was about to unfold. His parents were beside him, their faces pale but determined. His friends were gathered around him, Ron, Hermione, Neville, Luna, Ginny, their wands raised, their eyes filled with resolve. The darkness was coming. Harry could feel it in the air, taste it on his tongue, hear it whispering in the shadows. The Society of the Unraveled Thread had been defeated, but their legacy lived on, a dark magic that had been waiting for the right moment to rise again. And tonight, that moment had come. The ritual that would save the world required three things: a sacrifice, a willing heart, and the place where it all began. Harry had known this would be the price. His grandmother's journal had made that clear. To undo the sacrifice of destiny, to send the darkness back to the void, someone had to give up everything, their future, their purpose, their very existence. He had thought he was ready. He had thought he could make the choice. But standing here now, with his parents at his side, Harry realized how wrong he had been. "Harry, we need to talk." It was James who spoke, his voice soft but firm. He took Harry's arm and led him away from the others, to a quiet corner of the churchyard where the headstones stood like silent witnesses. "Dad, what is it?" Harry asked, his heart pounding. "We don't have much time." "I know," James said. "That's why I need to say this now. Your mother and we've been talking. About the ritual. About what it will take to end this." Harry felt a chill run down his spine. "What do you mean?" James took a deep breath, his eyes filled with a sorrow that made Harry's chest ache. "We're going to do it, Harry. Your mother and I. We're going to be the sacrifice." "No," Harry said, shaking his head. "No, I won't let you. The ritual requires a willing heart, a sacrifice of destiny. It has to be me. It's always been me." "That's where you're wrong," Lily said, appearing at James's side. "The ritual requires a sacrifice, yes. But it doesn't have to be you. It can be us. We were brought back by the darkness. We can be the ones to send it back." Harry stared at her, his mind reeling. "You're talking about dying. About going back to the dead." "We're talking about saving the world," James said gently. "About giving you a chance to live. A real chance, without the weight of destiny pressing down on you." "I don't want a chance without you," Harry said, his voice breaking. "I just got you back. I can't lose you again." "You won't lose us," Lily said, reaching for his hand. "We'll always be with you, Harry. In your heart, in your memories. That's where we belong." The argument that followed was the most painful Harry had ever endured. He pleaded with his parents, begged them to let him make the sacrifice. He told them about all the years he had spent without them, all the pain and loneliness he had endured. He told them he couldn't bear to lose them again. But James and Lily were resolute. "You've given enough, Harry," James said, his voice fierce. "You've sacrificed your childhood, your innocence, your peace of mind. You've fought battles no one should have to fight. It's time for us to do something for you." "You don't owe me anything," Harry said, tears streaming down his face. "You died for me. You gave your lives to save me. That's more than enough." "And we'd do it again," Lily said softly. "In a heartbeat. Because you're our son, Harry. And we love you more than anything." The decision was made. The ritual would go forward, with James and Lily as the sacrifice. The Order of the Phoenix gathered around the churchyard, forming a protective circle. Dumbledore stood at the center, his wand raised, his face grave. Harry stood with his parents, their hands clasped together, their hearts beating as one. "Are you ready?" Dumbledore asked, his voice barely a whisper. James and Lily nodded, their eyes filled with a peace that Harry had never seen before. "We're ready," James said. "We've been ready for a long time." The ritual began, the words of the ancient spell flowing from Dumbledore's lips. The magic built around them, a swirling vortex of light and shadow. Harry felt the threads of destiny humming in his veins, felt the darkness pushing back, trying to stop them. And then, with a final cry, James and Lily released the magic. The world exploded in a burst of white light, and Harry felt himself falling into darkness. When he woke, he was lying in the churchyard, the snow falling softly around him. He sat up, his body aching, his mind reeling. The darkness was gone. The shadows had been banished. But so had his parents. Mom? Dad? There was no answer. The churchyard was silent, the graves peaceful. Harry stumbled to his feet, his eyes searching desperately for any sign of them. And then he saw it. Two figures standing at the edge of the churchyard, their forms shimmering like ghosts. James and Lily smiled at him, their faces filled with love. "Thank you, Harry," Lily said, her voice soft and distant. "For everything. For being our son. For never giving up on us." "I love you," Harry said, his voice breaking. "I love you so much." "We love you too," James said. "Always." And then they were gone, fading into the light like whispers on the wind. The days that followed were the hardest Harry had ever known. He mourned his parents, grieving the loss of the family he had only just found. He spent hours in the churchyard, sitting by their graves, talking to them as though they could still hear him. But slowly, painfully, the grief began to ease. His friends surrounded him, offering comfort and support. Ron and Hermione never left his side, their presence a constant reminder that he was not alone. The Order of the Phoenix honored James and Lily's sacrifice, their names etched into the history of the wizarding world as heroes who had given everything to save it. And Harry began to heal. The spring brought new life to Godric's Hollow. Harry stood in the garden of the cottage, the sun warm on his face, the flowers blooming around him. He had decided to stay, to make this place his home. It was where his parents had lived, where they had died, where they had come back. It was where they would always be. "I miss them," he said to Ron and Hermione, who were sitting on the bench beneath the old oak tree. "Every day. Every moment." "We know, Harry," Hermione said softly. "But they're still with you. In your heart, in your memories. That's where they belong." Harry nodded, a sense of peace washing over him. She was right. His parents were gone, but they were not lost. They would always be a part of him. And that was enough. The final scene came on a quiet evening, when the sun was setting and the sky was painted in shades of pink and gold. Harry stood in the garden, the journal in his hands, his grandmother's words still echoing in his mind. The darkness was gone. The prophecy was broken. The world was safe. And he was free. He closed the journal, a smile spreading across his face. He had done it. He had saved his parents, saved the world, saved himself. He was Harry Potter, and he would never give up. The war was over. The darkness was gone. And Harry had finally found his purpose. He would live his life, not as the chosen one, but as himself. He would love, and laugh, and grow. He would honor his parents' memory by being the person they had always believed he could be. And he would never forget the sacrifice that had made it all possible. The end was just the beginning. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19, The Price of Destiny. The silence in Godric's Hollow was deafening. Harry stood alone in the churchyard, the snow still falling softly around him, his parents' final words echoing in his mind. They were gone, truly gone this time, their sacrifice complete, their souls finally at rest. But the ritual was not finished. As the last traces of light faded from the sky, Harry felt something shift within him. The darkness that had been coiled inside him, the shadow that had followed him since his parents' return, began to stir. It was waking up, rising from the depths of his soul, and Harry knew with a terrible certainty what was happening. The darkness had found a new vessel. "You thought you were free," a voice whispered in his mind. *, you thought you had won. But you were wrong. The ritual was never about saving the world. It was about claiming you, asterisk. Harry's blood ran cold. Who are you? What do you want? I am the one who was sacrificed, the voice replied. Asterisk, I am the destiny that was given up to bring your parents back. And now, I am claiming what is rightfully mine, asterisk. The transformation began slowly, almost imperceptibly. Harry felt the darkness spreading through his veins, cold and relentless. It wrapped around his heart, his mind, his very soul, trying to consume him. He fought it with everything he had, but the darkness was too strong, too powerful. Harry. Ron's voice cut through the haze of his consciousness. Harry, what's happening to you? Harry turned to face his friends, and he saw the horror in their eyes. They were looking at him as though he were a stranger, a monster that had taken the place of the boy they loved. I can't stop it, Harry said, his voice strained. The darkness is taking over. It's using me as its vessel. Hermione stepped forward, her wand raised. We'll find a way to stop it, Harry. We always find a way. No, Harry said, shaking his head. There's only one way. The ritual wasn't finished. The sacrifice has to be complete. Dumbledore appeared at Harry's side, his face grave, his eyes filled with sorrow. Harry, what are you saying? The ritual required a willing heart and a sacrifice of destiny, Harry said, his voice steady despite the darkness raging inside him. My parents gave their lives, but the ritual is still incomplete. The darkness needs a vessel, a living soul to anchor it. And I am that vessel. Dumbledore's face went pale. No, Harry. There has to be another way. There isn't, Harry said. I've known it since the beginning. The prophecy, the darkness, the ritual, it was all leading to this moment. I was always meant to be the final sacrifice. The argument that followed was the most painful Harry had ever endured. Ron and Hermione pleaded with him, begged him to find another way. They told him he couldn't give up, couldn't surrender to the darkness. They told him they would find a way to save him, no matter what it took. But Harry was resolute. I've lived my whole life for other people, he said, his voice soft but firm. The prophecy, the war, my parents' return, it was all about destiny. But this choice, this sacrifice, it's mine. It's the only thing that's ever truly been mine. Harry, please, Hermione said, tears streaming down her face. We can't lose you. Not now. Not after everything. You won't lose me, Harry said, reaching for her hand. I'll always be with you. In your heart, in your memories. That's where I belong. The final confrontation with the darkness took place in the churchyard, the same place where everything had begun. Harry stood at the center of the circle, his friends gathered around him, their faces filled with grief and love. The darkness was rising, swirling around him, trying to claim him. But Harry was ready. I am not afraid of you, he said, his voice steady. I have faced worse than you. I have faced Voldemort, the society, the death of my parents. And I have won. You cannot win against me, the darkness hissed. Asterisk, I am a part of you. I have always been a part of you, asterisk. Then I will embrace you, Harry said. I will accept you as a part of me. But I will not let you control me. The ritual began, the words of the ancient spell flowing from Harry's lips like a prayer. He raised his wand, a beam of light shooting from its tip, and the darkness recoiled. But Harry did not attack. Instead, he opened his arms, inviting the darkness in. I accept you, he said, his voice soft. I accept you as a part of me. But I will not let you destroy me. I will not let you hurt anyone I love. The darkness surged forward, wrapping around him, trying to consume him. But Harry did not fight it. He embraced it, made peace with it, and that gave him the strength to control it. The battle raged for what felt like hours. Harry stood at the center of the churchyard, the darkness swirling around him, his friends watching in horror. He fought with everything he had, his wand blazing with spell after spell, his heart filled with love and determination. And then, in a moment of perfect clarity, Harry understood what he had to do. The darkness was a part of him, and it would always be a part of him. But he could choose how to use it. He could use it to destroy, or he could use it to protect. He chose to protect. The final blow came with a cry that echoed through the churchyard. Harry raised his wand, a beam of light shooting from its tip, and the darkness exploded outward. It shattered into 1,000 pieces, each piece fading into nothingness. And then, silence. Harry fell to his knees, his body aching, his mind reeling. The darkness was gone. The ritual was complete. And he was free. Harry. Harry, are you all right? Ron and Hermione rushed to his side, their faces filled with fear and relief. Harry looked up at them, a smile spreading across his face. I'm fine, he said, his voice weak but steady. I'm finally fine. The days that followed were filled with healing and reconciliation. Harry spent time with his friends, rebuilding the relationships that had been strained by the events of the past year. He talked openly about his feelings, about the darkness, about the future. And slowly, the pain began to fade. I'm proud of you, Hermione said one evening, her voice soft. You faced the darkness and won. You saved us all. Harry shook his head, his eyes filled with humility. I didn't win alone. I had all of you. I had my parents. I had everyone who ever believed in me. The final scene came on a quiet evening, when the sun was setting and the sky was painted in shades of pink and gold. Harry stood in the garden of Godric's Hollow, his friends gathered around him. The darkness was gone, the war was over, and for the first time in his life, Harry felt truly at peace. Thank you, he said, his voice soft. For everything. For never giving up on me. Ron clapped him on the shoulder, his eyes bright with emotion. We'll never give up on you, Harry. You're our best friend. We love you. Harry nodded, a sense of completeness washing over him. He had his friends, his future, his purpose. And that was all he had ever wanted. The darkness would always be there, waiting in the shadows. But Harry was no longer afraid. He was Harry Potter, and he would never give up. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20, A New Beginning. The dawn broke over Godric's Hollow like a blessing from the heavens themselves. Harry stood in the garden of the cottage, his face turned toward the rising sun, feeling its warmth seep into his bones. The darkness that had plagued him for so long was gone, not defeated, not destroyed, but integrated. It was a part of him now, but a part he had learned to accept and control. He was whole. The cottage behind him was quiet, the rooms that had once been filled with his parents' presence now peaceful and still. James and Lily were gone, their sacrifice complete, their souls finally at rest. But their memory lived on, in the photographs on the walls, in the stories his friends told, in the love that still filled every corner of his heart. Harry had finally made peace with their loss. The weeks that followed were a time of healing and renewal. Harry threw himself into rebuilding his life, finding purpose in the simple act of living. He spent time with his friends, laughing and talking and remembering. He helped restore the wizarding world, working alongside the Order and the Ministry to create a future that was brighter than the past. And slowly, the weight of destiny began to lift from his shoulders. I don't feel like the chosen one anymore, he said to Hermione one evening. I feel like Harry. Just Harry. Hermione smiled, her eyes bright with affection. That's all you ever needed to be. The first anniversary of his parents' sacrifice was a quiet, somber affair. Harry stood in the churchyard, surrounded by his friends, his family, everyone who had been touched by James and Lily's bravery. He laid flowers on their graves and whispered words of love and gratitude. I miss them, he said, his voice soft. Every day. But I know they're at peace. And that's enough. Ron placed a hand on his shoulder, his grip warm and reassuring. They'd be proud of you, Harry. So proud. Harry nodded, a smile spreading across his face. He knew they were. He could feel it in his heart. The future stretched out before Harry like a blank canvas. He had choices to make, paths to choose, a life to live. He had his friends, his family, his purpose. And he had himself, the person he had become through all the trials and tribulations of his extraordinary life. I'm going to be an Auror, he announced one evening, his voice filled with certainty. I want to help people, protect them, make sure no one has to suffer the way I did. His friends cheered, their faces bright with pride and excitement. They knew this was the right path for him, the one that would let him use his experiences to make the world a better place. The training was grueling, but Harry loved every moment of it. He threw himself into his studies, his practical skills, his physical conditioning. He learned from the best, Kingsley Shacklebolt, Alastor Moody, even Draco Malfoy, who had become an unlikely ally in the fight against darkness. I never thought I'd say this, Draco said one evening, his voice grudging but sincere, but you're actually good at this, Potter. Harry laughed, the sound light and free. I had good teachers. The first mission was a success. Harry and his team tracked down a group of dark wizards who had been terrorizing a small village in the north of Scotland. They captured them all, brought them to justice, and restored peace to the community. I did it, Harry said, his voice filled with wonder. I actually did it. Ron grinned, clapping him on the back. Of course you did. You're Harry Potter. You always do. The years passed, and Harry's life continued to unfold. He rose through the ranks of the Auror department, earning a reputation as one of the most skilled and dedicated wizards in the ministry. He married Ginny Weasley, the love of his life, and they built a home together filled with laughter and love. They had children, 3 beautiful children who inherited their parents' courage and kindness. Harry watched them grow, guiding them, teaching them, loving them with all his heart. And through it all, he never forgot his parents. Their memory lived on in his children's eyes, in his wife's smile, in the warmth of his home. They were with him always. The final scene came on a warm summer evening, when the sun was setting and the sky was painted in shades of gold and crimson. Harry sat in the garden of his home, his wife beside him, his children playing in the grass. The darkness was a distant memory, a shadow that had been banished from his life. I never thought I'd be this happy, he said, his voice soft. After everything that happened, I never thought I'd find peace. Ginny reached for his hand, her fingers intertwining with his. You earned it, Harry. You earned every moment of it. Harry smiled, a sense of completeness washing over him. She was right. He had earned it. He had fought for it, sacrificed for it, and now he was living it. The story of Harry Potter was not a story of destiny or prophecy. It was a story of choice, of a boy who chose to fight, who chose to love, who chose to live. His parents had given him the greatest gift of all, the freedom to choose his own path. And Harry had chosen well. He had chosen to be happy. He had chosen to be free. He had chosen to be himself. And that was the greatest victory of all. As the sun set over Godric's Hollow, Harry looked back on his life and felt nothing but gratitude. He had lost so much, but he had gained so much more. He had found love, family, purpose, and peace. The darkness had been defeated. The prophecy had been broken. And Harry had finally found his destiny, not in a prophecy or a battle, but in the simple act of living. He was Harry Potter, and he had lived his life on his own terms. And that was enough. The end was just the beginning. Harry looked up at the stars, their light twinkling in the velvet sky, and felt a sense of connection to something greater than himself. His parents were up there, watching over him, proud of the man he had become. Thank you, he whispered into the night. For everything. And somewhere, in the vast expanse of eternity, two voices answered in unison. We love you, Harry. Always. The story of Harry Potter was over, but his legacy would live on forever. In his children, his friends, the world he had helped to save. He had proven that love was stronger than hate, that hope was stronger than fear, that choice was stronger than destiny. He had proven that anyone could be a hero, not because of a prophecy or a prophecy, but because of the choices they made. Harry Potter had made his choice. And it had changed everything. The end. Thank you.